The sword suddenly pierced Minchon's body, causing him so much pain he coughed up blood. Did I just get stabbed? Who was that person? A hero. That's impressive. A hero of humanity. Wait, why is my mouth speaking on its own? I am the war god Deimos. I can't believe I've met such a formidable warrior in a dimension so far away. Hero, I hold your abilities in high regard. I want to hear your name. Minchon quickly realized. Wait, does that mean I am the war god Deimos? In the year 2210 in the city of Seoul, a massive structure suddenly appeared, and the first great upheaval began. Strange gates opened and monsters flooded everywhere. The world was swept into chaos. However, mutants who hunted monsters, also known as hunters, emerged. As soon as the Hunter Association established its position, humanity began to feel at ease. Then the second great upheaval broke out. The heavenly realm and the demon realm began a war. The demon king of hell, Deimos, led an army of darkness to invade Earth. The celestial race of the heavens appeared to stop them. As they fought the demon kin, the world slowly turned into hell. The reason that great war ended was not because of the brave celestial race or the brutal demon kin, but thanks to the savior of humanity. The appearance of a hero, someone possessing extraordinary power among the mutants, allowed them to defeat the Demon King and end the war. It has been 35 years since that day. A statue of that hero is being displayed in a prominent spot at the Seoul National Museum of Art. Minchon is currently a student at Korea University, and he is letting out an annoyed sigh in the middle of a crowd. Group projects are such a pain. The only person who doesn't realize how useless group projects are is the professor. Why can't I even have a peaceful day off? The voice of a teacher leading the group ahead just spoke up. Everyone pair up, hold hands, and follow me. It made him quickly realize, it's really crowded here. I guess some school is having a field trip. This place is always the most popular spot, isn't it? 25 years ago, Minchon also came here on a field trip with his classmates. He listened attentively to the teacher's introduction. The hero was someone with immense power among the hunters. If it weren't for him, the war might still be going on today. Unfortunately, he passed away during the second great upheaval after defeating the Demon King. But this monument has been erected, so we will never forget him nor the contributions he sacrificed for humanity. Minchon turned his gaze toward the statue, silently telling himself, I also want to become strong just like the hero. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by the barrage of questions from his classmates. Teacher, if we study hard, can we become hunters? I also want to become a hunter like the hero. The teacher's hesitation made Minchon quickly realize the teacher can't answer our question for a moment. It's very difficult to become an official hunter because it requires both skill and luck. Becoming a hunter is almost impossible because we are still too young. It was truly a huge shock to their fragile, weak hearts. He looked at his phone screen and wondered, it's almost time for our meeting, isn't it? Right after that, two panicked voices appeared from behind. Minchon, you're here early. We've arrived too. He jokingly replied, I was just thinking about crossing your names off the list. The group headed to the special exhibition of the hero Makino and got to see the sword that pierced the Demon King. His friends followed him joking around. Minchon is very handsome, but he's so indifferent. It made him stop and remind them, you guys know I can hear you right. Don't cut in line. Minchon scanned his surroundings and couldn't help but be amazed. I knew they were displaying the hero's sword today, but why is it so crowded on a weekday? After that, Minchon's eyes were fixed in one direction. Because the hero saved the world. It took him a very long time to save the world, which had turned into a battlefield. After the Demon King invaded and the heavenly race joined the war as allies, he sacrificed his own life to drive the sword through the Demon King's heart. And today, the sword that pierced the Demon King's heart, the holy sword Callus, will be displayed for the first time. Minchon's group continued to move. Following the tour guide's instructions, next visitors please come in. He walked while silently thinking, this should be enough material for me to write my report. Then Minchon's eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him. Over there was the sword Callus. It was definitely the hero's sword. It looked as if an aura was radiating from it. Am I seeing things? The sword seems to be moving. An aura began to appear, making Minchon silently conclude, what's going on? Is this a special event? Or a performance? The sword was flying straight toward him. Then came a scene like the one at the start of the story where the hero gripped the sword tightly, dashed forward, and decisively drove the blade into Deimos's body. Afterward, he heard the opponent's question, seems like you don't want to tell me your name, huh? But calm down now, because we will meet again. As soon as Deimos finished speaking, he gradually vanished into thin air. Minchon suddenly realized his head felt like it was about to explode. His friends also called out in a panic, "Minchon!" Their expressions were full of worry. As he regained consciousness, he silently asked himself, "What just happened? Did I faint? My head hurts so much it feels like it's going to split open." Minchon's friends kept pestering him, asking if he needed an ambulance. He calmly probed, "Did I pass out?" But that sword just flew out of nowhere and stabbed me right. One of his friends tried to probe further, saying, "What are you talking about? You just suddenly collapsed after staring at the holy sword for a while. Are you daydreaming in broad daylight or what?" Minchon was startled, realizing, was it all just an illusion? It didn't feel like an illusion at all. "The moment I saw the holy sword callus, I remembered everything. 23 years after the world's creation, the demon king who led the world to ruin was one of the 4 gods who ruled hell. The demon king of the warlike demons, the god of war Deimos." Once he regained his composure, Minchon felt utterly bewildered. "Damn it, how did everything end up like this?" "The words I said in my past life were meant for myself, old man." After the final exam, Minchon's group kept thanking their senior, "You did great." Who would have thought we'd get a perfect score from this tough professor? He just murmured to brush it off. "You guys did great." Seeing Minchon's pale face, everyone tried to convince him to go to the hospital and get checked out. But Minchon stubbornly refused. "I'm fine, I've just been overthinking things. I'm heading out now." Another classmate walked up and called out, "Minchon, where are you going? What about the end-of-term party? You turning down a drink is something wrong." As Minchon walked away, he thought to himself, "Party? What party? My head is a total mess. A model citizen like me is actually the reincarnated demon king Deimos, who killed and hurt so many people when he invaded Earth. I spent my whole life hating him, and yet I am him. When I was a little boy, I made a grand declaration, 'Miss, I want to defeat the demon king.' And yet I was the demon king. I can't go back to being him, nor do I have his powers, but why did I suddenly remember all this? And besides, why would a demon king like me die in the first place? That body was just temporary, so when he died, his soul returned to his original form. And it seems the hero who fought him back then died with me too. Why am I even thinking about this? What a waste of time. There's nothing I can do now anyway. The first difference between Deimos and Minchon is mana. Demons belong to the upper realm, so sensing mana is like breathing for them. But humans can only sense a tiny bit of mana because they belong to the lower realm." He remembered the deep breathing method and focused, and a notification quickly appeared. "Mana detected. Conditions met." Great. Now I just need to slowly figure out how to use this mana. The system also notified him that it was updating his awakened status. Minchon would receive the title Player. This made him feel incredibly excited. A quick question popped up. Is awakening really that easy? Minchon continued to feel dejected. Finding out he was the demon king in his past life was shocking enough. Now that I've awakened too, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. The system prompted him, say status window to check your traits. Minchon finally nodded and accepted. All right, let's check. You possess a strength of 7. Agility and stamina are 6. Additionally, you have the True Eye skill, which allows you to observe a target's information. Through the player profile, you have the ability to change the world, using accumulated points. Points can be gathered by hunting monsters. Minchon was amazed by the trait, and then he realized, change the laws. Just go hunting to get stronger, it's just like a game. Wait, the upper realm and lower realm are divided by these things called points. The demon realm and the heavenly realm, those in the upper realm have more points and power than those in the lower realm. There's no way humans from the lower realm can compare. That's why someone traveling from the upper to the lower realm has to use a different body. That's the rule of the realm. So that's why the Demon King had to use a different body. A power that can rewrite those rules. Minchon clenched his fist with determination. I can overcome those limits. But as Minchon, I can't really do anything. I'm a human, not the Demon King. Pandemonium and Elysium agreed to a truce and paid damages. If the news that the Demon King has been revived gets out those who suffered through that pain, we'll fall into panic again. So I will live as Minchon. I'll just use the information from my past life to get stronger and dedicate myself to humanity to make amends. That should be enough, right? My goal in my past life was to become stronger anyway. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. First, I need to improve this mana. With Deimos' memories, I can easily increase my mana. I have to learn how to do that. It was already dusk. After wandering around for a while, Minchon let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I'm here. This is a magic circle passed down through generations of demon kings. It can absorb mana from the surrounding area. Nothing can activate it, but if I place this neutralizing stone here, a notification instantly appeared, E-rank mana stone being used to power the Great Mana Gathering. The Great Mana Gathering has been activated. Mana output has finally increased by 450%. It can be maintained for 5 minutes. Minchon seized the opportunity quickly, sat down to absorb it, and was shocked to realize there was so much mana it was practically leaking out of his body. This is the best chance to practice Qigong. Absorbing natural mana into the body is the fundamental basis of modern Qigong, but what I learned is a type of Qigong that allows me to accumulate energy from the stars and create a miniature universe within my mind. Back when I was a demon in the demonic cult, I visited a world called Murim. Through a deal with the heavenly demon there, I learned an ancient martial art. It was a technique only the cult leader could learn, even harder than the heavenly demon's ancient arts, the ancient stellar technique. I stayed in that world for a while and learned many types of martial arts. That's why my combat skills surpassed even the demon race's techniques. Thanks to those arts, I was able to dominate the demon race, so my answer is already clear. He kept his eyes closed, absorbing the ever-increasing flow of mana drinking in the river of starlight. Minchon's body immediately had violent reactions. He kept reminding himself that if he lost focus, his body would be torn apart instantly. He stayed intently focused on the next wave of power he was absorbing. His body began to tremble from exhaustion, but Minchon kept warning himself, if I stop here, I'll die or go insane. No living creature could withstand this terrifying amount of energy. But I was the Demon King in my past life, wasn't I? This is nothing. 5 minutes passed quickly. The time needed to absorb the great mana had ended. Minchon immediately reached the ancient stellar technique and even achieved the 1-star level. His body was also upgraded thanks to the effects of the ancient stellar technique. All his skills gained 5 points simultaneously. The ancient stellar technique is a breathing skill that circulates mana to form a micro-universe within his high-level consciousness. Minchon stretched and sighed. My whole body is stiff. Have my other techniques been converted into skills yet? The system quickly sent a notification. A new power has formed. Magic power converted to chaos power. Mana can also create chaos power. Minchon's eyes widened in surprise as he looked over the info chaos power. He immediately headed home right after. His status board now showed chaos energy at 210 and other stats were also trending upward. This made Minchon quickly realize. So is it because of my magic power that I now have chaos power? Power and chaos energy. These are terms I've never heard before. It seems this ancient stellar technique uses both the power of light and darkness. I wonder if I'm only absorbing the power of the dark nebula because I was a demon. If I can truly use this technique, then this is exactly what I wished for. And I'm even absorbing power from both the light and dark nebulae. Then in this dimension, I'm the strongest. The next morning at the Hunter Registration Center, Minchon was present with the mindset that to operate as a true awakened, I first need to register at the Hunter Association. This is a place where you can easily find the joy of those who have successfully awakened as well as those who were rejected. Minchon quickly received his results. You have been disqualified. This was a tragedy. While he was busy reading the notice, he heard a question. Your F rank, right? E rank is the lowest you know. Minchon looked at her and asked, why do you look so hesitant? You've already seen my results, haven't you? But the association can't detect chaos power. They only see magic power. After that, he boldly inquired, excuse me, examiner, may I ask you something? What is that in the parentheses next to my stats? She quickly explained, that is your latent mutant power. Supernatural individuals develop by absorbing power from the monsters they defeat in dungeons and gates. In other words, that is your growth limit. This made him silently realize. So a hunter's growth has its limits. The examiner continued, although they are in the minority, some hunters possess power that exceeds the limits determined by the association. If you register as a hunter, it doesn't necessarily have to be in towers or gates. There are still many other areas for you to hone your skills, so don't be too disappointed. Minchon could only awkwardly reply, thank you. As soon as he stepped out the door, he heard a greeting, the Yangsun Guild will welcome and guide new mutants thoughtfully. Hey, super person, join our guild. Our guild is called the Whirlwind Guild. This was not unexpected for Minchon. Just as I thought, these representatives will do anything to pull these mutants into their guilds. 2 people from the guild approached Minchon. Please read this and consider our guild. Their enthusiasm left him stunned. Has the news that I'm only E rank already spread this far? Information travels fast, but that actually works out. I hate this kind of trouble. Aside from my magic power, my other stats are all E rank. I was just telling myself how talented I am to the point that no guild even wanted me when out of the blue, I got a message from the Hunters Association with instructions for the Hunter License exam. Congratulations, Min Chan, you have become an Awakened. To all Awakened who have completed registration, you must officially register to operate as an Awakened. The Hunters Association will hold an assessment test to determine if you are capable of adventuring in portals and towers. Licenses will be issued based on the results. The test is on the second Monday of every month. A text that left me wondering, a license test. That's only 10 days away. I guess I'll have to put my leveling up plans on hold for now. The Hunter License exam features tests selected randomly from 5 sample sets. The common thread is that they all test both combat and survival skills. Min Chan was feeling super confused at this point with my current abilities. I'd get kicked out at the starting gate. In other words, if I want to pass physical fitness, has to be my top priority. My strength, durability, and stamina were all increasing. After a quick break, I quietly decided to try using the ancient crystal technique as a breathing method to improve my physical condition. After all, I still have the memories and practical experience from my past life. As long as this body can hold out, I'll be fine. During the day, it's all about strength-building exercises. My body is getting upgraded, and the effects of the ancient crystal technique are pushing me to my absolute limit. At night, it's about growth through practicing the ancient crystal technique. 10 days later, I checked my status window. Just look at these numbers. The past week, I've shed blood, sweat, and tears, and the results are unexpectedly amazing. The stat that grew the most is a breathing skill fueled by mana. The power comes from the collision between the light nebula and the dark nebula, creating chaotic energy. When I practice with the dark nebula alone, in my past life it took me over a year to reach level 2 crystal, but now I only needed a week. And since my condition has improved, I'll unlock the 7-star Wanderer skill. A punching technique that lasts for 7 seconds, passed down by countless nameless nomads. It strengthens parts of the body by using internal energy to train martial arts. A martial art that's easier to master than any other, combined with movements that suit my instincts. It all makes for a perfect fighting style for me. The system quickly notified me, you have learned 7-star Wanderer. It can use internal energy to reinforce a body part or increase raw potential. It multiplies combat ability. The next morning as I was moving, I kept wondering what others would think of the martial arts I'm learning. It seems like the way this skill is deployed is similar to the ancient crystal technique. Wait, the ancient crystal technique is C rank. That's way lower though, that makes sense. It is just basic martial arts after all. If I had a choice, I'd want to learn a high-tier martial art, but if I learn advanced stuff without a foundation, should I try learning cloud stepping instead? It's basic Qigong anyway, even though the movement technique I usually use isn't cloud stepping. Looking at my physical state, this is the most compatible way for me to move. Cloud stepping feels like walking on clouds. Even though this isn't the type of Qigong meant to suppress an opponent, it supports counterattacks while maintaining the original stance. Its limits depend on mana. Increase movement speed by 50%, boost power by 10%. Let's try this out. My movement speed instantly increased by 50%, consuming 2 points of chaotic energy per second. This left me stunned. This is completely different from what I remember. It's too fast. Is this what cloud stepping is like at just 1 star? Isn't this the speed of a 4-star rank? Furthermore, not only is it faster, but no matter how strange my movements are, I can still stand firm. Could it be that martial arts using chaotic energy are much stronger than using magical energy? I continued experimenting and broke into a satisfied smile. Should I try a little something? I channeled all my strength into my hands and struck the ground, creating a massive earthquake. As I pulled my hand back, I laughed out loud. Not only did I break it, I crushed it into pieces. And this is just basic martial arts at this level. If I were to master the ultimate martial arts I possessed in my past life, but before I could even master them, my body might have already shattered. If I use it bare-handed again, I have no choice but to use that. I also received my license. Awakened individual certified by the Hunters Association. Min Chan then received a notification allowing him inside. As soon as I poked my head in the door, I heard a greeting. Thank you for visiting the Yangsan branch of the Interstellar Alliance. Could you please tell me the reason for your visit? I'll get some help from the Interstellar Alliance. They are an army and a merchant guild formed by races from different dimensions. They are one of the 3 most powerful organizations in the multiverse. Dealing in items and providing mercenary services regardless of dimension or race, their influence is immense. There isn't a single race that dares to challenge their power. An organization no one dares to mess with. Simply put, they are dirty merchants who profit under the guise of being a neutral organization. I just requested to see the branch manager. She hurriedly asked again, "I'm sorry, could you repeat that?" I confidently replied, "Is that enough to call the branch manager?" A man hurriedly appeared, causing the crowd to whisper incessantly. "Isn't that branch manager Martin? He rarely shows his face outside of major deals. A big shot managing an entire federation. What on earth is happening?" As soon as he saw me, he proactively greeted me. "Are you the VIP client, Mar? Please excuse our negligence, as VIP clients rarely come to this remote branch. I heard you want to use the interdimensional vault, is that correct? Please follow me, I'll lead the way." Min-chan was a bit surprised, and then he suddenly discovered that Matan was a dwarf who was 311 years old. His special trait was a keen sense for anything related to money, a born talent for finances capable of sensing high-value items. Min-chan quietly acknowledged that the guy really looked like a seasoned old pro, but he was still just a youth compared to the lifespan of a dwarf. To hold a branch manager position like that, he must be very capable. Martin then announced, "This is the interdimensional warehouse." Min-chan followed him inside. Transactions between dimensions usually cost a lot of money and time. The interdimensional warehouse is a revolutionary piece of technology created by the Alliance. It has significantly reduced the time needed for transactions. Because it's so expensive and high-tech, it's necessary to verify whether the user is a manager or a VIP of the Alliance, or not. There are only 24 VIPs, but their identities are top secret, meaning even the employees here might have no way of knowing who they are. A request was quickly issued, "Please enter your magic pattern code." Min-chan immediately stepped into position to fulfill the request. The status board displayed the encryption calculation data. The interdimensional warehouse quickly shifted. Mathan was watching intently and then announced, "It's opening. The magic password has been confirmed. You have access to the interdimensional warehouse. There is only one item stored by the client." Min-chan breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, it's there. Give me that thing. If I had known I was going to be reincarnated, I would have stored way more stuff." The interdimensional warehouse quickly issued the next notification, "Client's item has been successfully transferred to Earth." Min-chan observed the item while silently noting, "Just looking at it, it doesn't look any different from a regular stone." Now, Awaken Black Star. The Black Star is a weapon that was created from a dwarf star. It can recreate many myths and legends. The user can change the weapon's form at will when shifting. This artifact is currently temporarily sealed. The Black Star is an item that can become very strong or weak depending on the amount of karma the user has. Now that I am human, I am much weaker. Is that because I am a demon? So I no longer have any karma stored. If I can't even use half of its maximum potential, that's fine. It still has the Black Star's most basic function, the ability to transform into 10,000 different types of weapons. Once I have this, the hunter exam will be a piece of cake. This is a perfect weapon for someone who knows as many martial arts as I do. A notification phone call suddenly took place. Right after that, "I'm not so sure that it's really a VIP code." The person on the other end replied, "Min-chan, that VIP code, he just looks like an ordinary human to me." He reaffirmed, "I saw it with my own eyes. The VIP code was confirmed as the real deal." Mathan heard that and curiously asked, "What do you think about this?" A human from Earth, a low-level dimension having a VIP code. This means a high-level entity doesn't want their identity revealed and is hiding their power by coming to Earth as a civilian. I can smell that this transaction is going to bring in a lot of benefits. She also agreed, "You really are a sharp one." Matan explained, "If they bring money, they are a client. You should learn from me as fast as you can. My life would be much easier if I had a capable subordinate." She curiously asked back, "So you want me to just observe the situation? And you don't need me to investigate? I won't let the other branches find out." Matan happily agreed. "All right, I'll leave it to you. Earth is a place that has been noticed by high-level races since that tower appeared. It took a lot of effort for Min-chan to get the position of regional manager near the tower, but that was still not enough. He was determined to hold on to this client at all costs and climb to a higher position in the Alliance." The next day, Min-chan appeared at another location with a look of amazement. "It's truly huge." The hunter certification exam was taking place. Min-chan held the slip of paper in his hand while silently remembering. "They said I just need to be in the waiting room by noon. It must be near here." The chaos in front of him made him extremely angry. What are these crazy reporters doing? Two figures had just appeared and were being relentlessly hunted by them. Ms. Jumi. "Is it true that you are taking the hunter certification exam today? Lord Yu Sung-woo, please give us an interview." The chatter didn't stop. Jumi isn't she the daughter of the Vanaheim ambassador? They say she is half human, half elf. In Norse mythology, Vanaheim is where the Vanir gods live, the gods of fertility, wisdom, and the ability to foresee the future. Rumor has it that she can use soul magic. Have you heard the news about Yu Seung-woo? He was recruited by the Hwarang Guild after that ability test. Isn't that the #1 guild in the country? What was his starting score? One of those two will definitely be the top of this exam. The public address system suddenly announced, "Hello, candidates. We would like to announce that the 55th Hunter Certification exam will begin in 10 minutes. Each candidate will be assigned to a hunter match by the judges. Once assigned, please go to the gate with your match number." Minchon followed the instructions while wondering, what kind of place is this? Each contestant will be assigned to a hunter match by the judges. Once you've been assigned, head over to the gate that matches your match number. Minchon followed the instructions while wondering to himself, just where on earth is this place? Isn't this terrain a bit too unnatural for a man-made gate? The loudspeaker blares again. The theme for the 55th test is now being announced: survival. You must reach 100 points before the test ends. Detailed information will appear on your hunter watches. Candidate Minchul number 511, your current score is 50 points. Everyone will receive an equal amount of shield energy. When you take damage, your shield will deplete. If it runs out, you fail and will be automatically removed from the arena. Minchul, having checked his watch, feels satisfied. This is actually pretty convenient. There are 3 ways to pass the test hunt: 15 normal monsters, or join in the raid on the boss monster marked on the map. Just then, Minchul notices something strange. He focuses on listening and observing, deducing a strategy, or perhaps leaving the other candidates behind. Does this mean there are rivals everywhere? Here we go. Basically, if they want more points, candidates have to take down a certain number of monsters. It's inevitable that some people are going to end up short on points. Because of that, they have no other choice. They'll have to attack other candidates. They're even setting traps so others kill each other off. Some people are trying to cooperate in groups. How annoying. Besides, that's just not my style. But above all, what I'm really after is the boss. No interesting developments to watch. How boring. Watching others fight is way more fun. The sound of clashing metal. Are people fighting? This is a chance to see other candidates' skills firsthand. And how could I miss out on a good fight? As Minchul walks a bit further, he spots something unusual, a massive monster standing right next to him. Minchul's expression lights up with excitement. Guess I should start with this guy first. He switches to his Black Star Spear. As he gets into position, a status window pops up. Chaos has enveloped your entire body. All stats except for Chaos Power increase by 40%, utilizing Cloud Drift steps. Minchul lunges forward. The monster acts extremely aggressively, catching him off guard for a split second. Even though it's just a virtual monster, its killing intent and brutality feel incredibly real. Its thick, sturdy skin and overwhelming muscular strength are all too much for this weak body to handle. After the first strike, the monster is still fine and attacks him from behind. Minchul realizes that melee weapons might not be very effective against that tail. He quickly regains his composure to block the monster's attack. Seeing it baring its sharp fangs, Minchul becomes even more determined. Time to use the demonic spear technique breakthrough, consuming 8 units of chaos energy. The technique is unleashed, striking the monster with incredible force and killing it instantly. The system updates with a new notification. You have defeated the monster. You have earned 10 points. Minchul silently notes that the dungeon quality seems higher than he imagined. A named monster gave this much. The boss might actually be worth the wait. At that moment, a voice comes from behind. "Hey, you! That was the named monster we were planning to hunt." The leader of their group shouts angrily. "Daring to steal in broad daylight seems you don't know how the world works, huh? Do you even know who we are?" "We are the famous Dark Trios," Minchul observes them quietly. Are these guys trying to challenge me? They must be candidates who heard the commotion earlier. They were planning to steal points from others after the fight wore them down. He uses his true eye to scout them. Their status windows appear. Their physical stats are several times higher than his, and their potential isn't bad either. Yongjin looks frustrated. "Hey, is he laughing? Do you have any idea what kind of situation you're in?" Minchul confidently retorts, "I don't care if you're the Dark Trio, the Elite Trio, or whatever else. Quit the chatter and bring it on." The 3 of them growl, "You little punk. Let me kick his teeth in." "We'll let you go if you hand it over, but first you need a lesson. Die!" All 3 lunge at Minchul. He quickly uses his Black Star dagger, showing off a few basic moves in front of them. Yongjin remains confident. Running right into my blade, you're a dead man idiot. Minchul thinks to himself. Even though they cooperate well, he decides to use petal sailor technique. The sheer beauty of it leaves Yongjin groaning in pain. Petal sailor technique activated. Opponent's damage reduced by 30%. Attack trajectory shifted. Consuming 5 units of chaos energy. Critical strike deals 50% more damage, consuming 3 units of chaos energy. Seeing his youngest brother crying out in panic, "Get lost! Stay away from me!" The leader confidently assumes that since he's closing the distance, it'll be hard for Minchul to use magic. He rushes in threatening, "You bastard, get away from my brother!" Seeing Minchul dodge his attack, he screams, "You're finished!" Minchul stands perfectly still, watching the flames burning and cracks a sinister smile. Then he unleashes a weapon to counter them, the 5-tiger slasher technique. It's a signature move of the Habakwang family, a military clan famous for practical sword skills. The mere sight of it makes the other two turn pale. Minchul keeps a calm posture, stepping onto his spear and lunging straight at his opponent. The leader, stunned, asks, "What?" Minchul declares confidently, "It's over." The leader screams in frustration, "No way!" Finally, he collects another 15 points, bringing his total to 45. Minchul silently ponders. This guy had saved up quite a lot of points, huh? Ionsu rushes over to his comrade, whispering, "The leader's been defeated." That guy. His weapon. Yongjin confidently asserts he definitely channeled his internal energy into it. It's dangerous. Minchul watches them and confidently concludes that there's no way they could have funneled all their points into one person with their current skills. Then he declares, "Everything that has a beginning must come to an end, right? How many points are you guys giving me?" The PA system blared out that contestant 450Y's shield energy had hit 0. Ongchu is out. A contestant has been eliminated from the guild screening test. Everyone is buzzing. A member of the Dark Trio got knocked out. Their rookies being groomed by the second-ranked guild in the country. Who could have taken down that trio? Maybe Yushonu went a bit too hard, but the guildmaster is never wrong. Discovered by the second-ranked hunter in the country, the most promising rookie directly trained by Yu Xion-U. Those 3 from the Gyumsan Guild are just small fry. As for Yu Xion-U, the PA system announced that contestant 451 Ionsu's shield energy had reached 0. Contestant 452 Ionjin's shield energy. Everyone gasped in shock. The Dark Trio fell to just 1 person. The woman smirked proudly. As expected of Yu Xion-U, the pride of Hwarang, she paused for a moment, then gasped in surprise. "Who is that?" And then she fell silent, bewildered to realize it was Min Qian. In the dungeon, other contestants were being wiped out one by one with his swift and brutal techniques. The PA system announced that contestant 686's shield energy had reached 0. Min Qian's accumulated points hit 172. He silently hunted a monster but found nothing. Not much time left now. It's the crucial moment of the test. Gotta finish this and go meet the boss. This is the only path leading to the mountain where the boss is a narrow passage that only fits 1 or 2 people. At the end of the road is a golem with high defensive stats, an indomitable warrior, and self-regeneration. Min Qian spoke up boldly. "Are you guys trying to make this thing invincible? If I take 1 hit from this guy, I'm done for. I can't give it a chance to recover. I have to keep tearing it apart." Min Qian lunged, swinging his sword at the golem. He felt how tough the monster was. System notification. No damage. The golem slammed its fist into the ground. Attack failed. Let's try again. Min Qian smirked confidently. "Oh, so you're gonna tell me what you're planning to do next? That's real friendly of you. Things have been pretty boring ever since I faced that trio of rats. And now this is a tough nut to crack. If I use the 5-tiger slash again, it'll be too much for my body, so I'll use this. Black Star Giant Axe. System notification. You are using the Axe Mastery skill, Crushing Blow. Consumes 15 chaos power." Min Qian firmly slammed the blade into the golem's arm. The Axe Mastery skill can only be used by players who use mana or chaos power. The skill simply maximizes the axe's cutting potential, yet it radiates overwhelming power. The golem's body started to crack into small lines. System confirmed. The attack worked and is countering. Min Qian grinned, satisfied. It's working. The size of the wound doesn't matter anymore. He kept hacking away at the monster. If I can't finish it in 1 blow, I'll just chip away at it 10, maybe 100 times, until I take it down. Jumi accidentally witnessed the fight. She stood there frozen, staring at Min Qian. Looks like someone got here first. Min Qian panicked. Is someone here to kill Steel just as it's about to drop? If Jumi uses soul magic on me right now, I can't handle both her and the golem. But if I attack her, the golem will regenerate. I'm screwed either way. Jumi spoke up. Hey, want some help taking it down? Mincheon was stunned. What did she just say? I've been grinding its health down this whole time? He pouted and replied, Almost done, and now you want a piece of the action. Jumi replied bluntly. Not at all. I don't think you can take it down. Mincheon thought to himself, Is that so? If I play this right, there's still a way out of this stalemate. He turned to Jumi and asked, Want to make a bet? She asked out of curiosity. A bet? Mincheon started to entice her. Let's bet for fun. If I take this monster down in 10 minutes... Jumi cut him off. No way. There's no way you can take it down by yourself. Plus, there's only 20 minutes left. Why would I bet with you? What do I get? Mincheon declared. I'll give you all of my points. He flashed a sinister smile. I've got more points right now than she'd get from fighting a boss anyway. Jumi calculated cautiously. If it's more profitable than fighting the boss, why wouldn't she be interested? She asked. And if you win? Just as Mincheon was about to answer, the golem started to self-regenerate. His face showed fear. I was too busy talking. It's starting to recover. In his panic, he told her, A meal. Take me out for a meal. Huh? Jumi was quite surprised. A meal, Mincheon urged. Just seal the deal, I'm going. She agreed immediately. Fine. But if it looks like you're going to lose, I'm jumping in. Mincheon replied arrogantly, You can say whatever you want. Because that's not going to happen. Jumi asked, curious, But why are you acting so close with me? We've never even met. Mincheon replied, If you're feeling awkward about that. He flashed a smirk for a few seconds before adding, So, why don't you just talk to me like we're friends? Time flew by and the test finally came to an end. Everyone headed to the outside world and a guy shouted anxiously, Medical team over here! Hey, give emergency treatment to candidate 370. The candidate here is in critical condition too. Bring a potion over here. Mincheon sat dazed on the ground, letting out a long sigh. I'm so tired. Completely wiped out. My chaos power and health points are almost gone too. It's all that blue buff's fault. That thing recovered almost everything. I nearly lost. Jumi stood rooted to the spot, silently watching Mincheon from behind while everyone around them kept whispering about him. How does that guy look like he didn't take any damage at all? He must have been hiding and slacking off for sure. Jumi was stunned, unable to believe it. I guess I really have to treat him to a meal now. That guy, he read all of the blue buff's attacks. Mincheon's eyes showed clear determination. And he even timed his strikes perfectly. If I fought him, could I even win? When he fought Xianwu, he was pretty strong, but that was just about it. If we had a rematch, I'm confident I could beat him. Everyone's eyes went wide with shock when they heard the results of the 55th Hunter Certification exam. The top scorer is candidate 511 Mincheon. Congratulations. A buzzing chatter erupted. Mincheon Xianwu took third place. Xianwu muttered under his breath, This is unacceptable. Reporters swarmed him. Hey, Mr. Xianwu, could you give us your thoughts on your ranking? He rudely swiped their hands away. Sorry, I have no comment. The bodyguard stepped in sternly. We are not allowing any interviews so that he can get some rest. We will provide details to the media soon. Everyone started turning their attention toward Mincheon. Candidate 511. Is that him? He's the top scorer. He thought to himself, I should sneak out fast before I get noticed. He gripped the door handle. The moment he swung it wide open, the crowd outside erupted in cheers. He's out! Hunter Mincheon over here. He hurriedly looked behind him. I have to take a different exit. But a group of reporters had already arrived. Hunter Mincheon, please, we want to interview you. How does it feel to be the top scorer? He felt cornered. At this rate, how am I ever going to get home? Mincheon suddenly shouted, I have one condition before I join any guild. He held up 5 fingers and declared, 500 million. I'll join any guild that offers 500 million. Everyone present stood there completely stunned. He might be a good fighter, but his base stats are at rock bottom. Things might be different if his base stats were A rank, but there's no real reason to pay that price for someone with no room for growth. Mincheon grinned to himself. Whatever. I wasn't planning on joining any guild anyway. Just setting the price high makes it easier to go home, because no one would pay 500 million to buy some nobody who just fell from the sky. Suddenly a voice rang out. I'll pay that price. Mincheon was incredibly surprised. Wait, for real, is there actually a guild that would pay 500 million to recruit a newbie? What kind of lunatic is that? Mincheon scanned the area. Which nutjob is it I need to see their face? An arm shot up. Hunter Minchon over here. He stared blankly at the arm. That fat guy. Isn't that the branch manager? Inside a magnificent grand castle, Minchon spoke seriously to the manager. What is the meaning of this? I'll be straight with you, I just said that, but I don't actually intend to join any guild. The man laughed and said, I know. I just want to help out my customers. Minchon looked puzzled. You want to help me? He pulled out a contract and said, I want to invite you to be a freelance mercenary for the Interstellar Alliance. You would technically be working for the Alliance, but for your contracts you'd receive the rewards. Split equally with the Alliance. With this, no one will bother you. Not only that, but you'll get guided to dungeons and supported by our customer care team. And you'll get tax breaks too. All items obtained during your hunts will be sold at the highest price. Minchon weighed his options. Honestly, the terms are pretty good and come with excellent benefits. He spoke up. I didn't know the Interstellar Alliance did volunteer work like this too. That is the motto of this alliance. Nothing good comes without a price, especially with terms like these. And you expect me to get nothing in return? Do you take me for a child? You're basically telling me I'm wasting my time here. He called out Hunter Minchon. All we want is your trust. Minchon was quite surprised when he heard that. Trust. He smirked, thinking, trust, huh? It seems he believes I'm some kind of massive powerhouse. After seeing my VIP code, that's all he sees. But that's all I've got. Maybe I really hit the jackpot. Why would I ever turn this down? Finally, Minchon made his decision. All right, I'll sign. As the sunlight streamed into the room, the secretary asked anxiously, Is a free agent mercenary contract like this really okay? He replied gently, I don't do anything without calculating the risks. Go back, prepare, and greet the client. Usually mercenaries for the Star Alliance are extremely powerful like nobility or those of equal standing. That's why a freelance mercenary needs approval. Getting approved by management or some big shot in the Alliance isn't easy with just a VIP code, but I can't let this opportunity slip away. I've already prepared everything. Now I just need to discuss it with the CEO. A strange man appeared. Fine, a mercenary contract is it I approve. The CEO was quite shocked. Really, sir? It's that simple. The man continued, Give that person all the benefits. If anything comes up, report it to me immediately and keep this a secret. And is there anything else? He hurriedly replied, No, nothing at all. Thank you, CEO. What just happened? When I told him about that guest, he didn't react at all, but after reviewing the kid's match, his whole attitude changed. Confident movement, zero wasted motion. The 20th CEO of the Star Alliance. The Dragonkin knocker was intently watching the match. It felt like he was watching that person fight, but it couldn't possibly be him, because that person already passed away. Suddenly, a knock at Minchon's door startled him awake. He lay sprawled on the bed, looking groggy. What time is it? Why didn't the alarm go off? Why is my phone dead? Who is it? A voice called out, Hunter Minchon, it's Ellie from the Star Alliance. He immediately answered, Wait a second. A high-ranking official coming to a dump like this, you should have called before coming. Isn't this the secretary of that chubby dwarf? Ellie smiled and replied, I thought it would be better to just meet you and talk later. Besides, I already sent you a message. He turned his head toward his phone. Sorry, I didn't get it. She realized the problem. With your phone like that, you wouldn't receive any messages. That made sense. Minchon remembered he hadn't received messages because his phone kept ringing nonstop. Who on earth has my number and keeps calling like that? He invited Ellie in. This looks like it's going to be a long conversation. Come inside. She didn't hesitate. Yes, I'll come in. So this is what people call a normal life. It looks pretty simple compared to a VIP's lifestyle. Minchon asked, annoyed. What do you mean by simple? Didn't you look into how I live? Ellie giggled. Of course not. Sir, we don't do anything to upset Hunter Minchon. He hurriedly tidied up the room while asking, So what's the business today? Lily explained, When you entered the Alliance headquarters, you presented identification showing you were a mutant, so that's all I knew. Minchon inwardly complimented her. She's good. Lily carefully chose her words to avoid annoying him. If he was that sharp, it would make things easier for her. She cautiously handed him the item and got straight to the point, leaving Minchon to wonder, What is this? She quickly replied, It's for business. The deposit card for your bank account. Minchon slowly opened it to see. A deposit, huh? How much was it last time? He was absolutely shocked to see the figure 4.7 billion. Ellie added, Because of the taxes, we couldn't give you the full 5 billion. Minchon couldn't believe his eyes. Are you people seriously paying me that much? Ellie beamed with excitement. Of course. I didn't expect you'd be this shocked. Minchon countered. Well, you were the one who told me I was living like a pauper. And that was the reason Ellie wanted to unify the finances with the college student Min-chan. She moved on to another topic. There's another reason why I came to see you so early. It's about forming a support team for you, Hunter Min-chan, she said, reminding him of the terms and the dungeon layout. He replied, I thought a looting team would be enough. Lily suggested, what about tanks and ranged attackers? They could really help you out. He said confidently, I'm enough on my own. Lily calculated, then let me at least set you up with a corpse disposal expert and a pack mule. Min-chan cut her off and asked, wait, when? When do I start clearing the dungeon? She replied, as soon as the dungeon selection and team formation are complete. Min-chan sighed. That sounds like it'll take a while. My body is itching to try out these hunter perks. I've upgraded my stats but haven't even tested them yet. Ellie stood up abruptly and said, not too long, because I am very capable at my job. 3 hours later, she took Min-chan to a dungeon, a tropical rainforest terrain filled with monsters like razor-backed boars, intelligent monkeys, and predators. Min-chan was stunned. You're talented enough to pull this off, Ellie said proudly. I told you I was good. Min-chan could only offer a wry smile. I guess there's a reason she's so confident. A man appeared and asked, so this is the rookie who caused such a stir in the last exam? Ellie quickly greeted him. Hello, team leader. Let me introduce him to you first. This is your support team. The man stepped forward. I am Dong-hyun, the support team leader. Nice to meet you. Min-chan smiled. I'm Min-chan. I look forward to working with you. They shook hands and everyone began dividing the work. I'll be the one hunting in this dungeon. And once I'm done, you guys can go in and collect the loot. Dong-hyun watched Min-chan walk inside. I joined because the department head Ellie asked me to. The others grumbled. Who is he to give us orders? Dong-hyun stood there stunned. Min-chan, I've never heard that name before. One of the guys realized, is that the top scorer from the certification exam? The test was just yesterday. No wonder you didn't know. Dong-hyun said angrily, got it. Are you crazy? Even if he is the top scorer, how can a rookie with no experience clear a dungeon alone? Has greed blinded him? If he wants to hunt, fine. Go call another team. Min-chan easily handled a monster. I'm taking a break today. No point in wasting time on this. The monster dropped dead, leaving everyone gaping in horror. He took down the notorious D-rank boar in just one hit. Min-chan smirked. Hey boys, it's gonna get busy from here on out, so stick close to me. Okay. A system notification chimed. You received 3.3% experience. You received 7.5% experience. You received 4.5% experience. Min-chan was getting more and more pumped. My experience points are going up. They're still going up. The system notified, you just leveled up. Open your status window to upgrade your stats. In just a split second, Min-chan had wiped out all the monsters. Finally, I leveled up. He grinned and told the others, let's take a break here for a bit. The others were completely exhausted. I'm dying. Finally a break. Hey, what time is there to rest? Don't you see how much loot is left to collect? Min-chan's hunting. This is no joke. Hey, you. Don't lower your guard. A rustling wind picked up. Min-chan stood still, reading his status window. Persistence points. Whenever a player levels up, they receive 5 stat points. You can use these points to upgrade any stat you want. What else is there to even think about? I've already decided which stats I wanted a long time ago. I'm going to dump everything into my main power source, Chaos Power. Min-chan is completely stunned. This is seriously insane. My Chaos energy increased by 10% after just 30 minutes of hunting. It seems getting stronger won't take too much time after all. Deep in the forest, the wise monkeys unleashed attacks on Min-chan, but he took them all out with just 2 slashes. His experience points kept climbing, reaching 6.1%. The monkeys' screams echoed, somebody help. Everyone else could only watch as Min-chan happily wiped out the monkeys one by one. Dong-hyun couldn't help but mutter that he was truly an impressive combat demon. What was it they said earlier? An amateur with no real combat experience. This fighting style is incredible. It's polished to near perfection, as if honed through hundreds of battles. It seems I'm in charge of supporting an extraordinary kid here. It's hard to believe those skills belong to a rookie hunter. Min-chan leaped high into the air, chasing after a monkey, and drove his spear straight through the top of its head. Dong-hyun was extremely eager to see just how far this kid could go. The system notified him that both Chaos Power and Chaos Energy had increased. Min-chan wondered to himself, only the boss monster is left alive now, right? He turned to Dong-hyun and asked, Captain, I'm going to try to raid the boss immediately. Are you okay with that? Donghyun just forced a smile and said, "Sure, go ahead with your plan." A teammate turned to Donghyun and asked, "What's wrong? You seem hesitant." Donghyun explained, "I guess you wouldn't know since you're new, but usually people only attack the boss after 2 or 3 days of exploring behind the gate. Without enough information, you shouldn't risk your life on a gamble like that." "Is that so?" Minchon smirked. "Why would they waste time worrying about something like that? In that case, I'll go fight the boss right now. To clear a gate, you need to destroy its core. If you look for the place emitting the core's energy, you can find the boss monster." When he arrived at the spot, Minchon could only blurt out, "Oh my god, the wise monkey chief, Ite." Minchon wondered if it's a wise monkey chief, then its magic and primary skills probably center around buffing magic, right? Donghyun warned, "Hunter Minchon Ite is a formidable enemy. You must be careful when facing it." Minchon rushed forward instantly. "No need to worry as long as I don't give it time to use its magic." The monkey was laughing joyfully at first, but seconds later its expression turned to terror as it saw someone charging toward it. A pillar erupted from the ground. The system notified him, "You have entered the range of the compulsory totem. The original constraint is infiltrating your body. Speed reduced by 3 points." Minchon muttered, "How annoying." He used his ultimate technique, Flower God Sword, to slice the pillar in two. E.T. was even more shocked as the subordinate monkeys started to swarm out. Minchon silently mocked them. "You fools, your failure was decided the moment you charged in for a direct attack without realizing your own weakness." With a single swing of his sword, he wiped out the entire group. Even the monkey E.T. couldn't believe his eyes. Rage welled up inside it. A-Tae let out a loud roar. Donghyun just laughed helplessly. A double celestial enhancement is much stronger than a regular E.T. The others were terrified. "Chief, a single person can't take that on. We need to go help him right now." Minchon stood there dumbfounded and asked, "What the hell are they talking about?" They wanted to help him. E.T. went mad and lunged at Minchon. He immediately used the 5 Tiger Slash skill, dealing with this weakling. In an instant, he sliced its body into 2 halves. Everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. The system notified them gate raid complete. He was very surprised to see Ellie standing outside. As soon as she saw him, she praised him. "Hunter Minchon, you did a great job." He curiously asked, "Have you been waiting here this whole time?" Ellie replied excitedly, "Of course I had to watch it all. After all, it's your first time raiding a gate." Minchon thought to himself that he wanted to reach the next gate quickly. He asked, "When is the next gate raid?" Ellie said, "In 3 days." Minchon smiled and said, "Good thing it's not tomorrow. I'm definitely busy tomorrow. Also, after 2 days, help me arrange 1 raid per day." Ellie asked worriedly, "Is that really okay? People usually spend 3 to 4 days per raid because it's so exhausting." He said with a firm tone, "I'll be fine. And can you introduce me to an equipment crafting expert? I feel like I should at least wear some protective armor. When I was the Demon King, I was covered in enhancement energy that helped protect me, so I didn't need to worry about petty physical damage. But now I'm going to be in big trouble if I don't equip something." Ellie replied, "I know an expert in the league I can contact for you right away. I'll let you know once I've scheduled a meeting. It won't take long." He replied excitedly, "I'm really looking forward to it." Seeing Minchon, the gate guard scrambled to greet him. "Thank you, sir. Please come here anytime you like." His expression looked soulless. He had just spent 400 million won on equipment. "I didn't think the expert they recommended would be so chubby. It doesn't feel reliable at all." He said confidently, "You won't be disappointed." Minchon wondered, "I think his character is fine, but how does that relate to his work? Since the expert was so confident, maybe trusting him was fine, right?" The driver suddenly spotted a strange gate right in front of them. "What?" Minchon was still deep in thought. "I should train my mind again after I get back." A sudden gust of wind blew up. Everyone on the bus was terrified. Traffic in the city also turned into chaos. Minchon looked blank. "What's that? Did he hit someone by accident?" A shrill scream rang out. A gate! A gate suddenly appeared. A gate appeared right in the middle of Seoul. Minchon looked outside to see what was happening. And it's black too. The one I saw yesterday was blue. Monsters are starting to appear everywhere, bearing their razor-sharp fangs. The pedestrians are so terrified they can't even speak. A monster! A monster has appeared. Everyone run. People are scrambling to escape. The monsters look at the humans with raw hunger, treating them like food. Everyone is in a total panic. When is the Hunters Association going to get here? Run! In the middle of the street, a child is wailing, "Mommy, where are you, Mommy?" A monster appears right in front of the little girl. It's looking for a human snack. It fires an arrow toward her, but at that exact moment, Min-chan lunges in. "How dare you pull a stunt like this here, you monsters!" He quickly scoops up the child and uses his other hand to fight off the beasts. He lunges with his spear, impaling a wolf, ending it instantly. Min-chan says angrily, "You're not even worth using my martial arts on. Just drop dead already. System, increase my stats." The system confirms, "You have received 2.5% experience points." Min-chan scoffs, "These monsters are too low level. I'm barely getting any XP." The system flashes again. "Chaos energy detected in the opponent you just defeated. You can now absorb chaos energy." Min-chan is slightly surprised. "Absorb chaos energy." Monsters are appearing in increasingly dense waves. Misu uses her shield to try and deflect their attacks. She screams at the top of her lungs, "Shoot them, monster!" Thousands of arrows fly toward the monsters. Misu is starting to get exhausted. "Min-chan, there are too many of them. My mana is running dry," Misu says helplessly. "My shield can't take much more of this. These bastards are different from the E-rank kobolds in the green dungeon." Both of them scream in terror, "We're going to die!" But just as they fall into despair, Min-chan appears like a hero. This one is mine." He plunges his spear into the monster's head. The other monsters look up at Min-chan, lifting their legs, gathering momentum. He unleashes a series of masterful slashes, wiping out the entire group. Misu stands there, jaw dropped in shock. Who are you?" Min-chan stands tall like a savior. Level of Ancient Arts increased by 1.5%. Your Chaos Energy has increased by 0.3%. He turns to the two of them. "Go help evacuate the civilians. I'll hold them off." Misu gives a strained smile and replies, "Right, thank you." Once they leave, Min-chan turns toward another direction. "And now, you bastards, you're all just free stats for me." Scene shifts to a cafe. Min-chan is sitting and talking to a man. The man cautiously hands him a business card. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Hunter. My name is Sung-hee. I've heard that you handled that gate all by yourself." A gate appearing in the middle of the city without any warning. It would have been a massive disaster if we hadn't stopped it in time. Thanks to Hunter Min-chan, we were able to keep the damage to a minimum. I want to thank you on behalf of the Hunters Association. Sincere thanks. Min-chan replies blankly, "It was just something that needed to be done, that's all." Sung-hee adds, "The association will reward you for clearing the gate breakout, and there will also be a cash reward for the monsters you defeated." Min-chan sits and reflects. "So he's also a hunter from the association security team, huh? Based on his mana, he must be A rank or B rank. I don't think I'll need to use my true eye. I probably won't have to meet this guy again. I'm not really interested in him. I'll just have Ellie handle everything. That should take a while." That's what I thought. 1 week later, Sung-hee comes to find him again. "Hunter Min-chan, it's so good to see you again." Min-chan smiles and replies, "Aren't you?" "Sung-hee, I didn't expect us to meet again under these circumstances. How did things end up like this, you ask? To understand that we have to go back 2 days. A C-rank, two-headed werewolf is Min-chan's current opponent. He takes it down with a single slash. Min-chan works fast, not a single wasted move. The system confirms, you have reached level 11. It's been a week since the gate was destroyed. Thanks to fighting here every day, I've hit level 11. Still, leveling up is getting harder and harder. I need to hurry up and prepare properly so I can take on higher-level dungeons." Rong-hee appears and says, "Good grief. You're starting your crazy training again." He replies while doing push-ups, "It's best to train while I'm still in the zone." Rong-hee can only manage a wry smile. "Man, you're so arrogant. Please just let us take a break." Ellie asks, "Are you finished training?" Min-chan replies sheepishly, "I kept you waiting again." Ellie smiles and says, supporting Hunter Min-chan, "That's my job." He asks with concern, "Aren't you tired after working at the association all day, and you still spent your time waiting for me?" Ellie replies, "Just consider this the branch's way of showing they care about you." Min-chan thinks to himself, comparing her to that guy. The way these two treat me is like night and day. Is she really a subordinate of that chubby old man? Ellie adds, "Oh, and the equipment you requested is ready. The branch manager is looking for you too." Min-chan decides, "Is that so? I guess I'll skip tomorrow's raid. Besides, I don't even know how long it'll take me to go through and personally inspect all that equipment." Suddenly, he heard cheers erupting. People were crying tears of joy, finally able to get some rest. Does anyone even remember how many centuries it's been since we last had a break? You guys are incredible. You've been fighting here every single day. You must be exhausted. Minchon froze. What's with that attitude? Ellie smiled, and while Minchon was busy complaining about this heartless merchant, she took the chance to explain that conquering those gates usually takes about 2 to 3 days. They just keep making us work nonstop. Ellie explained that those people had been working at 2 to 3 times their normal capacity, but they didn't complain much since the pay was so good. Still, eventually they're bound to burn out. Resting is an important part of the job after all. Minchon just replied awkwardly, "Sorry, I'm not as normal as everyone else." How did these two get on the same page so fast? This is such a hassle. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say goodbye. "See you later, Minchon. Tomorrow I'll be there to escort you to the Star Alliance branch." As soon as Minchon stepped off the vehicle, a swarm of reporters rushed over. "Ugh, not the press again!" Questions came firing at him. "Hunter Minchon, can we get a word? It seems you made a huge contribution during the gatebreak incident. And what about the contract between you and the Star Alliance? How's that going?" He hesitated, replying, "Hold on about that." "Sorry, excuse me." He desperately looked for a way to escape, but everything was left for her to deal with. Ellie had to stay and take the heat for him. Hunter Minchon, the hero of the incident, has the association finally made a decision. He let out a sigh of relief as he stepped inside the castle. "That was close, nearly got trapped out there." A girl came out to greet him happily. Ma then rushed toward him. "Welcome, I've prepared everything perfectly." Minchon was dying to see it. "Really? I'm really looking forward to checking it out." The old man laughed. "I'm sure you'll be satisfied." The curtain was pulled back, the armor of Thanatos' promise and the greaves of Thanatos' trust. Minchon thought to himself, "It's not like I trust this old guy completely, but this is way beyond my expectations." There were also the earrings of spirit tears and the vows of Vungan. After putting on the armor, Minchon couldn't help but marvel, "This is absolutely incredible." Mothan laughed. "Like it do you?" He answered honestly, "It's perfect. Honestly, these far exceed what I expected." The old man sighed sadly. "If I'd had more time and funding, I could have done even better. If only there was more support. What a shame." Minchon said, "No need for that. The contract didn't mention any extra crafting support anyway. This is already more than enough. After all, I want to keep a positive relationship with the association." Mathan was curious. "A positive relationship," Minchon explained. "Yeah, exactly, branch chief." Mathan's eyes lit up. "I'm here for you. Do you need anything else?" He asked anxiously, "Have I caught the eye of a VIP? Arrange for me to enter a B-rank gate." Mathan panicked and shouted, "What? That's impossible right now." He asked, confused, "Why?" The old man explained, "Crafting a B-rank gate is hard enough as it is. But the bigger problem is that the items dropped from them are high quality, which means the competition is insane. That's why there are strict requirements for B-rank gates and above. The association requires you to complete about 40 or more D-rank gates and 30 or more C-rank gates before you can enter a B-rank." Minchon started doing the math. "So if I clear 2 gates a day, it'll still take over 2 months." Mathan revealed, "However, there is another way, though it's not very common." Minchon asked curiously, "What way?" Mathan replied, "You fight an A-rank hunter from the association. If you win, you get the permit." Minchon silently scolded the old man. "Why didn't you say that sooner if there's such a convenient way?" At the Hunter Association, one of the international organizations with power and influence rivaling the UN, Minchon asked shyly, "Ellie, are you still mad at me? Since I left you with those reporters." "You're not holding a grudge, right?" she replied gently. "You left me all alone and ran off people like you. I could never stay mad at you." He insisted, "You're definitely mad, aren't you?" Ellie smiled. "I'm just joking, but are you going to be okay?" "I don't know how fast you can grow stronger, but you're going up against an A-rank hunter here." Minchul settled down. "I'm not the type to do anything reckless. It'll be fine. It's not about being arrogant. If we're just talking about personal skill, this is a tall order. But with the right gear and experience, it's a whole different story. Let's head to waiting room number 1. An instructor steps out and announces that the result of the certification exam will be decided by a match against an A-rank member of the association. Minchul cautiously asks, "If I beat my opponent, do I pass?" He replies, "Beating an A-rank hunter, that's some great spirit. However, whether you pass or not depends on the examiner's decision." Minchul asks again, "Then how is the scoring calculated?" He says, "I can't disclose that. It's classified information. You have to admit that's a bit much, right?" Ellie whispers into Minchul's ear, "It'll be based on your basic skills, reaction speed, and your ability to make decisions in dangerous situations. That's how it usually goes." It's like a light bulb just went off for him. He guides them. "The preparations for the test are done. This way, please." Minchul is slightly surprised. "This is the testing room. It feels just like being inside a gate." A voice calls out, "I've been waiting for you." Min Chul's eyes go wide as he recognizes him. He smiles and introduces himself. "I'm Sung Hee, an A-rank hunter from the Association's Security Bureau. I've been assigned as your examiner for today's test." He grumbles under his breath, "So that's how it is, huh?" Sung Hee draws his sword and says, "If you stay in your usual form, I think you'll pass easily." "Are you ready?" Min Chul arrogantly replies, "You tell me." Sung Hee declares, "Then the hunter certification exam begins." Min Chul swings his spear toward him. Sung Hee quickly blocks the attack. "They say all things are impermanent," he says, flipping his sword back toward Min Chul with a smirk. "That was way too easy." Suddenly, Sung Hee dashes forward with incredible speed, catching Min Chul completely off guard. "So will you be able to block this too?" Sung Hee unleashes a barrage of precise slashes. Min Chul is stunned. "Wait." Ellie, watching from the outside, is shocked. "I never expected Hunter Min Chul's skills to be at this level. With skills this good, he'll pass in no time." The two swords clash. Sung Hee backs off, looking surprised. "As expected, you're doing great. Now I understand how you managed to stop the invasion all by yourself. If that's the case, then you've passed." Min Chul demands, "Sung Hee, use your full power and fight me." He asks back, stunned, "What was that?" A sinister look crosses Min Chul's face. "Otherwise, don't blame me if things get ugly." The battle had ended, but Min Chul is still radiating a murderous aura. That attitude makes Sung Hee flustered. "Hey, trainee, I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding here. Why is he so angry when I already told him?" He passed. Min Chul smirks and says teasingly, "A misunderstanding, you say? If you weren't looking down on me, how could I have dodged that attack of yours so easily? This guy Sung Hee's stats are almost 4 times higher than mine. With a stat gap like that, it's impossible to dodge his attacks. Unless..." He went easy on me. Feeling insulted, he clenches his fist in anger. "I'm not afraid of losing, but I can't stand being looked down upon like this." A fire of rage ignites. Min Chul says coldly, "I'm only going to say this once. Go all out." Sung Hee is so worried he swallows hard. Knowing there's no backing down, he gives in. "All right. I guess there's no point in talking now." A sword is raised high. "My 7-sword skill allows me to freely control 7 blades at will. 7 swords able to maximize the power of all 7 blades." Min Chul feels satisfied. "Good. You should have used that from the start." He immediately takes a defensive stance. To him, this A-rank title is currently a massive wall. That makes it all the more worth challenging him. Min Chul attacks immediately. Sung Hee stays rooted in place, analyzing the situation. The sound of their swords clashing is ear-piercing. Min Chul pours his strength into an attack only to have it deflected. With the speed of a leopard, Sung Hee appears behind him out of nowhere, but Min Chul quickly ducks, dodging the blade. He spins around to face Sung Hee. A flash of light from a sword hidden in his cloak reflects into his eyes. Min Chul is worried. "I thought this was just the opener." So he was hiding a 4th sword as a trap, huh? And a small blade like that? To have such immense power, it just shows how strong his capabilities really are. But why is he limiting his power by just using swords? The two clash fiercely. Sung Hee is incredibly confident. He doesn't look the least bit tired. "You've really surprised me these past few days." Min Chul, still feeling flustered, retorts, "You haven't seen anything yet, don't worry. It's so fast that it's hard to dodge everything. I can't hold out much longer in this fight." But Sung Hee's speed isn't just for show. He steadies his sword and launches a powerful strike toward Min Chul's face. The swords clash once again. Looks like Min Chul is pretty satisfied now. Finally, he's actually getting serious. Just relying on raw strength isn't enough to make much of a difference, but if he keeps digging deep, he'll definitely find an opening. Sun Hai reminds himself, "Don't let your guard down, Hunter." As soon as Min Chul finished speaking, a sword came flying at him with blinding speed. He broke out in a cold sweat. "Damn it! I can't dodge this." The blade slammed right into Min Chul, causing a massive explosion that shook the earth. His body smashed into the wall, cracking it wide open. Sun Hee was completely winded. He let out a sigh of relief. "Is it over?" But then those feet stood firm once again. Sun Hai felt a surge of panic. "Hunter Min Chul, that was a strike that could have easily taken an arm. How are you still standing there without a scratch? Could it be... Did he create an explosion himself just to escape that situation?" Min Chul stepped out from the dust cloud, making Sun Hee go on high alert. "Just who are you anyway?" Min Chul felt like he'd been through hell and back after that attack. His face was pale as a sheet. "Damn, that hurt like hell. Using an explosion to dodge was a good idea. But if I didn't have my armor, I'd be in pieces right now." Earlier, Min-chan had quickly activated the Thonzo's Promise armor skill. System. You have activated the heavy armor skill Thonzo's Promise. This skill consumes your mana to reinforce your armor and physical defense. Everything seems to be going as planned, but it's even tougher than I thought. Now I'm really feeling the difference in our stats. I can't get past this. I need a stronger martial art. Min-chan began focusing his power into the sword in his hand. System, you have received the 7-star demon sword. His eyes widened instantly. The overwhelming killing intent made Sunhai's whole body tremble. This doesn't look good. He immediately went on the defensive. My apologies in advance. I'm carrying every sword I've got, so this is 100% of my power. Min-chan grinned boldly. No worries, that's exactly what I wanted. Sunhai didn't hold back anymore. He shouted, I'm using my full force. On Min-chan's side, he was extremely cautious. System, you are using the 7-star demon sword first form sunsetting over the mountain. Those sword strikes left Sunhai completely baffled. He desperately tried to fend them off, but the sheer force of Min-chan's power caused Sunhee's sword to crack. Then, shattering into pieces, Min-chan's sword grazed his face. Grinning with pure excitement, Min-chan quickly followed up with a few more slashes, completely shattering Sunhee's confidence. He fought back with his hair in total disarray, but eventually his remaining swords shattered as well. He looked incredibly disheveled. In a situation like that, just a few slashes weren't going to be enough. I still have a little chaos energy left. Next, Just as Min-chan prepared to strike again, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground in a violent fit of dry heaving. Across from him, Sunghee didn't look any better. His entire body was trembling. Just then, someone rushed out from inside. It was Eli running over frantically. Hunter Min-chan, are you okay? Hunter Sunghee. But both of the young men spoke at the same time. This must be my victory. I even unleashed 7 swords. There's no way I'm losing this. After saying that, both of them suddenly burst into loud laughter. They had just been fighting to the death, and now they were sitting there laughing, leaving the other two completely bewildered. What on earth was going on? Min-chan asked. So what's the verdict? Sunghee let out a hearty laugh. Of course you won, man. After that fierce battle that day, it's been 3 days since I passed the evaluation. Min-chan had been training tirelessly on the rooftop, his punches growing stronger and more precise. Even his kicks were packed with intense power. Min-chan smiled, satisfied. Looks like I've fully recovered. Now I'm ready to take on B-rank dungeons, the Chanho Gate Plateau terrain. Hearing this decision, Eli was utterly bewildered. Are you really okay? Are you seriously going to fight in this state? You should have gotten treatment before going back out there, but instead you're just jumping right in without a second thought. And to make things worse, you're entering a B-rank gate? Slipping on his fur coat while listening to Eli's nagging, Min-chan replied, Didn't I already tell you? I actually heal faster without any treatment. Because the ancient astral art changes my physical constitution. My strength increased by 0.3 and agility by 0.2. I'm actually getting stronger every time I get injured. I just keep recovering. Well, technically, I had no choice but to rest. But now that my body is fully recovered, I want to get right back into the fight. As the group stepped through the dimensional gate, they were greeted by a frozen wasteland. Man, it's freezing. Hey, Captain, I think this place is colder than anywhere else on Earth. Hey, aren't you cold at all? Shivering from head to toe, they watched Min-chan walk. Everyone was utterly shocked, staring with their mouths wide open. He looked completely comfortable in this extreme, harsh climate. The wind isn't too strong, it's actually quite refreshing. Thanks to his chaos energy, Min-chan was completely immune to the cold. To be honest, I was thinking about taking my coat off since it's not doing much anyway. Hearing this, everyone grew anxious on his behalf. Oh my God, don't joke around. It's going to get much colder soon. He burst into laughter upon hearing that. Hey, gentlemen, how are you going to help me when you're shivering like that? One of the team members spoke up. I think we should stop and pitch our tents here. Min-chan agreed. All right then, I'll scout the surrounding area while you guys set up camp. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? Min-chan walked alone across the deep snow. This place is wider than I thought. Ahead of him, a furry beast seemed to be waiting for his arrival, but Min-chan hadn't noticed the danger ahead yet. How have I been walking all this time without encountering a single monster? Behind him, the furry beast suddenly leaped out from the snow, bearing its hideous fangs at him. It was a yeti, power level 120. Min-chan grinned excitedly. Speak of the devil. The yeti burrowed back into the snow, leaving Min-chan surprised. It can camouflage itself despite being that massive. How strange. It immediately launched an attack, slashing twice. Facing this massive beast, Min-chan stayed highly alert. He quickly drew his sword to counter. Min-chan remained calm. I was a bit worried since this is a high-rank dungeon, but this is... Min-chan unleashed his signature move, the 5-tiger slash, easily decapitating the Yeti. Sweeter than he expected, he coldly turned his back on the fallen beast. The system notified, "You have received 2.7% experience points." Min-chan couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. A D-rank dungeon only gives 0.2 to 0.3 experience points. The difficulty is practically the same, yet the experience here is 10 times more. I made the right choice by tackling a higher-rank dungeon, and I really have to thank him for this amazing gear. At the Hunter Association, a resignation letter sat on the desk. Wan Shik let out a weary sigh. "What on earth are you thinking, kid?" Sung-hee bowed respectfully. "I'm sorry, sir. I went through all that trouble to turn you from a reckless fool into the calm person you are now, only for you to resign like this. What, Sung-hee, we've worked together for over 15 years. You'd better give me a good reason for this," Sung-hee stammered. "It's a long story, sir. A few days ago during the evaluation, I ran into Hunter Min-chan." Hearing this, Wan Shik was surprised. "Min-chan? You mean the guy who cleared the dungeon break?" "Yes. Min-chan was initially evaluated as an E-rank awakened, but he cleared an entire gate all by himself just to save people, even though he handled it alone. And I was confident I was stronger than him, but I was far too arrogant. He taught an arrogant fool like me a valuable lesson and awakened my instincts as a hunter once again." 3 days before the final evaluation, the two shook hands. "Hunter Min-jun, you're a veteran hunter, yet I ended up showing you my embarrassing side." "Don't worry, everything is fine." Sung-hee laughed self-deprecatingly. "I've learned a lot from this match. Are you going to keep striving to get stronger?" "Of course. Just you wait, I'll catch up to you soon." Sung-hee threw down his challenge. Min-jun had no idea what he meant by that, but simply replied, "Sure, good luck with that." What is he even trying to catch up to? For someone with an awakened ability like mine, growing stronger through conventional methods is nearly impossible, but I can still break through my limits that way. "Manager, I want to become stronger. No, I must become stronger. That's why I'm going to enter the tower." Sung-hee clenched his fists. Gyutak could clearly see his sheer determination. Looking into his eyes, he seems to have made up his mind. A colossal tower had appeared in the heart of Seoul during the first great cataclysm. Anyone who successfully conquered its trials could become stronger, but the catch was that they had to risk their very lives. Sung-hee was a hunter who had already nearly reached his maximum potential. There was absolutely no need for him to go through that again. The manager hesitated for a moment, then suddenly tore the application form in half right in front of Sung-hee. "I didn't see any application here, since you've been working so hard." "You're officially on vacation. Come back to work when you're done." Sung-hee was deeply moved by Gyutak's gesture. "Yes, sir." He bowed deeply. "I'll come find you right after my vacation." Won-sik jokingly added, "And don't forget to bring me back a souvenir." "Yes, sir." He was indeed determined on his journey to find greater power. "I won't back down either, Hunter Min-jun." At the B-rank dungeon on the 3rd day, with 40 hours and 30 minutes remaining, if I don't defeat the boss, monsters will keep spawning near the gate. Now that they aren't spawning as much, it's the perfect time to go on the hunt. Min-jun continuously hunted monsters to level up and gained a massive amount of experience points. You have leveled up to 15. To track soul remnants, your new abilities have awakened. You have awakened Charm. You have awakened Hellfire. Min-jun was stunned. "What is this?" Dong-hyun overheard him muttering to himself and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Min-jun quickly dismissed it. "Nothing. Let's take a short break and then keep going." Sin's Authority. There is an ancient castle known as the Hall of Sins in the deepest depths of the underworld, ruled by a group of entities who have reached the absolute peak of hell. They are known as the 72 Demon Lords. The Hall of Sins is where these demons reign supreme, possessing an omnipotent presence that can bend creation itself. Such is the power of Sin's Authority. But that was in my past life. Now I'm just an ordinary human, no longer a demon. I shouldn't even be able to connect with Sin's Authority anymore. Wait, is that right? Besides, neither of these two authorities belong to me. The authority of Hellfire was the ability of the demon Glacia Labolas, who could use Hellfire to incinerate everything. The previous owner of Hellfire, Glacia Labolas, ranked 11th among the Demon Lords. Charm, previously held by the 55th Demon Lord Seraphim, is a lethal seduction ability that can bewitch any living creature and rob them of their sanity. These are the abilities of the two demons I killed. Does this mean my human body can actually inherit the powers of those I killed in my past life? And now, it's asking me to choose one of these two abilities. There's no need to even think about it. How on earth would I use Charm? Min Jun decisively kicked Charm aside. You have chosen Hellfire. The authority of Hellfire is now merging with your soul. You can now wield the power of both. Darkness and light. The authority of Hellfire is transforming into Shadow Abyss. Min Jun stared blankly at the notification. What, it's transforming again? I want to test this new skill right away. Talk about perfect timing, 3 monsters just showed up. Bring it on, you white-headed monkeys. Hearing this, the 3 Yetis flared up in anger. Let me test my new move on you guys. Lately, every rule of common sense I once knew has been shattered into a million pieces. I was reincarnated into a human body, and now a mere human like me possesses a demonic relic and sin's authority. Armed with this new power, Min Jun immediately unleashed it on the Yetis, activating Hellfire. 150 mana consumed. Hellfire Sparks. An authority capable of creating sparks from light, darkness, and chaos. The shape and type of fire will adapt based on the user's will. I already know how Hellfire works. But what on earth is consecration? Min Jun shot a spark right at the Yeti's head. The flames instantly engulfed its entire body, making it shriek in agony. The authority of Glacia Labola's Hellfire. This Hellfire will burn the target infinitely as long as I have enough mana. I still remember that part clearly. Watching their companion get reduced to a pile of bones, the other Yetis turned pale with fear. Meanwhile, Min Jun was still puzzled. So what is consecration? Judging by the name, it sounds like some kind of holy power. The remaining Yetis scrambled to escape from him, but Min Jun had already made up his mind. I should probably test it out to see what it does. To think a former demon like me is now using holy power. Activating consecration. Consecrating Hellfire Sparks. Holy power can only be used to repel evil, so I can't use it as a direct offensive attack. A flame flared up once again in front of the 2 Yetis. However, holy power increases the caster's physical stats when applied to their own body, providing direct combat support. The 2 Yetis were sliced in half by Min Jun's sheer strength. He effortlessly brought his display to an end. As the Yetis collapsed onto the snow, he muttered, "Well, that definitely works. But since I used to be a demon, this holy power is giving me goosebumps. Wait a second. This power, it belongs to that bastard, Archangel Michael. I killed him in my past life as well. Does that mean I now possess the power of everyone who has ever died by my hand?" Ironically, most martial arts focus heavily on close-range attacks, so I thought raiding dungeons would be way harder, but who would have thought I'd end up with such powerful long-range attacks and blessings? All right, that's enough hunting for now. Time to take down the boss and close this gate. Now, you filthy human. The little ice spirit shrieked arrogantly and launched an attack at Min Chul's group, scaring them half to death. How dare you! But Min Chul blocked the attack. These bastards targeted the support team. They certainly know who to pick on. But with me here, your luck just ran out. The flames engulfed the ice spirit's head, making it scream in agony. The group continued their journey. Standing before a towering mountain, Min Chul gave the order to everyone. Let's take a short break here. Dong Hyun asked in disbelief, "Are you planning to take down a B-rank Gates boss all by yourself?" Min Chul smiled confidently. "I don't plan on coming back here again." Dong Hyun could only pray for his safety. "Please don't die. If you die, we're finished too." Without Hunter Min Chul. Looking completely reliable, Min Chul replied, "I'll come back safe." Min Chul walked into the cave alone. A voice echoed from ahead. "Just you by yourself." It was another hairy, ape-like monster, but pitch black. It was the Yeti leader Nolan. He sat arrogantly on a block of ice. Min Chul didn't hesitate to retort, "Aren't you all alone too?" Nolan opened his blood-red eyes and grinned creepily. "Who, me? Bring out my minions." Instantly, several Yetis shielded their leader. Nolan ordered them, "Destroy this intruder." Min Chul smirked disdainfully. "So you summoned these idiots here? And just so you could sit back and do nothing? I'll make you regret this and force you to your feet." Using Cloudwalk, Min Chul dashed like the wind. Leaving the Yetis dazed, he used Soaring Slash to strike one from behind. Nolan was shocked by his strength, and the remaining Yetis glared in sheer anger. One of them blasted a blizzard toward him, but Min Chul unleashed Hellfire to shatter the icy wind. 2 opposing elements created a massive explosion. Before the smoke could even clear, Min Chul's silhouette burst through, bringing his axe down onto a Yeti's head. He then landed several heavy strikes on the remaining Yetis. Nolan could no longer sit still. Furious, he roared, "You bastard!" All his minions were wiped out. Minchul smirked, "Ready to join the fight now." Nolan, bursting with rage, snapped, "Shut your mouth, I'll tear you apart myself." He leaped high with his massive body and slammed down with incredible force. Minchul quickly dodged and jumped onto Nolan's back, scoffing, "Why do you keep rushing at me like an idiot?" Combining hellfire with his axe, he struck Nolan with fierce determination. Blood sprayed from Nolan's head as he went wild with rage. "You tiny bastard, how dare you!" Nolan immediately conjured a blizzard, sending hundreds of sharp icicles straight at him. Minchul tensed up, realizing, "If I use hellfire against this, it'll be hard to block everything." "Die!" Nolan shrieked, and hundreds of icicles rained down on Minchul. Drawing his sword, he began swinging like a baseball batter, deflecting one shard after another. There were too many icicles, and his face got scratched up, but in the end he managed to deflect them all. Taunting Nolan, he asked, "Is that all you've got?" The system notified, "Holy fire has healed your wounds." Furious beyond control, Nolan roared, "You little pest, I will crush you!" Seizing the moment Nolan lost control, Minchul took charge. Drawing his star-cleaving sword, he lunged forward. Blood sprayed as Nolan collapsed heavily to the ground. Satisfied with his performance, Minchul said, "I did warn you that you'd regret this." Upon his return, Lily handed him a bottle of water. "You've worked hard." Minchul had to agree. "Thanks, that feels great. This time was a bit tough." Lily had to admit he was extraordinary. Clearing a B-rank dungeon all by yourself is no easy feat. Minchul replied, "I'm pretty sure he could do the exact same thing." Lily suddenly frowned, standing with her hands on her hips. "Hunter Minchul. Even if you're an A-rank hunter, nobody hunts alone like that, let alone clears a dungeon in such a short amount of time." She yelled in his ear, "You need to realize just how dangerous of a situation you put yourself in." Standing before a furious lioness, Minchul didn't dare argue. He wondered if she was worried about him or just venting. Trying to calm her down, he said, "I didn't do anything beyond my limits. You don't need to worry about me." Hearing this, Lily blushed, suddenly embarrassed. Who's worried? What are you talking about?" "But what I mean is the Hunter Association would be in deep trouble if anything happened to you, Hunter Minchul. It's not really a private matter or anything." Just at the most intense moment, Yonghyun suddenly appeared from behind. "Sorry to interrupt." As soon as Ellie saw him, she grinned ear to ear. "Oh, Captain, what are you doing here?" Bursting with excitement for some reason, Yonghyun held out a sharp shard of ice. "Could you two take a look at this?" "I got it from that boss monster's corpse." Ellie wondered, "What is this?" Yonghyun replied, "I have no idea either. It's a crystal shard unlike anything I've ever seen, and I can't even analyze it." Looking at the ice, Minchul felt a sudden jolt. This might look like a useless crystal, but it's actually a fragment of the Dronzer key, one of the 5 legendary grade keys. A key fragment, and which grants access to the Trial of Dronzer, a hidden area somewhere on the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Knowing this item was connected to the tower, Minchul stepped forward and pointed at the ice shard. "Do you mind if I keep this?" Yonghyun didn't make a big deal out of it. "Of course not. Besides, you're the one who really has the right to it anyway." "Do you know something about this?" Minchul immediately denied it flat out. "No, I just want to keep it on hand just in case. Please let me know if you ever figure out what it is. I'm dying of curiosity here, all right? Even with my memories from my past life, this tower is still a complete mystery. I don't have a single clue about it. But since this item is connected to the tower, I definitely need to have it." Before parting ways, Minchul told Ellie, "Contact me if you find any C-rank dungeons or anything higher. B-rank would be even better." "Understood. The branch manager is working hard on it, so it shouldn't take too long. Please get some rest until then." "Yeah, you should get some rest too." "Who has time to rest?" "I'm going to train more." While training, Minchul's eyes suddenly lit up. "Ever since I cleared Chanho's dungeon, I haven't missed a single training session. Your strength has increased by 0.4. There are way too few C-rank dungeons or higher, so this is my only option. The 5-Tiger Slash skill has leveled up. It's much better to train on my own than to throw myself into D-rank dungeons." While training, his phone suddenly rang. "Yes, I'm listening." The branch manager on the other end replied excitedly, "We've found a B-rank dungeon that you can enter." "Oh, that is perfect timing, but..." "There is one thing I didn't foresee." "What didn't you foresee?" "They announced that a massive gate has opened in Korea, but the association has designated this case for a joint operation among the guilds." "You mean I have to team up with other hunters?" "Yes, but since you only do solo raids, I was planning to decline the request." "It doesn't matter. Of course it doesn't. Wait, what? Mathan was stunned by Minchul's reaction. You're actually accepting this offer. It's a good opportunity to observe other hunters anyway, plus a B-rank dungeon is the perfect chance to test my skills against them. Mathan added, It'll likely turn into a race, though. All I have to do is take down the boss before anyone else write a dungeon race, huh? It's not a problem at all if I show them who's truly the best. At the rank B Byokdong dungeon, Minchul sighed in amazement. This is seriously massive. I can't even begin to imagine how incredibly huge this dungeon is. Ellie quickly chimed in. They said it's almost half the size of Jeonju. Well, that's news to me. As big as half a city with a population of 600,000. So that's why they switched to a team-up strategy. Ellie continued her briefing. 10 guilds have accepted the association's request. The monster respawn rate is absolutely insane. Right. The guilds sent in earlier seem to have barely held the dungeon entrance this time, meaning they don't actually have a plan for this situation. Exactly. That's why the government and the association want to wrap this up as quickly as possible. And if things keep going like this and another gate opens, it'll be a total disaster. Minchul reassured her, that won't happen. Who do you think I am? Seeing his smug face made Ellie want to gag. You're totally delusional and narcissistic, you know that. Hey, I'm just telling you not to worry so much. As the two of them walked past, others started whispering about them. Hey, isn't that the guy who stopped the dungeon breakout? I heard he even outclassed Seongwoo to take the top spot. Do you mean the prestigious Seongwoo, the successor of the Hwagang Guild? Minchul felt annoyed. These commoners really love sticking their noses into other people's business. Lily suddenly smirked. Ever since a rookie showed up and defeated the future successor, Minchul was completely at a loss with this girl. You're really enjoying this, aren't you? I wonder just how famous you are now. Mr. Hunter Minchul, I didn't do this to get famous. What do you mean by that? The top scorer of the Dungeon Hunter exam cleared a dungeon gate, and now you're even soloing dungeons. A ton of guilds have their eyes on you, Hunter Minchul. How annoying. Don't worry, your talented companion will handle everything for you. All right, keep up the good work. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Are you Hunter Minchul? Seeing the orange-haired guy in front of him, he couldn't help but judge. Who the hell is this guy? He stepped in front of him and spoke. Pleasure to meet you. I am... Suddenly, Ellie quickly stepped in front. Hello, Dongsu, Guild Master of the Demon Guild. Why don't we have a little chat? Wearing a smug face, he replied, So you know me too. Being too handsome is such a hassle. But I'm flattered. Minchul and Ellie froze upon hearing that, silently thinking, that's not even why she's talking to you. Seriously, this guy is unreal. He didn't even show any embarrassment when he said those words. Dongsu laughed heartily and continued, It's always nice to spend time with a beauty, but I came to talk to today's star. Minchul didn't even want to listen and just wanted to leave. I should probably just reject him right here and now. But wait, why does he look so familiar? More precisely, he has a familiar scent. He quickly activated his true eye and smirked arrogantly. I think I know exactly who he is. Then he took the initiative to speak. I'm Minchul, Dongsu replied immediately. Just as I've heard, that confidence is perfect for a future talent to lead the country. Did you come all this way just to say that? I simply came to say hello. The two of them shook hands. Minchul secretly activated telepathy, utilizing a chaotic energy. How boring. Minchul sent his voice directly through telepathy. Demon Veed, your human disguise is pretty good. Dongsu immediately froze. Minchul kept that creepy smile on his face. You must be dying to know how I found out, right? Deactivating telepathy. And you can't do a thing about it. Annoying, isn't it? Minchul suddenly got an idea. Should I lure him out? He turned to Ellie and said, I'm going to look around the gate. Ellie asked in confusion. What about the support team? Minchul made up a quick excuse. I want to check the level of the monsters first. Then he turned to Dongsu. As you can see, I'm quite busy. Dongsu went along with the act. My apologies, I seem to have bothered you. As he got closer, Dongsu revealed his true colors. I'm pretty sure we'll meet again soon. Hearing that, Minchul laughed to himself. He took the bait instantly. Without hesitation, he replied, I have no interest in dudes. He had thrown the bait, directly provoking him to his face. How could he possibly resist that? At this moment, inside the secluded dungeon, Dongsu appeared in front of him again. Hunter Minchul, you're still here. Standing with his arms crossed, Minchul replied, I'm waiting for someone. Dongsu still didn't drop his act. So you have an appointment. Fed up with Dongsu's acting, Minchul spoke up. Stop playing dumb, you damn demon. I know exactly what you are. Suddenly, Dongsu let out a creepy grin and burst into laughter like a maniac, his eyes turning bloodshot. I was actually quite worried that a human could find out my true identity. But who would have thought you'd be this stupid? Minchul calmly replied to Dongsu. Are you done laughing? Hearing that, Dongsu replied, Don't you have any thoughts after witnessing my power? Not really. But in reality, he was bluffing. VD of the goblin race. Can I hold out for 10 minutes against this bastard? The reason he was so completely off guard was because he was absolutely confident he wouldn't lose to a human. At this moment, Dongsu spoke up again. Well, whatever. I'll give you a chance to confess how you found out about my identity. I shall grant you mercy. Minchul just calmly replied, I see why you're so confident. Because in my past life, I was a demon too. The pride of a demon. It was time to use that against him. Minchul put his hands on his hips and shouted at Dongsu, Are you kidding me? A merciful demon. Dongsu gathered power in his palm. I've prepared a peaceful death for you using the dark flame granted by the Supreme Being sealed in my left hand. Minjun wasn't afraid at all. He even mocked him. You sure have a big mouth. Can you shut it for a second? With all this talking, you must have been bullied in school, huh? Hearing this, Gongsu was so furious he could have coughed up blood. His face turned as red as a chili pepper and he gnashed his teeth. Seeing the opponent's reaction, Minjun smirked. Perfect. I've been waiting for you to attack. This is probably the easiest thing in the world. To trick a demon. Minjun quickly activated Hellfire using 300 chaos energy. The overwhelming aura instantly suppressed Dongsu. The demon Vede panicked upon seeing this. What on earth is this? Am I trembling? What are those flames? Minjun scoffed. Are you actually stupid, or are you just pretending you're only realizing it now? Every demon in hell recognizes the authority of sin. Every demon instinctively knows that power. Veed must have realized by now that the other was a demon far superior to him. Minjun openly declared, I am the one who created the era of fire, the father of darkness, and the symbol of destruction. Vede immediately shrank back, not daring to speak out loud anymore. Minjun, looking like a supreme being, summoned fire in his hand. Little demon. The Lord of Fire has heard your call, Lord Ifrit. Facing Minjun's overwhelming aura, Vede was utterly terrified. Lord Ifrit! Minjun silently observed the person in front of him. Veed trembled, breaking out in a cold sweat. He dropped to his knees. I, Vede of the Demon Clan, greet the Fire King Lord Ifrit. But Vede was still completely bewildered. Why, just why? Why is he in a remote dimension like this? He was a great spirit, but was eventually turned into a demon during his quest for power. The Fire King Lord Ifrit. That cursed flame, I mean. That flame is known as the most merciless of all. Minjun stepped forward and spoke coldly. Failing to recognize the Fire King is already a capital offense. Your insolence must be cleansed by my flames. Veed wanted to curse out loud. Cleanse my foot. You just want to kill me with that fire. I won't let myself be killed like this. Just as he was about to risk everything suddenly, Minjun cut him off. But turning you to ash would be such a waste. Vede instantly froze. What? Minjun continued. I can't just kill someone who can use mana. Unlike you. You must pay for your sins first. Then he smirked dangerously. All right. If you agree to become my subordinate, I will retract the punishment of being cleansed by hellfire. Hearing this, Vede's expression shifted. Become your subordinate. That's right. If you serve me, I will pardon your sins. Besides, your talent won't go to waste. Isn't this an incredibly generous offer? After saying that, Minjun thought to himself, man, this is exhausting. The system notifications kept popping up. You are maintaining hellfire. 150, then 100 chaos energy consumed. Hellfire is a destructive power, so it tends to move on its own. To maintain it in a specific shape, the user needs high-level concentration and control. Only I can do this. Anyone else would fail. But still, why didn't I just fight instead of putting myself through this misery? Is it because defeating a demon with this body is too difficult? The racial gap is definitely nothing to sneeze at. If he rejects the offer and counterattacks, I'll have no choice but to beg him to cooperate. But there's no way he'd refuse to become the loyal subordinate of a high-ranking demon king like me. After a moment of contemplation, he urged him again, hurry up and answer. I have plenty of questions for you. After asking, he grew anxious inside. Please fall for my trap. Hurry up. In front of him, Vede kept making weird, unintelligible noises, making Minjun feel like his heart was about to stop. Damn it, did he see through my bluff? Suddenly, Vede's expression changed and he burst into laughter. I knew a great being like you would recognize my potential. He wore a smug look. To think even the Fire King Lord Ifrit knows about me, I guess being too outstanding is a curse of its own. Hearing this, Minjun was speechless. This guy is seriously weird. Dongsu continued. The others were all jealous of my talent, so they never acknowledged me. But I knew a visionary like you would see how special I really am. I will become your loyal subordinate. I, Vede of the Demon Clan, swear upon my soul to protect you. This ridiculous over-the-top performance made Minjun extremely annoyed. Maybe I shouldn't have made that offer after all. A notification popped up. The demon Vede has sworn an oath of absolute loyalty to you with his soul. He will obey any command you give with the exception of orders to erase his own existence. He explained to Vede, in this place my name is Minjun. Understood, Master Minjun. Minjun continued. No need to be so formal. Stop calling me Master. Vede asked politely. Then how should I address a supreme ruler on the throne like you? Minjun snapped back. But you were speaking so casually to me earlier. Dongsu was completely shut down and couldn't say a word. Having just embarrassed him, Minjun quickly changed the subject. Forget everything that just happened. Aside from you, are there any other demons who came to Earth? Hearing that, Gongsu quickly chimed in. That's right, my lord. I mean, Hunter Minchul, let me tell you everything I know. According to what VD said, there are 5 demons who came to this Earth. Including him, they were ordered to build a force in South Korea. The 4 dark purifiers were given dark purification to minimize their limitations. I don't know who developed this kind of secret technique, but surely at least one of the 4... No, wait. Currently, there are only 3 space demons related to dark purification. The one named Jocelyn serving the evil demon Modius is the most suspicious, but thankfully it seems the dark purification isn't enough to overcome the restrictions from the Demon King level and up. Gongsu boasted again. Out of those 5 demons I am the strongest, so why didn't anyone come with me? Hearing that, Minchul thought to himself, it's a good thing they're weaker than me. If anything happens, I'll be safe. But if the Heavenly Realm finds out about this, it would probably trigger a massive war. In the past, the Heavenly Realm and Hell confronted each other at the tower that appeared in Korea after the death of D. Moth. It was difficult for Hell to continue the battle. The Heavenly Realm realized that continuing to fight would yield no benefits, and Hell didn't have enough forces because one of the space gods had died. Therefore, both sides reached a ceasefire agreement, and Korea, where the tower is located, became a third neutral party. But the fact that the demon clans have come here defies that agreement, because the restrictions are weakening. Minchul mused. They are definitely watching the tower too. The demon clans are the kind of species that will do anything to gain power. So I can't just stand by and let that happen. A great war could break out at any moment. I must prepare in advance. After that, he said, VD, I have an order for you. VD replied excitedly, please tell me. I will complete it perfectly, Minchul thought. Whoa, why is he so hyped? Minchul gave Gongsu a look of trust. From now on, you will be my eyes and ears, Gongsu. Hearing that, he was a bit shocked. I will be the master's eyes and ears. If he could, Minchul would love to ask him about the situation in Hell or the Demon Clan civil war, but he would get suspicious. Even though he can't betray him, it would be better if he were completely loyal, so Minchul suppressed his thoughts and put on a friendly act. When you are carrying out that mission for Rosalie, remember to report back to me about what they are planning. Gongsu answered loudly. Leave it to me, I will do my absolute best for your grand plan. Minchul smiled dangerously. How truly reliable. The situation in South Korea. North Korea, South Korea. World peace. I don't care about any of that. It's just that I can't forgive those who dare to cause trouble in the place where I live. I will crush your plans. After entrusting VD to investigate the demon's actions, Minchul had been in this dungeon to level up for 2 weeks now. Inside the Park Bokdong Gate, there was a giant forest with many types of monsters. Monsters that stop regenerating with special abilities. Monsters that absorb darkness and are skilled in magic and curses, and tree monsters that can assassinate you at any moment. And so on and so forth. Minchul easily bypassed them. Now they were just experience points to him. It's unbelievable that just 2 weeks after the Cheon Hodong incident, Minchul could develop this quickly. Real combat is the best way after all. In martial arts, people often repeat a pose or use techniques in actual combat to master that style throughout the process. You will gain enlightenment and become increasingly skilled. He doesn't need to go through that repetition anymore because when he was D, Moth Minchul had already received that enlightenment. The biggest problem right now is that he doesn't have a physical body to utilize that enlightenment. In reality, his current body needs to go through combat to learn the martial arts stances. Once he has enlightened his mind and muscle groups, and can move proficiently, Minchul will unleash the full power of his martial arts. While lost in thought, a monster appeared behind him, dragging its giant body toward him. Minchul grabbed his sword. "You're too noisy!" He used the 5-tiger slash technique, slicing the axe in the monster's hand away. Having lost its weapon, it threw a punch. Minchul shifted his weight back and unleashed a clean, sharp slash. The monster was taken down in an instant. The system notified him, "You have gained 0.6% experience." Minchul smiled cheekily. "This is the true power of the sword. Before I couldn't control that overwhelming power, so it just leaked out. But now I have fully mastered the chaos energy and channeled it into this blade. Right now, everything is thanks to my martial arts knowledge and the ability to control chaos energy, which has increased over the past 2 weeks. My body can't take anymore. I need to train some more." Now he needed to focus on increasing his physical stamina instead of chaotic energy. As he was returning to his resting area after training, someone suddenly appeared behind him. "You're Hunter Minchon, aren't you?" Minchon turned around and asked, puzzled. The person replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the captain of Team 3 of the Flower Sword Guild Duchin. I'm here because I have a few proposals for you. Many guilds are currently training to clear the pass gate, including Longclaw and Horizon, but most of them have chosen to enter dungeons instead of competing with each other. However, no one has been able to claim the boss they want. The reason is that the top South Korean guild, the Flower Sword Guild, is already here. The Flower Sword Guild, currently standing at number 1, has formed a team to handle the gate." At this moment, Duchin extended an invitation. "Would you like to join us to clear this gate?" "No," Minchon thought to himself. "Why would they suddenly invite me to collaborate? What are they plotting?" He asked. "Join you guys?" The man replied. "That's right, because a gate of this magnitude hasn't been cleared by any team for a long time. The public is getting increasingly frustrated with it, so we need to take care of it as soon as possible." Minchon cursed silently. "The public, my foot. Since when does this guild have such good intentions?" "There must be some secret behind this," he said. "I understand you need to do your job, but you guys are top-tier hunters. Isn't this gate well within your power to clear on your own? There's no way the strongest team would suddenly ask someone else for help." And Jushin, one of the 3 leaders of the Flower Sword Guild, rumored to be even stronger than Sunhee. A guy like that coming all the way here just to persuade someone, Jushin said, "I'm only considering it. Every hunter is currently working hard just to clear this gate." Minchon laughed. "Sorry, I'm allergic to such nonsense." The man got angry. "Hey, young man, watch your tone," Minchon calmly asked. "So barging into someone's private space is supposed to be proper behavior. This was the perfect night to practice the ancient astral arts, but it was ruined by this bastard." He tried to play along to force the guy to spill his real intentions, but it didn't work. "What a waste of time. Asking Ellie might have been faster." Minchon turned away. "Fine. For now, I will discuss this collaboration with the Alliance." Duchin replied, "I hope it leads to a good result." He still wondered why this guy had really come. In the room, someone raised their voice. "That actually happened." Ellie stood up, slamming the table. "I think they want to start by taking revenge on you for the Du Seong-U incident." Minchon asked, "Seong-U revenge for what?" She was surprised. "You really don't know who that is?" He replied, "Nope, I don't." Ellie explained, "He was a top candidate in the previous hunter qualification exam, and he even competed against you." Minchon said, "I think I vaguely remember. But why does that involve me?" She said, "He's their trainee hunter, and you caused chaos during the exam." He was speechless. "That's the reason for revenge. How annoying." Ellie continued, "The Flower Sword Guild must have intentionally set a trap to boost their reputation. The largest gate in South Korea, 2 people deciding the victor in a rematch of hunters. We should refuse this collaboration." Minchon smiled. "They're just provoking us. I should go with them." Ellie was stunned. "What? Wait, Hunter Minchon, wait, your opponent has prepared everything to use you for their own gain." He smirked. "That's exactly why I'm going. I will perform on the stage they've laid out for me, but don't think they are the only main characters on this stage. You all will pay the price for daring to waste my training time." The group focused on the newcomer. Duchin smiled. "Thanks for coming, Hunter Minchon. I want you to guard our guild from the rear. You're our guest, so we will keep you safe." He didn't object. "Fine, either way. I was curious about how the Flower Sword Guild fights anyway." After saying that, he walked straight to the back. 20 people per team. They had tanks, melee fighters, mages, and even support. Incredible. Look at their eyes. I'm already way too used to seeing eyes like that from my past life. I'm not even surprised. Those bastards. Suddenly, someone spoke up. So glad to see you here. We've met before. Min-chan thought, who is this guy? How dare he pretend to know me? He said bluntly, I don't know you. The man flinched. I'm Du Seong-woo, the hunter who took the exam with you. Hearing that name, he asked, the 3-star ranked guy. He forced a smile. I'm very glad to be hunting with you this time. He bluntly asked why. He said, you defeating me proved that your skills are not to be underestimated. Min-chul thought to himself, this guy is hilarious. His tone sounds like it's the end of the world, and that deathly pale face of his makes me feel like I'm standing in hell. Standing there, he smiled and said, it seems you're happy to see me again. Well then, how about we team up? Sung-woo replied, of course I've been looking for an opportunity to join forces with you for this boss raid, and I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun. The group started moving, and after a while, Sung-woo signaled for a halt. Before them stood an ancient, spirit-infused tree. Sung-woo ordered them to move into C formation. Tanks grabbed the monster's attention. Team B move up. One after another, they used cover, followed by Windblade and Fire Pillar. Min-chul evaluated it. That thing has high magic resistance. Melee hunters attacked first, followed by the mages. The recruits from the Flower Sword Guild were perhaps a bit outmatched compared to the frontline hunters, but it was still a solid strategy for veteran hunters. The tanks, melee fighters, mages, and support all optimized their roles in the fight. Min-chul yawned. Kind of boring, huh? When will they be done? Just as I thought, this style of hunting really isn't for me. If I'm not fighting all out, it's no different than stunting my own growth. So are you just going to stand there and watch Yujin? It felt like he could easily handle everything by himself. Sung-woo had just finished a rapid slash combo. He smiled as the tree was sliced into pieces. Once done, he asked, Hunter Min-chul, what do you think? Min-chul replied, you're certainly a tough nut to crack. Pleased, he said, we've only just started the hunt. Min-chul said, you guys are all recruits from the Flower Sword Guild. I'll be expecting a lot more from you. He sighed at Sung-woo. He would definitely draw more attention than the other hunters. But there's no stage for you today. High firepower detected, enemy sighted. Stick to the plan and destroy the target. A girl panicked as a fireball flew toward her, but Min-chul immediately shielded her. A powerful ray of light approached. He used his sword to deflect it. The system notified him that his contribution was low and some experience was deducted. He received 0.3% experience, likely because the other hunters had already succeeded. He didn't even get half the experience. Hunting for 5 hours with them wasn't even worth 2 hours of solo hunting. He guessed he was just cut out for hunting alone. Just then, Yujin spoke up. Inside this gate? This entire mountain is the boss's territory. From here on, it's a danger zone. Don't let your guard down. I told you that before. I won't lift a finger. Min-chul wondered. Does he have a reason for not joining? Yujin patted Sung-woo on the shoulder. Vice leader, I expect you to put in more effort. Leader, and do not make any mistakes. After this is all over. He replied, understood, sir. But I'm not sure there will be an opportunity for Hunter Min-chul to join in, sir. But the truth is, he joined us. So let him take his share of the rewards like everyone else without needing to do anything. Commander, your kindness is truly unmatched. Min-chul thought, is he trying to humiliate me? He laughed out loud, grabbing the attention of both of them, and said, sorry, Commander, I told you I'm allergic to nonsense, didn't I? Yujin got angry. That's a pretty harsh thing to say. We're all allies on the same team. Min-chul replied, who was the one who invited me to the team in the first place? If you were planning this from the start, I'd rather hunt alone. Since things are like this, want to make a bet. Your team versus mine. Let's see who kills the boss first. If you're scared, just leave. Your raid group and me. Let's have a contest to see who takes down the boss first. Even if it's me, I can't beat all of you. Take one person out. Min-chul suggested, pointing at Yujin. You get out. He flared up, you're pushing your luck. Do you think you can win if I don't participate? Min-chul said, of course I can win. It's only 1 against 20 after all. I prepared everything so it would be a fair fight for you, so you guys should do something too right. Don't you think? They took offense at that. This bastard, does he dare look down on us? Min-chul offered a friendly smile. I don't have an obligation to follow everything you guys plan. Sung-woo asked, Commander, should we agree to his request? Yujin countered, Vice Commander, are you serious? You want to accept this ridiculous bet? He said the hunter Min-chan is a top-tier contestant in the hunter competition. He must be exceptionally skilled at something. Do you get what I'm saying, Commander? Yujin just went along with it. All right, fine. However, if you find yourself in danger, I'll jump in. Min-chan laughed. No need for that. White smoke began to rise around the commander, and eventually it started clinging to each one of them. They looked panicked, but Min-chan just smiled. I'll be the first one to take care of it, shall I? Without another word, he zoomed off. Relying on his own keen eyes, he had already sensed something about those slowpokes. That he would be the one to take down the boss faster. It had turned into a race against time. Min-chan had been gone for a while, yet the Flower Sword Guild still hadn't followed. Thinking back, they all had extra gear and backups. Perhaps they knew something about the boss. He already knew the boss's territory was this entire mountain range. If the Flower Sword Guild knew that too, he didn't know what kind of boss it was. But was it so strong that even they didn't dare act immediately and had to prepare? Even so, that preparation didn't matter much. He could take down the boss first. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation. In an instant, a colossal monster emerged. Min-chan was surprised. A sandworm. It opened its hideous mouth as if it wanted to swallow him whole. He looked at it with disgust. It was as massive as a mountain, and it was deafeningly loud, constantly roaring. Min-chan blocked its attack and said, "What does it actually understand what I'm saying? I won't be able to hold out unless I boost my energy." The sandworm had no eyes, but it used vibrations and sound to hunt prey. Just then it opened that terrifyingly huge mouth again. Min-chan was a bit surprised. So fast. And it's got thick armor and insane regeneration. This monster is going to be a pain. Its open wounds healed almost instantly. Min-chan thought to himself, I can't dodge this one. He drew his weapon. In that case, I'll just strike to disable it. The Flower Sword group still hadn't arrived. They must have been prepping a ton of gear to face the sandworm. Min-chan jumped onto the monster's back, but unfortunately for them, it looks like I'll be the one to take this worm down first. A sharp blade flashed, and he sliced cleanly into its back. The sandworm let out a cry of pure agony. He thought to himself, it's a bit tougher than I imagined. But that was effective. I'm not just about martial arts, you know. He pulled back his fist, aiming for the soft flesh beneath the shell. Come on. That cut was too smooth. Let's go for another round. Back at the Flower Sword Guild, they asked each other, an earthquake. The other guy snapped, you idiot, it's a landslide move. What on earth just happened? Did that hunter just provoke the sandworm all by himself? The female hunter was startled. Right before her eyes was the massive sandworm. All three of them witnessed the scene. Meanwhile, Min-chan was calmly fighting it, smiling comfortably as he attacked. The Flower Sword member marveled, those movements, can a human actually do that? Of course our commander could. Xiong-u started getting jealous. He's fighting that sandworm all alone. I thought he'd be terrified and cowering in a corner. Suddenly, Yujin tapped his shoulder. Stop it. If you start a melee fight now, I can't guarantee the team's safety. He resisted. But Commander, if we lose a bet like this... Yujin cut him off. We miscalculated this time. There's no chance of winning. We have to head back. Trust in my potential and the guild. In the end, Xiong-u had to yield. I understand. Yujin thought to himself. Even so, thinking about him actually defeating it. I guess he's not much different from Xiong-u. It's not just an intuition, it's his decisiveness and sharp vision. It's like he can predict the movements of that sandworm. He's inflicting massive damage without making a single mistake. Even the slightest error against a sandworm would be tough for Xiong-u. But even with his physical stats, could he dodge every single one of those? Attacks all by himself. Impossible. There's no way Xiong-u could keep up with him. He might turn out to be a total fraud. Min-chan stopped his sword. Was all that preparation of yours? Just a waste of time. What are you guys even here for? He laughed. I already won before I even saw what you guys were preparing. A portal opened and the Flower Sword Guild appeared to the cheers of the audience. The Flower Sword raid group has cleared the gate. Min-chan taunted Xiong-u. Have fun cleaning up. He thought to himself, of course they're going to be absolutely furious. So mad they won't be able to sleep. Finished, he turned around. Lily was waiting behind him asking anxiously, what on earth happened? He replied smugly, what are you asking about? Naturally, I destroyed it already. Back at the office, a crisp burst of laughter rang out. Lily said excitedly, you're about to get tons of sponsorship offers because of this, Min-chan replied, but as for that, that also means you're going to have a lot more work. Are you okay with that? She insisted, I've always loved work like this, you know. Min-chan smiled. You really are a workaholic in moments like this, aren't you? Lily looked annoyed hearing that. People like you really get on my nerves. Don't you get why? She explained, you're addicted to hunting, that's why it's all over the news. He said, I don't need to look for gates for a while now. I'm not doing this because I'm annoyed, but because I intend to try and overcome the challenges. Lily looked stunned. Even you? You're joking, right? But he insisted I'm being serious. Most of the people I competed against in my past life managed to clear the tower's challenges. Based on what they told me, I'll receive a reward. If I can clear every challenge, I can gain even more mana items and other rewards. However, that doesn't mean I'll always get stronger. Deep in thought about entering the tower, Minchin decided to take every measure possible. He ordered a call to the branch manager, telling him, "I want to meet you tomorrow morning." Just as he got home, someone shouted, "Hunter Minchin, I've been waiting for you. I heard you're preparing to climb the tower again. I thought you'd need some supplies for the trip." He pointed at the bag. Minchin asked, "That fast?" The man said, "A talented companion always has to be prepared. This is a spatial bag with 500 kilograms of capacity." Minchin praised him. "You're truly thoughtful," Mathan said with amusement. "I am a branch manager after all. I didn't reach this position just by playing cards. The Federation is sponsoring this time. Please, just accept it." Minchin spoke bluntly. "Give me a discount and I'll buy it. I can't sleep soundly when I keep taking things from the Federation. They're the type of people who want to take back double what they gave. If you're careless, you'll end up like this." The Federation's investment weighed heavily on Minchin because he didn't want to owe anyone anything. He had to keep a balance with the Federation at all times. Minchin added, "And I need your help with one more thing." Mathan replied enthusiastically, "Feel free to speak your mind." He said, "I need a construction expert. I'm planning to build a training area with a massive mana vortex. I can immediately identify gates and more. But since I can't just enter anywhere to train, I need a place rich in mana. I need a place where I can carve out magic circles. If everything goes smoothly, I'll be able to activate the magic circle every time I train. And I can increase my mana capacity." Matan asked, "An energy circle that can store mana, that requires a space large enough to carve a magic circle, and a defensive spell to prevent anyone from the outside from entering." Minchin asked, "That should be around 700 million won, right? How much do I need to pay for all of that?" Mathan said, "In my opinion, it'll only be a little over 600 million. Hearing that, he said, "Go ahead with that for now, and send me the invoice for the rest later." The man was excited. "If it's not enough, I can help you out." Minchin was speechless, not daring to accept. Mathan felt helpless. "It's so hard to get you to accept my help. I just want to follow your requests, that's all." Before leaving, Minchin said, "I'm counting on you. I'm done here, so I'm off." Suddenly, he called out, "Oh, there's one thing I want to ask you." He stopped. "What is it?" He said, "To enter the tower without an invitation, you need to be a pure-blooded human right." Minchin replied, "That's correct." He asked further, "Then how do you intend to enter the tower?" Minchin finally remembered. "That's right. He still thinks I'm just a clone of some ancient creature. Because the tower's system is so complex, anyone using a clone wouldn't be easily accepted by the tower. His suspicion is reasonable." Minchin asked back, "Are you that curious?" Mathan insisted, "Of course. Very much so, in fact." He thought to himself, "It seems like he's both curious and suspicious of me." But it wasn't a difficult question. Honestly, I just need to answer. I am indeed a pureblood. But he said instead, "It's nothing special. You just have to die, that's all." Mathan was horrified. "What was that?" He smiled. "I said you just have to die once, that's it." The man didn't understand what that meant. "Seriously?" Minchin thought to himself, "It's all because of my past life. That's the reason I can enter this tower." Minchin secretly thought to himself it must be because of his past life that he was even able to enter this tower. "It's just that I died by the hero's blade and then got reincarnated as a human, that's all. I'll tell you the rest once there's no more suspicion between us, but that should have already given you a hint about who I am. Whether you figure it out or not, that's entirely up to you. But that really has nothing to do with me." "Man, you look so sad. Does that mean you still don't fully trust me?" He looked absolutely devastated at the cafe where the girls were drawn to the handsome guy nearby. "Look over there. He's so handsome, and he looks kind of familiar too. The other guy seems a bit younger, but they both look like celebrities. Should we go ask for their numbers? The real question is whether they'd even give them to us." Moving on, the guy says, "It's truly an honor that you've agreed to meet me, Lord Minchin." He replies, "No need to be so formal." He had set up a zone of silence, a magical barrier that blocks all sound. "You're pretty good at using magic to alter your age, aren't you?" He blushed. "Thank you for the compliment, my lord." Minchin sighed. "Just don't give me that look." Hearing that, he drooped. "Are you getting any other requests?" he asked. VD replied, "Not yet, sir. We're currently focusing on growing our guild." Minchin remembered. "Right, you're still running a guild, aren't you?" "That's the Demon Guild. You could call them loyal servants led by the Black Flame. It's been a while now. Ever since VD founded the guild to expand his influence in Korea, thanks to his unique talents and leadership, the Demon Guild is now considered a rising power. His stats are also pretty high compared to his peers. He's quite talented. While Minchon was assessing him, he said, "Now that I am your loyal servant, they will worship you just as I do." Minchon thought to himself, now that I've taken him on as a subordinate, I have to make him as useful as possible. He asked VD, "Do you trust me?" He replied, "I swear on my own soul to serve you." Suddenly he stood up. "If that's the case, don't move no matter what happens." He was surprised. "What do you mean, sir?" A powerful energy surged into his head. Minchon said, "Don't be surprised, just focus. One slip up and you're dead." In battle, demons use mana differently, so he could leverage VD's dark magic because of that. He couldn't just teach him any spell to make him stronger quickly, but martial arts were a different story. Centrifugal martial arts, actually, this is more like Taoist techniques than martial arts. It helps one's mind expand by splitting the mind into several parts. Why does this help? Well, magic is like calculating a specific formula. If someone can multitask while performing complex calculations, their magic will definitely grow exponentially. Once someone masters centrifugal techniques, their magic power skyrockets. VD looked at himself amazed. He cried out, "Lord Minchon, what kind of power have you just bestowed upon me?" He said, "That is the centrifugal technique, a type of magic that allows you to use your own magic faster and more efficiently." He thought to himself, if you had to fight a demon of the same level, you could easily overpower them now. Of course, he only gave him the basics. He still had to practice on his own to adapt. VD was moved. "I've never heard of this technique before. I never expected you to grant me such great power." Minchon said, "But if someone attacked us right now, we'd probably be in a trance." The two girls nearby misunderstood. Did that guy just grab the other one's head? "Are they fighting?" Minchon added, "I didn't want to do this in public, but luckily I could pass it on to you without any issues." VD agreed. "Yes, you're right, sir. If someone touches us, the energy will—" An A-rank and a B-rank hunter suddenly lost consciousness. An A-rank and a B-rank hunter walked into a cafe and suddenly collapsed right when one was holding the other's head. Because if anyone interferes during a mental connection, both the person doing it and the other person will have problems. But Minchon isn't just anybody. He is the Demon Lord. He was completely confident in himself. VD asked, "Should we have rented a private room or something?" Minchon said, "That costs too much money." Hearing that, he was surprised. "Are you that broke, sir? You still have this loyal servant, you know." Hearing that, he felt a bit awkward. Right old habits from when I was a student. VD realized one thing. "Crap, I already ordered a 10,000 won coffee. Anyway, let's change the subject." Minchon said, "While I'm away, try to practice the centrifugal technique, okay? I'm heading out." He asked, "Where are you going, sir?" He replied, "I need to go back to my hometown before entering the tower." He wondered, "You're returning to a higher dimension." Minchon gave a wry smile. "Don't worry about it. You'll thank me later." At the station, Minchon told the guy next to him, "You didn't have to come all the way here." He said, "This is the only way you'd remember I exist, and I'm taking this chance to visit my parents, too." Minchon said, "Please send my regards to the lady of the house. Kitei is my childhood friend and college buddy. It's so dull now that he's gone. I came all this way to visit you, but you're never around. You completely fell off the grid and you even dropped out of school." Minchon looked back at his days of training until dawn, his phone always dead, taking time off school to work as a hunter. It left Kitei speechless. When Kitei thanked him, Minchon said, "I wasn't finished yet. Our college friends are in a total panic. Ever since you suddenly got famous, tons of people have been swarming Kitei for info autographs and updates on you, Minchon. Even your mom, Minchon, flew into Seoul because she couldn't reach you. She asked me, you can't get a hold of him either. This kid must have gotten himself into some real trouble. She flew straight here. I had no choice but to show her the news articles about you." Your mom was absolutely stunned. Late that night, after clearing an 8-star dungeon, you finally met up with Kitei. It's a relief the two of you could finally meet up like this. Your mom gave you an earful. "You reckless brat, why wouldn't you call home, huh?" She was so worried. After you apologized and admitted you'd become a hunter, she asked why you'd take up such a dangerous job. Do you have any idea how worried your mother was? You tried to explain, "It's not even dangerous, Mom, I promise." Seeing you a powerhouse trembling in fear was hilarious. Back in the present, Kitei patted himself on the back. "And you, where are you going to find a friend who picks out gifts for your parents like I do? You've got a damn good childhood friend, you know that." Minchon replied, "I already thanked you, didn't I? Should I buy something expensive to give you instead?" You bought her fruits and premium Korean beef. Ki-tai said, "Next time you're taking me to the best restaurant in Asan, better start preparing for that." Or, "You agreed fine, all right. And seriously stop coming to our family restaurant." She added, "Roasted chicken is my absolute favorite, you know." The two said their goodbyes. Ki-tai thanked Min-chan for the beef and left alone. Min-chan thought to himself that being too busy to stay in touch was just an excuse. It was his fault. When he regained the memories of his past life, he became obsessed with getting stronger and cast aside everything that belonged to Min-chan. But the fact that he felt such guilt proved that he was no longer the man from his past life. Because demons don't have feelings. Standing in front of the house, "You said it's only been a few months. Why does it feel like a whole year?" "Your parents have run their roasted chicken place for 25 years hidden away in the old Nambu market, and it still draws a crowd. Because they fry the chicken the traditional way." Min-chan took a deep breath, inhaling the scent. He really missed this smell. Back then, he used to be sick of it because he smelled roasted chicken from childhood through adulthood. But being away so long, he actually started to miss it. His college friends used to be so annoyed when he said he was sick of the smell. Min-chan pushed the door open, feeling incredibly nervous. His mom greeted him out of habit. His dad called out, "Who's there?" His mom gasped in surprise. "My son!" Min-chan smiled gently. "I'm home, Mom and Dad." A whole roasted chicken with golden brown skin was served on a plate. The aroma awakened all 5 senses. Min-chan picked up a chicken leg, the skin glistening, and took a bite. The meat practically melted in his mouth. This was it. The heavenly flavor that made him lose himself. His dad said, "You should have told us you were coming back, Min-chan. We would have prepared some things you like. You said, 'I told you I was sick of chicken,' but you laughed, 'Not anymore. You can't find this flavor in Seoul. Dad's chicken is the best.'" His dad replied excitedly, "Dad will fry more for you. Go ahead and eat." Min-chan obediently followed along. After regaining his past memories, he had forgotten about his family for a while. Min-chan was born into boundless love from his family. On exam day, his mom insisted he wear warm clothes and gave him an insulated lunch bag. His dad, worried, wanted him to eat another chicken leg. After that, when Min-chan got into university, his dad announced a 100 free chickens promotion indefinitely. They were as happy for him as if it were their own success. His parents, the people he wanted to protect most. The reason he wanted to exist as Min-chan was because of his parents. You told your parents, remember to open your gifts. These gifts were the only things he could give them right now. His dad said, "I guess a hunter like you makes a lot of money. You've really grown up." His mom laughed and hugged him. "What are you talking about? He's still just a little boy." Min-chan said, "Thanks, but next time you don't need to prepare gifts, just save your money." Min-chan couldn't leave early today. He asked why. She said, "Don't you know, your sister is really busy in the evenings now." Just as she finished, she appeared. "I'm home." She was surprised. "What is all this? Are Mom and Dad taking a break today? The doors are closed. Did something happen?" As soon as she saw Min-chan, she shouted, "Why are you here?" Min-chan yelled back, "That's what I wanted to ask you. Why are you giving me attitude, huh? Did you just snap back at him? After drinking that soul water, your tongue has gotten pretty sharp. You two are arguing like crazy, and you even said, 'Did you even brush your teeth, brother?' You've got food stuck in your teeth, and you started it first. Why are you two obsessing over food in someone's teeth? Honestly, Mom has to step in. When are you two finally going to grow up?" Both of them chimed in at the same time. He/she is the one who needs to grow up. Mom sighed helplessly. "I guess you kids were rivals in a past life, huh?" Hearing that, Min-chul started reminiscing about his rough past relationships. Could she really be one of those people? Min-chul asked, "Min-jong, do you want to see the gifts I brought? Red, ginseng, a massage machine, cosmetics. Wait, where's your Korean beef?" When he replied, "I didn't get you any," her attitude did a total 180. "Brother, you're so sweet. Don't be like that. Is there really nothing for me? You definitely have something for me, right?" Min-chul refused to play along. "I don't have a sister like you." Min-jong switched her tone immediately. "Brother, please, just grant this little sister one gift, pretty please." He wouldn't budge. "Absolutely not. You're making me sick. Stop it." Min-jong was losing her patience. "I already asked you nicely. You really have nothing for me." Min-chul pulled out an envelope. She jumped for joy and thanked him. He just said, "Keep it like that. Know your place." She stopped arguing and muttered, "Fine. Since you've got money, I'll let it slide." She walked over to the table to grab her favorite fried chicken from Dad. Dad said, "It's still crispy, I just fried it." Min-chul thought to himself, "This little sister of mine still won't give up, will she?" Just then, the TV news reported that the giant gate in Cheonju had finally vanished after 18 days. Minchul's mother was surprised. Honey, that gate finally disappeared. The reporter said, I visited Cheonju last time and it was massive. Mom felt relieved. Thank goodness nothing happened. Dad added, I'll protect you no matter what. Hearing that she scolded him, why are you saying things like that in front of the kids? Minchul secretly thought, I didn't really want to close that gate so soon. But realizing the gate was near his house and seeing everyone's reaction, it seemed like a good thing. The reporter continued, Hunters contributed to closing this gate, and present here is one of those very hunters. One of the 3 guild masters of the Flower Sword Guild, Hunter Yujin. The boss raid was entrusted solely to Hunter Minchul. His parents were stunned. Isn't that Minchul? He spat out his drink as the reporter continued, Hunter Minchul during that assessment. He also contributed to breaking the gate. That's right, this plan was carried out through the joint efforts of the Flower Sword Guild and the Star Alliance. Minchul watched and critiqued it. If you're going to use a photo, at least use a decent one. Do I even look like a human in that? Hearing the reporter say the Flower Sword Guild helped him with the boss raid, Minjong's jaw dropped. The hunter assessment, the gate breaking, and now this giant gate? Let's all look forward to this hunter's future achievements. After the reporter finished, the family fell into a dead silence. Suddenly, Mom turned to her son with a murderous look in her eyes. You should probably explain yourself, don't you think? You told me there was nothing dangerous. Minchul could only offer a weak smile. Where do I even start? The next morning at the familiar chicken shop, Minchul grabbed his phone. My head is killing me, he groaned. I've spent 2 whole days just lying around. Day 1, he only told his family the normal parts and spent time with them. Day 2, thanks to Kitai, he was able to go out for drinks with friends before heading home. Unlike his past life, he could finally enjoy his current life as Minchul. Before, he was always running away from everything alone, but now, he felt like he was finally living as Minchul. He gave a genuinely happy smile. He had promised himself he would become much stronger because he couldn't face the enemies ahead. With just ordinary strength. To protect the people he loved, he had to become stronger no matter how dangerous it got. At the train station, he said his goodbyes to his family. I'm heading out now. Mom warned her son, don't do anything dangerous, okay? He replied, Mom, don't worry, I'll never do that again. She threatened him, don't you ever go near those gates or dungeons again? He promised, I swear it won't happen again. He whispered to himself, if Mom says it like that, I'm sorry, Mom. She added, make sure you keep in touch with me. You really made me sad last time. Minchul answered, I'll try my best. She pulled him back. Why are you talking like that? Minjong asked. When are you leaving? Isn't it almost time for the train to leave? He said he was leaving right now. You just want me to get lost, don't you? Let's see if you give me money next time. She changed her tone. Oh, my respectable brother, I will fulfill my duties as a child to make up for your absence. Safe travels. Minchul said, I know, you'll keep doing just fine. Before long, the train pulled into Seoul Station. As it slowed to a stop, he stepped out looking genuinely surprised they were right on time. Ellie was already waiting there. You're right on time, too, he remarked to Ellie. She shot back, have you ever seen me be late? Come to think of it, he hadn't. She smiled, and that won't be changing. She added, you're heading to the tower, right? He confirmed, that's right. Minchon had instructed her to call Mathon and have him carry out the request. Now he stood before the gates of the challenge tower. He could feel a powerful energy radiating from the gates. Time to head in, I suppose. Just as he reached for the door, someone called out, Wait, Ellie asked. Hunter Minchon, do you have nothing to say? He looked surprised. Me? Did I forget something? She was clearly annoyed. If you want to come back in one piece, you're supposed to say you'll return safely. It finally hit Minchon. I didn't say goodbye. He thought to himself, is that really so important? I'm going to see her again when I walk back out anyway. Those who enter the tower stay for an average amount of time. The survival rate upon entry is 70%, and his current physical stats aren't quite there. Being only E rank, he was a little worried, but he had his skills and karma from his previous life. He understood Ellie's concern, but he would be fine. He mused, it's not like I won't see Ellie again. For someone to be worried about him outside of his own family. He turned to her and said, let's go grab a meal together once I'm out. She looked stunned. A meal? As the entrance began to open, he replied, yeah, not for work, just a personal invitation. I won't be long. Finally, he gave her a smile. I'll be back soon. With the entrance wide open, Minchon stepped inside without hesitation. This was the inside of the tower. It felt as if his very body were dissolving into the darkness. Every sense was completely locked away. He couldn't see or feel a thing behind him. He used his ancient spear arts. First, he had to use his senses to analyze this place. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Welcome to the challenge." Minchon wondered, who is this with such a calm voice? They strip away my senses and then welcome me. Then, what an interesting way to say hello. He turned toward a specific spot. "Are you over there?" The person sounded startled. "No way! You can actually see me!" He replied, "Just a rough outline, that's all." The stranger replied, "That's impressive enough." With a snap of fingers, the darkness vanished. A figure wearing a bear mask appeared. "Welcome to the challenge." "Hello, I am Lucia, the guide for the 10th floor." Minchon asked. "A bear mask? Seriously?" The figure was outraged. "Bear, you need to get your eyes checked. This is a bald lion." He scoffed. "A lion, my foot. Just get on with the instructions and stop spouting nonsense." Lucia grumbled. "This guest is quite the hothead." He said, "Call me Minchon. My parents gave me that precious name for a reason." Lucia chuckled. "Fine, fine. From now on, I'll call you Minchon. Before we begin the 0-floor challenge." Minchon looked forward in surprise. It looked exactly like the player status board system, because they had awakened as tower hunters. Floor 0 Challenge. The mission is a combat trial. Prove your worth by participating in an endless battle. It ends only when the challenger dies, revived by the tower's authority. Equipment and stat limits applied. Lucia explained, "You can view your information anywhere as long as you call out status window." Minchon thought, "Is that a status window right in front of me? No way. It's all random. This will be fun. Your stats will be temporarily modified during the challenge. You can only use one piece of equipment and you cannot change it throughout the challenge." A werewolf appeared before him. "Well then, I won't wish you luck." On the other side of the screen, someone was watching Minchon. Is this challenger a legend? He certainly looks like the strongest one yet. The assistant manager Thanden said, "Not necessarily the strongest. His stats aren't exactly overwhelming, are they? I've never seen a challenger increase like that. Comparing Minchon's normal stats to the adjusted stats, they're completely different." Thanden remarked, "Unbelievable. Another weakling dares to step into a tower meant for high-level gangsters. Does he think this is his grave?" Lucia laughed. "Indeed. If he dies, that's the end of his story. I find him interesting because he's different from the others. I wonder how long he'll last." The first challenge. Thanden thought, "Interesting. I guess she doesn't see the risk because of his low stats." He said, "I bet 10 minutes. That's all he's worth with these adjusted stats." At the very least, anyway. The black-bodied entity watched and smirked, thinking, "How interesting. She doesn't seem to mind his low stats at all. I bet he's only worth this much of a stat adjustment, maybe 10 minutes tops. Or at least that's what he figured." Luce laughed and said, "I'd bet 10 seconds, kid. Even the gangsters know to hold out for at least 2 minutes, so don't you dare change your mind. Betting is like rolling the dice." Looking at the werewolf, it's got 95 HP, 50 endurance, and 50 mana. You actually evaluating the werewolf. Oh, if I knew its stats from the start, I'd have the upper hand. My stats doubled after the adjustment. The werewolf is a piece of cake. Just then, the werewolf raised its claws. It let out a deafening roar. Minchon raised his weapon and the werewolf shrieked in pain. On the other side of the screen, the Black Shadow and Luce looked stunned. The werewolf had lost. HP and health have been restored and wounds are healing. The next trial begins in 10 minutes. If you want to start immediately, just skip it. Minchon thought to himself, that wasn't even a warm-up. So he skipped round 2, easy win. Then he skipped round 4, the dried bones, same result. He skipped the next trial too. Minchon thought, I've heard so many wild rumors about this tower. Is that really all there is to it? His round 9 also ended smoothly. He skipped it, too many of them. He wanted someone worth fighting. The Black Shadow stammered, "Are you seeing what I'm seeing?" Lou's not much better replied, "Maybe so. It's already round 10 and it only took 9 seconds. A new record. Even the average gangster couldn't pull that off." "So that's why you find him interesting," Luce replied. "That's exactly the feeling." She thought to herself, so it wasn't a coincidence. The Tower of Light. When a challenger registers at the base of the tower, they encounter a stream of light. It temporarily locks all their senses. A long time ago, Luce had experienced that same sensation. You couldn't process anything at all even afterward, yet Minchon could do things others couldn't. Luce wondered, where on earth does he come from? He's going to be a real threat to the 7 Swords. By round 48, the Shadow Mirage had lost. Minchon just kept skipping round after round. He thought, when will this ever end? After a while, he started having fun. because monsters with higher stats kept appearing, and it felt like he was getting stronger as he took them down. It was fun, and he kept gaining experience. The bonus rewards weren't bad either. He hoped it wouldn't end anytime soon, or maybe the system would stop at round 100. Next was round 49, the Wanderer. All his stats were high. His skills included A-rank speed swordsmanship and B-rank super sword. He spoke. "It's been a long time since a challenger made it this far." Min-chan was surprised. "What, you can talk?" He replied, "Of course, now let the trial begin." "Challenger's skills, time to test them out." Min-chan assessed him. His specialty is speed swordsmanship, a magnificent technique using a nimble blade to pressure the opponent. I can take him on. By sealing the opponent's speed and strength, he used the 5 Tiger Slash to block the Wanderer's blade. Min-chan was slightly surprised. "You can block that?" The other said, "Challenger, I should be the one saying that." He stepped back for a moment. "I've met many strong people since linking with the tower, but I've never met anyone like you." Min-chan said indifferently. "Was that a compliment?" The Wanderer didn't deny it. "Indeed, even compared to the so-called 7 Swords." He praised the 7 Swords. "A cool name," he said, and then suddenly he sprang forward. With lightning speed, he slashed decisively at the Wanderer. Terrified, the Wanderer asked, "What is the power behind that blade?" Min-chan smirked. "If you keep buzzing around like a housefly, and then I'd never be able to land a hit. But so far you've only managed to land 1 strike. But this next one is a double strike." The Wanderer was stunned. "No way, am I losing?" By the 3rd strike, he was nearly destroyed. A massive explosion rang out, and he grumbled, "I should have been leading in stats." He could only scream. Min-chan smiled. "The trick to this martial arts tower lies in the number of hits. Instead of simple strikes when you chain them together, the power multiplies. 4-fold ancient spear technique, 40% increase in purity, 3 mana points of chaotic energy flowing to boost stats and chaotic energy. Min-chan cannot lose. Having higher stats isn't everything." The Wanderer bowed his head and said, "There have been 7 people, not counting you, that makes 8 people who have defeated me." Min-chan asked, "The 7 people you just mentioned, are you talking about the 7 Swords?" He replied, "That's right. They were the kings, the masters of this tower. I wonder if you can pass the final trial. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed swinging my sword this much. System Trial 49 complete. The final trial will begin in 10 minutes. Min-chan realized this was it and didn't hesitate, shouting, "Bring it on!" A massive wave of power erupted. He was startled by the sheer energy. Then he smirked. "Damn, isn't this a bit too much?" Min-chan was surrounded. Suddenly, the system announced, "Hunt 100 soldiers." Min-chan was amazed. This is the perfect chance to share this like a hero's legend. They all have identical stats. Are they trying to overwhelm me with numbers? Probably not. If I drag this out, they'll only keep getting more buffs. I need to settle this all at once. All right, then, let's start. I'll take out the guy casting the buffs first. Min-chan lunged, but unexpectedly they unleashed their ultimate moves, fireballs and water arrows. A violent explosion erupted. The soldiers continued to attack. He charged through them. Spear of ambush in the shadows, slowing mark punishing the prey. They didn't stop. A barrage of curses was unleashed. Min-chan realized they were casting a sequence of debuffs, not giving him a single chance to escape. The system kept warning him. Min-chan was affected by the punishing curse. Both his power and stamina were dropping. A major threat was emerging. They were combining their forces to deploy a formation. It made Min-chan quite anxious. Once they finish setting up all those debuffs, they'll ready a fatal blow. I won't be able to dodge if I'm trapped. Then I'll fight back. If I do that, they'll surely... As expected, the mindless soldiers swarmed him, hoping to destroy Min-chan, but that was exactly the trap. Exactly. You guys will definitely rush at me no matter what happens. Now it's my turn. When fighting a large army, the standard way is to create an opening and exploit it. I was certain that these guys with tons of experience would definitely aim for that and create just such an opening. This move must have worked when I fought the 7 emperors. With those words, Min-chan thrust straight into the soldiers' faces, striking terror into them. Capitalizing on the momentum, he surged forward to battle. But you won't be able to do anything to me. The consequence of the opening you see is entering the realm of annihilation. This victory left Min-chan feeling incredibly smug. The number of soldiers left to defeat had dropped to 97. He continued to create openings for his next wave of attacks. The relentless strikes sent the soldier count plummeting uncontrollably. In the current situation, Min-chan had grasped a truth: I don't need to dodge every single attack. Sacrifice something to gain even more. At this rate, the magic soldiers would be coming out next. At the same time, their warning sounded, "Enemy approaching. Protect the mages outside." As soon as Minchon arrived, they had finished setting up their defensive formation. He couldn't help but click his tongue. "You guys sure are fast at getting into position." The soldiers continued to unleash firestorms at Minchon. A fierce explosion erupted, but luckily he jumped high just in time. Escaping danger by a hair's breadth, they continued to fire ice spears directly at Minchon, unexpectedly right at that moment. Something pitch black grabbed the soldiers' weapons, causing them to panic. Minchon seized the opportunity to leap high and deliver a powerful preemptive strike upon the enemy. God of War. That was the honorable nickname given to the devil who reached the pinnacle through combat. They had to fight to that extent, to be worthy of that name. This time, the soldiers cooperated to raise their vigilance, but by changing just a little, Minchon would dismantle the solid fortress they had created. As expected, the soldiers started chanting to defend solid shield impenetrable defense. However, all those efforts only tilted this battle in Minchon's favor, helping him find the chance to win. Without hesitation, he lunged to unleash a counterattack. This time, Minchon was quite pleased. Attacking like this, I'll be able to withstand any damage. To create a small opening, he quickly cleared the first obstacle. They were bewildered and couldn't react in time. In just a split second, all of them were mercilessly defeated by Minchon. "If you guys are this slow, what can you possibly do to me? The battle for speed is on. The number of soldiers left to clear is down to 87, and it's dropping fast to 74. Minchon keeps striking with relentless decisive force. Only 69 left to go. Now that I've taken out those annoying magic user soldiers, I just need to aim for their weak spots in close combat. This is going to be so much easier." Then Minchon shouts out, "There are 69 of you against 1, why aren't you attacking? At times like this, I should give you more time to react. If you won't charge at me, then I'll come for you." As he speaks, Minchon lunges forward, wiping out the common soldiers. He takes them down one by one, sending them off in silence. Only 21 soldiers remain. Minchon keeps up his assault, and now there is only 1 soldier left. With their ranks almost completely wiped out, the remaining soldiers are in a panic. "No way! How could someone defeat all of us? So what if I did?" Minchon sneers in response, "Let's end this." Just as he strikes, the soldier suddenly bursts into tears, but it's too late. Minchon puts an end to it all. The soldier collapses to the floor. Every single one of them has been cleared. As the battle ends, Minchon flashes a cold, chilling smile. "You all did well." On the other side, the master of the tower can't believe his eyes. He screams in fury, "This is madness! How could my soldiers possibly lose?" "Luce, did you foresee this outcome?" She replies, "How could I have, even though I was truly looking forward to this fight? I never thought he'd beat those soldiers. After all, they fight with a singular will and a terrifying spirit of vengeance, just like top-tier undead. Even the most unified squads make mistakes on the battlefield, yet those soldiers never made any. They are monsters with overwhelming power who have never known failure. Yet they were defeated by one person. But today, Minchon has become the first person to clear the zero-floor trial, and he stands at the top of the Demon King's rank. It's astonishing. He calls himself by a grand title, the Seven Kings, but no one has ever made it this far. That's such a menacing name. At the same time, a flurry of system notifications rings out. You have achieved a feat never before recorded in the history of the tower. You have been awarded 1 million points as a reward. Minchon is curious. 1 million points. What kind of points? And how much is 1 million actually worth? A reward for a feat like this shouldn't be small, right? Suddenly a voice sounds from behind him. "Congratulations on clearing the trial." He replies calmly, "Thanks." Only when he turns around does he look stunned. It appeared out of nowhere. So this is an exclusive ability of the tower's system. Or is it you, manager? Not knowing how this works is honestly annoying. The manager asks, "You look a bit sad after clearing the trial." Minchon answers, "It's nothing." The manager tears up and says, "In that case, I'll give you a trial reward." Minchon is surprised. "What is this?" "This is a mythic-grade creation stone. It holds the power of creation." "You're giving me a creation stone as a reward. It's a gemstone with the power to create dimensions." But Minchon knows full well that a stone this small isn't enough to forge a whole dimension. Still, it's quite powerful. Then the system says, "This might be the final reward of the zero floor." Hearing this, Minchon is baffled. What, even the manager doesn't know what the final reward is? "Don't you know everything?" The manager quickly replies, "This tower hides many secrets. Even a manager only has a limited amount of authority." But you knew what it was, even though you've never seen one on Earth. Minchon says, I have my ways. Naturally, he doesn't need to tell him why he knows. The manager continues, anyway, you know. The reward is a rare piece of equipment. It's far more valuable than the rewards from other floors. Minchon is surprised, thinking, is there really anything more precious than a creation stone? If you know how to utilize this stone properly, you could obtain transcendent or mythic-grade equipment. If you can hire a master craftsman within this tower, Minchon smirks and replies, no, I don't need weapons. The manager is shocked. That is the best way to use a creation stone. But for Minchon, using his black energy as a weapon is more than enough. I've already figured out how to use it. He grips the creation stone tightly and squeezes, shattering it into many pieces. The manager panics. Challenger, what are you doing? You maniac, you just destroyed a priceless item. So the creation stone is no longer whole, but its power envelops the surrounding space. Minchon thinks chaotic energy is the original primordial power, and the creation stone holds power equal to that primal source. I'm going to do something no one has ever thought of. I will absorb the creation stone into my own body, transforming it into an absolute source of power. The system manager is extremely confused. What is happening? That energy, it's surging violently, the power of creation within the stone, transforming into an absolute energy source. The system administrator is incredibly puzzled by what's happening, that energy is erupting violently, the creative power within the stone. I'll store it in the microcosm within my mind. My proficiency with the ancient star art is steadily increasing, though Minchon still can't fully absorb it all yet. Maybe around 1%, I think I've hit my limit for now. If I push any harder, I'll destroy everything. At least the sun has formed if I can just control this power. Then I'll be even stronger and hit my first goal. The system continues to display new notifications regarding the ancient star art chi technique rank E, X 4-star level. Able to activate Chaos Energy 2-star privilege. Minchon can't help but feel proud, going from 2 stars to 4 stars. Suddenly, the manager's voice interrupts, asking, Challenger, what did you do to the sphere? You destroyed it? What will you do next? He immediately replies, I only absorbed a part of it. No, I never even knew that was possible. How did you know how to do that? Hearing that, Minchon thinks, should I just tell him it was a feeling I don't really know for sure? And if he doesn't believe me, there's nothing I can do. The manager and Luce whisper to themselves. It seems he's not lying. It's natural for the first person to clear the 100th floor to hide a few things. I believe you because I have my own talents as well. As he speaks, the manager reaches into his coat pocket and tosses something to Minchon, saying, Take this. It's proof of my interest in you. I'm sure you're interested, Minchon thinks, and the manager continues. You don't need to know when to use it yet. Minchon doesn't really care much, but realizes it's the Eye of Truth, a legendary tier artifact created by Aaron. It's equipment related to some space within the tower. There are still so many items I can obtain, including the shards of Franca. This is getting more and more interesting. Afterward, Minchon says, I'll take this as a souvenir, and accepts it. Luce watches from behind with a faint smile. This guy. Then Minchon continues his journey, challenging himself to climb to the top of the tower. Who knows how it will all end? But the first step has been a success. So what comes next? He wonders to himself. The scene shifts to an early morning. The air is fresh and the sky is sunny. Floor 0 of the trial tower. Horrifying desert mission objectives survive. Minchon arrives and is instantly annoyed, just throwing me into a desert. That's too much. If I didn't have chaos energy, I wouldn't even be able to walk. Suddenly, the system notifies him that the terrain has been confirmed and the exploration rate has increased by 0.01%. Minchon is shocked. What 0.01%? Unexpectedly, a giant monster appears. With a deafening roar, the beast is quickly obliterated. Minchon yells, Shut your trap! He thought he had traveled so far, but it was only 0.01%. Hearing that just made him even more tired. Is that why floor 0 is just a tutorial floor? Please just let me fight real monsters. And then some time passes. A series of monsters are attacked and wiped out cleanly. Minchon sighs. So tired. Let's eat something before moving on. He immediately eats some fried rice with dried rations. At the first bite, Minchon is surprised. Tastes better than I thought, but I can't believe the exploration rate is only 0.2%. And the goal isn't even to reach 100%, but to find the path to the second floor somewhere around here. If I'm lucky, I'll clear this stage quickly. I have to move fast if I don't want to end up in the worst-case scenario, that's for sure, because the flies are starting to swarm in. Sure enough, they arrive faster than expected. Minchon shouts, Stop right there, don't come any closer. They just laugh and say, "Relax, no need to draw your spear. We're here to propose a trade." Min-chan is surprised. "A deal," the man continues. "You haven't been past floor 0 for long, have you? Do you want to trade some rations for directions to the second floor?" Hearing that, Min-chan sneers internally. "Look at these guys. You want me to go up when you won't even go yourselves. How can I trust you?" This makes the man panic. "What are you talking about? Of course we're going up too. Once we're here, we have to go to the next floor. We're just not heading up right away. You know there are main and sub-missions to clear the trial tower, right? We're doing a sub-mission right now. We need rations to stay on floor 1. Hearing that, Min-chan nods. That sounds more believable. "But I still can't trust you guys. What if you give me false information just to get my rations?" The man quickly replies, "Don't worry, we have a way. We'll give you a map with the information we've collected, and it has a marker for the way to the second floor. If you shout map, you'll be able to see the area you've explored." "Didn't you know that—" Min-chan is completely shocked. "The map can do that too. Why didn't the system tell me about this?" After hearing the explanation, he's quite intrigued, but he didn't expect the guy to be a liar. The man smiles to himself. Newbies are so easy to fool. This is going to go smoothly. Afterward, he asks Min-chan, "So what do you think?" "It's not bad. Pretty good. I managed to scavenge enough supplies before heading up to the second floor." "I agreed because information is everything right now." The moment Min-chan gave the nod, the 3 scammers grinned in satisfaction. "Thanks, man," they said. I replied, "Don't thank me yet. Isn't it supposed to be me thanking you?" When he heard that name, Dekran froze. "How do you know who I am?" Caught off guard, Min-chan lunged at him. The 2 lackeys panicked. "What are you doing? He's been targeting us from the start." "You idiots, I've got the true eye skill, remember? No matter how much you try to hide it, that bloodlust is way too obvious. Is this how you usually scam people? You think I've just been sitting around?" Right then, the 2 henchmen jumped up ready to strike, but Min-chan took them both down in a single hit. "I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. I'm not doing this for justice or anything like that. I'm just punishing those who've forgotten the warrior's code a warrior is supposed to fight. But you lot chose to scam people instead. You deserve to be wiped out." Right on cue, the system chimed. "You have defeated the first floor fake challenge and obtained regional exploration data. Exploration rate jumped from 0.2% to 81.1%. Now that's a surprise. Let's see. The stairs to the second floor are over there. This is a shrine. Do I need to use the key here?" Min-chan stood there holding the key tightly in his hand. But just heading to the second floor like that would be boring. He smiled, checking the key's requirements. The rewards looked massive. "I just need 1 more person. That should be easy enough, right?" As the scene shifted to a different space, Min-chan couldn't hide his excitement. "Seriously? Is that it? I haven't run into a single soul. Unbelievable. But at least I've taken out a bunch of monsters. I guess there's no point just dwelling on it. Let's head up and take a look. The key only lets me skip the challenge anyway, which means if I can clear it myself, then it wouldn't even matter." He wondered what the challenge actually was, but the moment he arrived, the shrine was already empty. Min-chan was stunned. That's it." Right then, the system notified him. Trial Tower, first floor. Subquest, the Nameless Saint's Shrine. It even had a time limit. Better just finish the challenge first, Min-chan thought. Besides, he was pretty happy about the reward. 10,000 points. 10,000. I've racked up a lot of points lately, haven't I? Suddenly, a beam of light flashed from outside, catching Min-chan off guard. Someone got here before me. This guy is powerful. He's Loader, a Draconian. If he were 100, he'd have just finished his coming-of-age ritual, but his energy is way stronger than that. Min-chan cursed under his breath. A variable has entered the mix. At my current level, there's no way I can beat him. Draconians inherit the blood of dragons. A fresh adult can easily take down a demon. They value honor and strength, and they love a fair fight. I'm the same way. Because of that, I got along pretty well with them in my past life. I know they're all about fairness, sometimes even to a fault, because they hate fighting dirty. If I play my cards right, I can get out of this situation pretty quickly. As soon as we met, he introduced himself. My name is Loader, a descendant of the proud Gold clan. Min-chan replied, I'm Min-chan from Earth. Suddenly, the guy held out his hand and said, even though we just met, I'm going to give you some advice. Min-chan was puzzled. What is it? Don't try to clear the shrine's challenge. An earthling like you won't survive it. Min-chan couldn't help but laugh internally. Get a load of this guy. How dare this kid try to lecture me? Are you sure about that? Min-chan asked. Are you trying to get me to quit so you can snag the reward for yourself? Loader replied calmly, I'm only concerned for your safety. And honestly, he wasn't lying. If he really thought he could clear the challenge, he would have just fought me for it already. If he didn't care about me, he would have just let me die. This actually works out. Let's come up with a backup plan. Min-chan looked at Loader and said, "If you're worried about me, then help me out when I'm in danger. If it comes to that, I'll hand the quest over to you." He chuckled to himself. He'd have to be a total idiot to agree to that. It sounds nice, but I'm basically asking him to be my bodyguard during the fight. Usually people wouldn't go for that, but Draconians are different. Surprisingly, Loader spoke up. "Fair enough. Since you got here first, I don't want to steal it. I'll do as you say." Min-chan was stunned. This arrogant guy actually fell for it. "All right, you promised. I'm starting the trial now." Looking up, Min-chan guessed that must be the lock. He started the trial immediately without any offering. The lock clicked open, and a surge of incredibly powerful energy erupted. A guardian of the shrine appeared. Seeing it, Min-chan was caught off guard. "This is the guardian. That's a hell beast. Isn't that supposed to be a demon beast from the underworld?" The beast growled fiercely the moment it appeared. At the same time, the system alerted him. "Your battle with the guardian deity has begun." But Min-chan really had no idea who the nameless deity was. No one could believe that the guardian was actually a hellish demonic beast. This is a 7-star opportunity. First sword art of the devil, Sunset Hellhound. You corrupted beast. Its attack pattern is just charging at the opponent and striking with its tentacles. Among those, some of them track the flow of mana. It focuses its attacks on that. Even if I cut them off, it doesn't damage the main body. If this turns into a battle of attrition, I'll be the one to exhaust my stamina first. However, whenever a tentacle is severed, it has to consume mana and endurance to regenerate it. So there will be an opening in its defense just like now. This is the moment. Min-chan lunged forward without hesitation. There's the opening. I have to aim for the main body. He suppressed the corrupted demonic beast with meteor force, and the beast was instantly paralyzed. Continuing with the second sword. Art of the Devil Explosion. Min-chan didn't hold back and delivered a preemptive strike, causing the beast agonizing pain as blood sprayed everywhere. As a result, it was defeated. Elsewhere, Loader stood there deep in thought. I never thought the corrupted demonic beast would be pushed back so helplessly. That, the King of Kings' divine eye. It's the eye of wisdom passed down only to the lords of the Imperial Dragon. It can track a target's mana and gauge exactly how powerful it is by looking at the size of the colors radiating from them. And yet, he was able to defeat that hellhound so easily, even though his physical strength isn't much to speak of. The more Loader thought about it, the more serious the situation felt. This is trouble. I need the Spirit Stone, if that's the case. Back to the beast, it struggled to move, making Min-chan realize that he had hoped to wipe it out in one hit, but his power wasn't enough. So is all I can manage right now limited to the second form. I won, sure, but if I hadn't absorbed the Creation Stone, I would have had a really hard time fighting it. Thanks to the Creation Stone, my chaos energy has increased by more than 2 times, and I've reduced the absorption rate down to 30%. But my physique isn't great. My body can't handle high-level martial arts. Anyway, there's only one thing left to do, and that's to finish it. The corrupted beast's life, already paralyzed by that finishing blow, was extinguished completely. At the same time, Min-chan received an additional 8.5% experience points. But suddenly he felt a stinging pain in his sword hand and a strange mark appeared on it. Min-chan couldn't help but be startled. This mark on the back of my hand is glowing. That means the second stage power of the Black Star has been unleashed. The Black Star possesses power close to a mythical grade item and can transform into any weapon. Its power changes based on the user's achievements. Since Min-chan is only rank C right now, I don't know why this is happening, but this is an opportunity. If the Black Star evolves to the next stage, my combat ability will increase as well. At that point, I'll be able to handle any situation that might arise in the tower much more easily. The problem is, I need to find some rare metals for the second stage to be fully released. I probably can't do it right away. These types of ores aren't available on the first floor of the tower. Suddenly, the system notified him, "You have defeated the Guardian." Min-chan snapped back to reality. That's right, I'm still doing a side quest. He also received 10,000 bonus points and a Spirit Stone. As soon as he got it, Min-chan pondered a Spirit Stone. I'm already busy absorbing the Creation Stone. So I don't really need this. Suddenly, Loader came over and asked, "The reward you got for completing the side quest was a Spirit Stone, right?" But the suspicious look in his eyes made Min-chan wary. It looked like he was ready to forcefully snatch the stone from him. Why would someone from the Dragon Tribe need a Spirit Stone? A certain devil created something similar to the Creation Stone and crushed countless living beings to create this cursed item. If anyone tries to use this, to create items or use it as a catalyst for magic, they can increase their power by many times. But because it contains so much malevolent energy, their vengeful souls must be suppressed. This is a type of catalyst that any devil or warrior studying dark arts craves to possess. But it's not the type of item suitable for the dragon tribe who have pure mana. Yet he wants it that badly. Whatever the reason, it doesn't affect me, Min-chan thought. Furthermore, what's certain here is, this apprentice dragon man wants the spirit stone and I'm holding it in my hand. Since he promised to protect me, he won't rashly attack me. On the other hand, Loder thought to himself, even though I really need the spirit stone, I can't break my word. What I promised, regarding the spirit stone. Suddenly, Min-chan spoke up. Should I give this to you? Which shocked him. Really? Loder hurriedly grabbed his hand and said joyfully, just tell me what you want and I will pay a fair price to own it. I don't need anything. Hearing that, Loder was confused. What do you mean? Min-chan smiled and said, nothing. You protected the vicinity of Anta, didn't you? Loder answered hesitantly. That was just because you came here to do the side quest first and no one else came, so I didn't really do anything. Loder replies with a vague sense of doubt. That's only because you came here to finish a side quest first and no one else showed up, so I didn't actually do anything. As someone with a dragon's conscience, I was actually planning to break the trust he put in me. Yet he and Loder kept insisting on keeping their promises. So Minchul spoke up and asked him for a favor, saying that if he couldn't do it, he didn't need to force himself. Loder eagerly replied, tell me what it is. If given the chance, I'd love to see what the world of the Dragonborn looks like. On Earth, the Dragonborn realm is known as a world from mythology. Hearing that, Loder was shocked. Are you saying that the reputation of our home planet has reached all the way to Earth, a planet in a completely different dimension? But in reality, Minchul was just lying. The truth was, people don't even know dragons exist. Hell and heaven restrict information as much as possible to prevent forces from other dimensions from interfering, much like how the dwarves or the Intergalactic Association operate. They only allow official diplomatic paths with a few dimensions, and don't let Earth know even if that wasn't my intention. Loder insisted that only those recognized by the dragon race could enter their world. Actually, there is a way to make it happen. That's the name Loder. I know what that name means. Recognition from a Gundrian is worth much more than a Heartstone. Everything was going according to plan. The dragon race isn't the type to take a debt and not pay it back. Then Loder took out his name tag. If you want to enter the Dragonborn realm, I'll give you this. Consider it a gift. It left Minchul stunned. Wait, this is a name tag, right? In Korea, handing over a name tag essentially means vouching for someone. The higher the person's rank, the more valuable the guarantee, so they only give it to those they truly trust. But we just met today. You really shouldn't give this to me, Minchul thought. Then Loder continued to introduce it. This is my personal name tag. The value of this item was immense, leaving him even more confused if it were that precious. Why give it to him? But because Minchul trusted Loder too much, he wanted to trust him back. He really didn't expect the guy to be this serious. It must be because he knows the dragon race's nature. My acting was way too effective. I even thought he'd just provide some documents to prove his recognition. Minchul laughed and said, today has truly been a meaningful day. I've gained a good friend and the Heartstone too. I promise I will treasure this name tag. Loder also shared, it's so sad that we have to part ways now. I really look forward to seeing you again. Me too. Deep down, Minchul silently cautioned himself, don't get tricked by others again. As a result, the system announced, you have passed the Scorching Desert trial and received 3,500 bonus points. And he continued up the stairs. Minchul hummed a tune while walking. No need to overthink it, I still have plenty of supplies with me, so there's no need to head back yet. Onward to the second floor. But as he was walking, Minchul suddenly felt something strange, bubbles. Just a moment ago, I was in the desert, and now I'm at the bottom of the ocean. Seriously, what kind of freak created this tower? At the same time, the system announced, Challenge Tower Floor 2 begins. Mission Seek the Jewelry of the Deep Sea. Minchul truly couldn't believe he was now at the bottom of the ocean after being in a desert. Whoever made this tower is definitely a total nut job. At least I can still breathe, and I even got this thing. Abyssal Compass. This is a basic item provided to challengers on the second floor. According to the compass, this is a safe zone, but what is this place? Minchul couldn't help but wonder. Just as he opened this door and stepped in, he heard a voice welcome him. Look at you. You must be a challenger who just arrived at the second floor. Minchul coldly asked, how do you know? What else? I only need to look at your eyes to know you look like you have a lot of questions. Come here. Sit down. I suspect you aren't planning on giving me answers for free. Of course not. Normally, I charge for information, but I'll make you an exception. If you buy an item, I'll give you the information for free. Fine, sell me the cheapest thing you have. The price is 5 points. At that moment, Minchul realized, holding the bottle of clean water from Alok's shop, that this is how you use points. If that's the case, 1 million points is much bigger than I thought. Wait, you sell clean water even though around here, and is nothing but water. He immediately retorted, if you don't like it, go drink the salt water and turn into gold or something. Whatever. Does the manager here not provide any guidance? Do you think managers just have nothing better to do? They aren't people you can just meet so easily, he said. Hearing that mention, immediately thought, not people you can meet easily, huh? But he looked pretty free to me. I figured maybe all managers are different. Then he spoke up and said, if that's the case, then forget about the manager. Which gemstone is the target for this trial? The Sea of the Abyss is divided into 7 regions. According to what Alok said, this place is called the Silent Sea, located within one of those 7 regions. Each region has a gemstone that the challenger must find, and when someone completes the trial, the stone reappears after some time. Hearing that Minchin felt a bit weary, I want to know more about each sea, but unfortunately he didn't have any more information. I figured this was all the info I had for now. Suddenly he shouted in surprise. I almost forgot this important thing. You can't get the gemstone just by finding its location. For 500 points, I'll tell you how to get it, and even tell you about a useful item. No, Minchin isn't interested. I'll go ask someone else. That made him panic. Wait, 400. No, 300. Hey, wait a second. But in reality, Minchin knew he was just bluffing. That's way too much information for just 5 points. Does he think I'm a pushover like him? I'll start looking for the gemstone here and follow the water currents that Alok mentioned nearby. That merman, he didn't trick me, did he? Suddenly, a giant sea monster approached, making Minchin startle. Is that the stone? The monster saw someone coming and ran away. Minchin smirked. Want to race me in the water? Interesting. If it were just normal swimming, it would be impossible, but right then, the system immediately covered Minchin in sacred fire. Every stat except for chaos power increased by 50%. And of course, he had his own way of dealing with that monster. Let's compete at what we're both best at. Unexpectedly, its voice rang out. You are the first challenger to run through the heart of the sea. Hearing that, Minchin was surprised. What, you can talk? And he accidentally swallowed a mouthful of seawater. But looking closely, it had human-like legs and arms, a merman. Suddenly, it cast a slave summoning spell, and 2 other giant swordfish appeared. The current grew stronger. Minchin silently realized it was trying to stall for time. It thinks it can stop me with this. So he accelerated and shot upward, making it panic. Then the monster said, you think you can catch me by swimming up. However, Minchin felt it should worry about itself instead. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted. Minchin lunged forward and snatched the jewel from the monster's body. Everything happened so fast that it couldn't help but panic. What is that? It's... Minchin successfully obtained the jewelry of the deepster, was still in shock. All the weaklings I've met before were such a pain. Moving in the water like a human is different. There's a bonus reward for challengers who complete this trial in a short amount of time. Hearing that, Minchin got curious. What is it? It hurriedly replied, you'll know after you pass all the trials. A reward was offered if he met a certain condition, though he couldn't even see what it was, even with his clairvoyance, so he just had to keep going. There it is. A wall of rushing water connected to the next sea zone. Doesn't look like it'll be easy to get through. Currently, the water pressure is rising steadily and has reached level 4. Movement is restricted, but Minchin still has to push through and keep swimming. In the blink of an eye, he saw a different space. The system notified him, you have reached the Abyssal Sea. I'm out. Finally, I'm out of this first sea zone. Can't believe there are 6 more to go. But this place looks completely different from the quiet sea just now. At a small village, loud voices rang out. Some items aren't easy to come by, you know. Sword teeth blades made from the mouths of swordfish on sale now for 3,000 points. Intermediate healing potions made with alchemy here. Honestly, this place has way more people in the safe zone. It's just like a village. Suddenly, a voice called out to Minchin. First time at this safe zone, right? He replied immediately, that's right. Sorry to bother you, but could you give me a few minutes? Hearing that, Minchin wondered, what does this guy want? This kind, middle-aged man was named Jezza, a hunter from England. Looks like I've given everyone the wrong impression. While we talk, let me show you around this abyss. A safe zone in the heart of the sea, no. To be more precise, it's known as a city in the middle of the sea. This place connects to every ocean. If someone can't collect at least 4 types of crystals, they will be stuck here. And obviously they can't cross the 3rd level or return to the old world. Minchin looked around. So everyone here is trapped. Jezza nodded. That's right, I'm one of them too. At the time, I had only collected 3 crystals, and I didn't even dare to think about challenging the remaining trials for fear that they were too difficult. So I've been here for 3 years now. Min-chan felt that was an incredibly long time. Can't believe he's been living under the sea for all that time. Terrible. Jezza seemed very honest. That's why I usually wander around. To warn those coming to the 2nd floor for the first time like you about how cruel the Ibis Sea can be. Min-chan asked further, so where is the trial for the mid-sea? Jezza looked curious and surprised. You're planning to go challenge it right away. Min-chan replied with excitement. Right. Dragging it out won't do any good. Deep down, he was quite satisfied with his current situation. Thanks to an unexpected encounter, he had gathered all the necessary information. All right, time is precious. Sitting around doing nothing while I've still got this much energy would be such a waste. Wait. Min-chan suddenly realized something was missing. Just point me in the right direction, that's all I need, Zara replied with a deadpan expression. Don't be like that kid. I'm only tagging along to see you tackle the challenge. A strained smile appeared on Min-chan's face. And how am I supposed to just ignore you now? He was handed a badge that, when activated in front of both of them, unleashed a powerful, massive whirlwind. Min-chan seemed indifferent to the chaos unfolding. Is this the challenge? Zara explained further. That was the final challenger. What a pity. This stage only asks you to withstand that whirlwind. Min-chan asked. What do you think? Do you find it difficult? He was just guessing, really. I don't think anyone would actually kick the bucket at this stage. Min-chan had his battle plan ready. The monster on the 2nd floor had already been defeated in his previous run. I'll just keep doing what I did back then and it should work. Zara added, there's still one thing I haven't mentioned well, that's just how this stage goes. But the difficulty varies depending on the type of crystal. You're going to need some special equipment to deal with the whirlwind in this stage. Min-chan immediately refused. No need for equipment, I'm heading in. Zara quickly held him back. That's way too reckless. Min-chan really wanted to shout. The results will show you whether I'm reckless or not. His mission was to survive the mana whirlwind until the time ran out. The Garnet Challenge officially began. As soon as he stepped inside, Min-chan realized something. Wait a minute. I don't have to wait for the whirlwind to get stronger, do I? I just need to stay in here for 10 minutes so any method should work right. In that case, I might as well just nip this whirlwind in the bud. Zara was waiting alone outside. He was far enough away that he wasn't affected by the storm. Nothing's happening yet. Normally, there should be a giant tornado by now, right? Should I go down and check? Someone else approached. Oh, hey, Zara. What are you doing here? Already finished the challenge, the newcomer chimed in. He's probably sticking his nose in other people's business again, Zara replied calmly. Oh, long time no see, guys. I'm just guiding a newcomer here. They asked out of curiosity, I see. How long has that guy been inside doing the challenge? Zara said, about 2 minutes. That alone shocked them. 2 minutes. Then why is it so quiet? Suddenly, the whirlwind erupted, leaving Zara frozen in place. It was absolutely massive. All 3 people who weren't even participating were swept away. Zara couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell is that? A few moments later, it transformed him into a completely different person. Min-chan had already cleared the Garnet Challenge. You look like a wreck. You really could have just left me to it. He thought to himself, I didn't expect such a huge whirlwind to burst out and reflect my attack like that. Just as Zara shouted, a steel shark appeared. How can you be so calm right now? I mean, how could I just walk away? Just one bite and you're a goner. Min-chan gave a strained smile at the situation. I don't think it's just being a goner. I don't think there'd be anything left of me at all. With these kinds of challenges. You just land one strike, then use hellfire to burn the wound afterward. Then you just sit back and enjoy the show as it burns. Zara looked like he was about to lose his mind. Is that fire? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Isn't this place supposed to be underwater? He warned him, after beating the steel shark, the emerald stage is going to be even tougher. Min-chan asked, is that the hardest stage? Zara explained in detail, not quite. It's still easier than the rest, but it's dangerous too. Because the mana can explode at any moment. I think it's easier to just use your senses to navigate as you go. No sooner had he finished than Min-chan cleared the emerald stage. Easy peasy, don't worry about it. In any case, Zara should at least offer some praise and congratulations. You finished that so quickly. You can head to the next floor now. However, Min-chan hadn't warmed up enough. What are you talking about? Since I've already gone through the trouble of taking the challenge, I should collect all the crystals before I leave, right? Zara reacted, is that really necessary? Min-chan is more ambitious than anyone else. I've heard that the higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. Surely after collecting all the crystals, I'll receive quite a haul of loot. Are you still worrying about what kind of prize you'll get after clearing all the stages? Maybe they'll just give you a certificate of completion for collecting them all. Crystals, I mean, Zera sighed. In the past 3 years, I've never met anyone like you. Minchin just smiled in a friendly way. I'll take that as a compliment. He immediately shut that down. No, I'm just wondering what kind of land could produce a monster like you. Minchin got annoyed. How dare this old man call him a monster? Zera suddenly chuckled. All right, I'll guide you until you complete every challenge. Minchin didn't understand. Why go to such lengths to help me? Zera's reason was simple. I already told you, didn't I? I just want to watch you take on these challenges. This whole thing is part of it. Well, since he put it that way, Minchin had no reason to refuse. All right then, I'm counting on your help. The crystals you've collected so far are the ruby, garnet, cat's eye, chrysoberyl, and the emerald. For the 5th stage, I already got the sapphire, and I picked up the lapis lazuli from the 6th stage. And for the 7th stage, only the amethyst is left. Zera introduced the area. This place is known as the Sea of Death. Minchin bluntly remarked, that name is a bit over the top, don't you think? Zera just focused on the task at hand. Hardly anyone has ever survived this challenge, Minchin caught on. So that means there are people who have survived, right? He nodded. Yes, they are known as the 7 Kings of the Tower. Minchin fell into deep thought. They must be incredibly strong if they have titles like King. Even in his past life, he had never heard of them. If even they failed miserably on the final floor, it means he must pass this stage. The trials in the tower aren't just tests of raw strength, but also the ability to sense the flow of mana. Once you possess that ability, you can overcome the challenge. Afterward, Minchin turned to leave. See you later, Zera. Zera waved from a distance. Safe travels. Minchin's next challenge brought him to the ocean floor. So this is the Sea of Death. The name sounded epic, but it doesn't seem that special. Wait, what's happening? Minchin hit level 10 water pressure, a bizarre state that left him paralyzed. What's going on? Why did the water pressure suddenly spike like this? Minchin tried to turn the situation around. He couldn't let things go on like this. I have to regain my balance. This water pressure is insane. Even with this mana density, if I let my guard down for even a few seconds, I'll be crushed. Come to think of it, I saw something similar in my past life. The lake of 1,000 pounds on the Mu continent, it sinks and crushes everything it touches. Judging by the name alone, once you fall into that lake, you have to fight against immense water pressure just to survive. Wait, hold on. Basically, the lake of 1,000 pounds is different from the Sea of Death, right? Even at the bottom, I can still move. The chaotic energy will cost a lot. The Sea of Death is a combination of high mana density pressure and gravity. If that's the case, I'm sure there's a way to get through it. Even though the density is rising, if I can regulate the process of synthesizing the mana density within my body and absorbing it, maybe I can find a way to withstand it. Water pressure, huh? To do that, I have to make my own chaotic energy resonate with the mana in the environment. Minchin did exactly as he thought, but it seemed harder than expected. I thought I had fully mastered the chaotic energy, but the reaction is still too violent. I'll try my best to endure this process. I don't care if I lose an arm or a leg, as long as I can completely tame and absorb the chaotic energy in my body. Minchin closed his eyes completely, then slowly, very slowly opened them. This is the energy of the creation stone. The rampant chaotic energy has finally calmed down a bit. The properties of the chaotic energy haven't changed. It's still powerful, but it's mixed with a bit of gentleness now. If it keeps going like this, it's like Minchin is touching the sun. The current sea depth is 5,600 meters. Minchin reached level 50 water pressure. So is this it? There's nothing here, though. At least learning this new method of using energy is a good thing. Thanks to the synthesis, it's become more durable, but it feels like something is missing. I bet the only thing here is this mountain. Minchin's amethyst challenge is complete. Does this count as a reward too? Why did they suddenly give me 200 hours? The reward received is very high. The reward for this achievement is a rainbow ring. It comes with a built-in skill that removes all impure energy and restores original energy. Minchin can use this skill once every 24 hours. This is absolutely insane. Compared to the Holy Fire's blessing, it's a bit weaker, but in return it provides stats equivalent to wearing 5 volcanic rings on your fingers. Not going up to the 3rd floor right away was truly the right choice. A strange voice echoed. It had been a long time. It's been ages since anyone passed all the deep-sea trials. Minchin's eyes narrowed. Who's there? I don't see anyone. The voice urged him, over here. Little human, this is where the voice is coming from. Minchon was in trouble again. Wait, was the mountain moving? The figure gradually revealed itself. Little human. You have done well to pass the trials with a body that could easily perish. Minchon was stunned, unable to find the words. What was this? A snake, and a massive one at that. Wait, I know what this is, he thought. He seemed to have deep knowledge of it. It's a serpent that swallowed an entire dimension, Gander said. It was once one of the lords of the 72 thrones ruling over hell, but one day it left in a fit of rage and vanished, and records of it stopped right there. I remember these things, just because I used to be a space lord. Seeing it in person for the first time, Gander spoke calmly. Truly a strange creature. And yet you know my name. You have a human body but possess the soul of a demon, Minchon said. I have my own reasons. But more importantly, what are you doing here? He secretly guessed why would a mythological monster be here? And why did it wake up just now? If I connect everything that has happened so far, there is only one possibility. Don't tell me. This encounter is going to trigger a hidden quest, isn't it? Gander didn't mind sharing because he had made a pact with Minchon. Hearing that he thought a pact, looking at the gaps in the words, the pact must have been extremely restrictive. Gander didn't look like a bad guy. I promise to stay dormant in this place, so the things you are worried about will never happen. Minchon breathed a sigh of relief, glad he didn't have to fight this big guy. One swipe and I'd be done for. If it were even a little smaller, I'd be ready to fight it. Gander acted like a real human. These days, people start conversations by fighting whenever they see an enemy. Kids these days don't know how to respect their elders. Minchon got annoyed. This old snake was lecturing him. He suddenly felt insulted. I need to get stronger quickly. If it were my past self, I would have fought a glorious battle with a body that big and with so many target areas. He asked, what kind of pact did you make that got you trapped here? Gander refused to answer. That means I cannot tell you, even if it would be better for you to know. Minchon pondered to himself, if he was a former lord, maybe he could have created some holes, so this isn't because of the pact. This old snake is just too lazy to go outside. Gander changed his approach. In return, I will give you a gift. You poor little human. Minchon held it in his hand. What can I do with this? Seeing him look puzzled, Gander explained, that is a cloak made from my scales and skin. You just need to carve your own mark onto it. Minchon was shocked. This was even more valuable than a rare-grade cloak. The scales and skin of a mythological monster. This snake is so generous. It shows so much favor to beings from hell. His attitude changed drastically. My lord, I will certainly never forget this warm kindness of yours. Gander delivered the sad news. It seems my allotted time is up. Minchon gave a forced smile. Wait, why are you closing your eyes all of a sudden? Gander appeared unexpectedly and left just as unexpectedly. Minchon always had to endure this. He said everything he wanted to say. Just like that, he went to sleep. I have so many questions that need answering, but he's already sleeping. There's nothing I can do about it. Perhaps it's because of the mentioned pact. If I can't solve all those questions by reasoning, I just shouldn't think about them all at once. Besides, without Gander, this place has become completely silent. There isn't even the sound of living, breathing creatures. There's only level 50 water pressure and an extremely high concentration of mana. This environment is better than the gate. This is why I was given 200 hours for the air supply kit. Since I've still got 300 hours left on my air supply, I'm ready to take you up on that offer and use it right now. Outside the trials at a certain tavern, some people just won't stop guzzling booze and some just won't stop flapping their gums. Good grief. Stop being such a busybody already. That person has passed away. After spending such a short time with you, you did everything you possibly could. Just forget all about that loss. Zera looked like he was about to burst into tears. I shouldn't have sent him to the trial tower. I never thought he'd end up like that. And no sooner had I spoken his name than he showed up. It was like Zera was brought back to life. You actually survived and came back. Minchon scratched his face, asking, why on earth were you spreading rumors that I was dead when I'm still standing here perfectly fine? Minchon thought back, has it really been 12 days since I was down in the abyss? So much has happened. I've broken my bad habits, boosted my stamina, and finally mastered the basic martial arts I've been using all this time. I've learned new moves, doubled my stats, and now I really need to prepare for Earth. I have to finish engraving that cloak release, the level 2 Dark Star, and I also need to check on the task I assigned to Mathan. Before heading back to Earth, I have to visit Zera one last time. Zera said with absolute sincerity, I wasn't even sure if you were still alive. That's exactly why I'm drinking to you right now. The person who was just here is gone, so Zera can finally relax. I'm so glad you made it back safely. Minchon was completely stiff. You should be congratulating me, don't you think? Why are you bawling your eyes out? He wondered. Why is a middle-aged man crying like this? I'm glad he was worried about me, but I don't have time for this. Yeah, Zira, he said after hearing him out. You're right. That means you've cleared the final trial, doesn't it? Minchin nodded. That's right. Zira never stopped acknowledging him. Congratulations on clearing all the trials on the second floor. It's truly unbelievable. In the 3 years I've been here, no one has ever done that. Minchin already knew. It wasn't just 3 years he'd heard that since the tower was created, no one had ever managed it. Zara reminded him, now you just have to keep climbing. Minchin couldn't help but ask, What will you do now? Zara replied, I failed, but I won't give up. Watching you reminded me of myself when I first entered the tower. I'm going to try again. Just like back when I was full of energy. Minchin smiled. I'll be rooting for you. I've met a good friend. Let's meet on Earth next time. And not at the highest floor of this tower. Minchin was really happy about that. I hope we'll meet there. Minchin returned to his original space, went back into the tower, and climbed to the 3rd floor. It had been 25 days since he left Earth. Even though it hasn't been that long, it already feels a bit unfamiliar. A car was parked right in front of Minchin, and Matan came rushing out, beaming, Hunter Minchin, you made it back safely. Minchin couldn't even look. Seeing something like that right after leaving the tower was just a bit too much, wasn't it? Matan was completely ignored, and while Ellie said the same thing, she wasn't as over-the-top, you've returned safely. Minchin focused entirely on her. Yeah, we had plans to eat, so of course I had to come back. Mathan felt disappointed and embarrassed. You didn't answer me. You answered Ellie. Minchin was most afraid of people gossiping. Hey, Mathan, people are looking. Let's go somewhere else. As long as he got a little attention, the old guy was happy. Let's go. The car started moving toward their destination, and at the same time, Minchin asked, How's the training ground coming along? When asked, Mathan excitedly said, It's finished. Minchin looked completely indifferent. Did I hear that right? He needed a straight answer, but it hadn't even been a month. Mathan bragged about it proudly. Yeah, as soon as we heard, we got it done right away. Minchin was skeptical. Was it done sloppily? Mathan replied passionately, Of course not. Don't you know who I am? Of course Minchin knew. Dwarves were born with a talent for construction. If he was this proud, it must be pretty decent. Mathan changed the subject. Oh, that's right. What do you think about moving closer to the training ground? I've given it some real thought. There's no reason for you to keep living in that boarding house. Minchan thinks this guy is a genius. All right, let's do it. Great, then handle that for me too. Mathan happily accepts. Understood. I'll start construction. Minchan thinks this dwarf is becoming a useful little underling. You mean partner? Oh, right. I want to buy these things. Mathan stands by, ready to help. Just name it, I'll buy whatever you want. Minchan's words leave the other guy stunned. 10 kilograms of midrin and 5 kilograms of ozikakong. Can you get those? Mathan's eyes widen and his jaw drops. Those are incredibly rare minerals even on Earth. Even if I went looking for them myself, it would take forever. What do you need them for? Minchan looks away. They're essential for creating the 2nd stage of the Black Star, that's all. Do I really have no other choice but to wait? Mathan changes the subject. What about joining the auction? In 2 weeks, the Star Alliance is hosting an auction, Minchan asks, but he's not certain they'll actually be there. Ellie, pass that device over here. Mathan lightly scolds, Hey, Ellie, showing an outsider the auction list is against the rules. She looks over and smiles. You aren't exactly a law-abiding citizen yourself, are you? And Hunter Minchan isn't exactly a stranger, right? Minchan realizes my partner is really good at this. Mathan cries tears of joy. Yeah, I guess I am pretty good. Ellie laughs. Of course you are. Minchan checks the list on the screen. I can't believe it. Besides the minerals, there's even a fragment of the Dranka key. Looks like I've got another reason to join this auction. This place is the training ground. From the restrooms to the exterior tools, Minchan takes it all in. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. Mathan smugly thinks, I'm so good at this. Minchan wonders, an architect designed this right. Mathan struggles to explain, Oh, well, about that. Minchan jokes, Sometimes you can be funny too, I'm just kidding. Finishing this in just 1 month is impressive. You already had a whole plan laid out in your head. First gathering materials, then choosing the location, building it, and carving the magic circle. Even for a dwarf, that's incredibly hard to pull off. He really put in a lot of effort. Mathan introduces another feature. Oh, this place isn't too far from our branch. You can get there pretty quickly from here. Minchan blurts out, You're a cunning one, aren't you? He lets it slide because the result is perfect. I've decided I won't conquer any more portals. I'll focus entirely on training until the auction. Now that I've got a proper training ground, let's test it out. The magic circle flares to life and Minchan steps inside. It's been so long since I really trained. Finally, I have the perfect location and the ideal conditions to practice ancient star arts. The tower had too many variables, and I wasn't sure if there was any place like the Abyss, so it was hard to train there. Plus, I don't have to rely on star energy anymore, or mana stones. I have something to replace them now. And when I channel this energy, I don't feel tired, so I don't need to sleep. That means I can train all day long. Wait, this familiar's energy. It's dark mana. Deep within a certain forest, someone has set foot there in the dead of night. None other than Vede's group. They are still nowhere near my level. Just need them to entertain me a little. After saying that, he laughs to himself like a lunatic. Which idiot dares to ruin the perfect moment of someone as perfect as me? Oh, look who it is. Someone even more perfect than me. The voice on the other end is Min-chan's. Cut the crap. What are you doing in the gate right now, Vede? Vede turns into a well-behaved little boy. What? I'm at Nazu. I was planning on entering a portal with some guild members, but if you need me, I'll come right away. Min-chan is surprised. Huh, it's not him. It seems he's not lying. I thought it was Vede because I felt his aura, but come to think of it, there are 4 other demons besides him. Could it be one of them? I ask, you don't know which other demon came here, do you? Vede humbles himself. That's right. Due to my own weakness, I haven't been able to confirm and the location of those others. Min-chan is speechless. All right, focus on the portal raid then. Min-chan turns away. This is useless. I'll have to do it myself. First, I need to find the source of that dark aura. I have no idea what schemes hell is cooking up to take over Earth, but I can't just ignore it. In an instant, he teleports to the forest. A massive amount of dark aura surrounds the entire mountain. What on earth are those lunatics planning to do right in the center? Even so, there's no telling what kind of schemes hell will use to take over Earth. I can't just stand by and do nothing. In an instant, he teleported to the forest. A powerful dark aura surrounded the entire mountain. What the hell are those lunatics planning right in the middle of it? Soul, huh? A rustling sound came from somewhere in the bushes, and a faint light flashed right at that spot. It's aiming for Min-chan. If he gets hit, he won't make it out in one piece. That wasn't just a simple arrow. It was an assassination shot, and the person controlling it clearly has a lot of experience. You fool, you won't be that lucky again. But before the enemy could even make another move, Min-chan drew his flying thunder sword, a small blade but with massive combat power. Min-chan spotted him easily. Now who's the fool? Min-chan's eyes were locked onto the one in front of him. I knew it was you. Because they are dark elves known for their inherently evil and twisted nature. Our relationship has never been good. A part of the mountain had already been destroyed. The goblins were all panicking. There's an intruder. He's heading south alone. Min-chan had stormed into their lair. Even though they are thin and weak, they are proud of their elven heritage. Because they are highly skilled in dark magic and archery, confronting them in an environment full of obstacles is very difficult. However, for me, it's different. The goblin used magic. Don't you dare come any closer. Vanish into my darkness. Min-chan didn't hesitate to charge straight toward the monster looming before him. He already knew its attack style. Now Min-chan truly unleashed the infinite heavenly sword technique. In one brief moment, the darkness the goblin created dissolved, and they were affected by it as well. Min-chan moved to the goblin's side. How did you lot get to Earth? The goblin didn't answer, instead saying, just take my life. For the Great One. Min-chan was starting to lose his patience. The Great One, give me a break. He's talking nonsense again. I don't have time to keep asking. I know you won't answer anyway, so I'll grant your wish. Min-chan didn't stop there. Threats won't make them talk, and I can't give them a chance to recover because there's no telling what evil they'll do next. Based on the energy radiating from him, that guy is pretty strong. A dark goblin possessing a massive amount of mana. Could he be the source of this dark aura? But something feels off. Dark goblins are very fond of their own kind. A powerful dark goblin like a goblin elder should have attacked me with dark lightning by now. The reason he hasn't moved is, Min-chan said it like a statement. You can't move because you have to prepare your spell right. The goblin elder muttered to himself, spot on. Min-chan used that tactic again. I'm asking what you guys are doing in South Korea. Yeah, I didn't think you'd tell me. He muttered something. Everything, and Min-chan was still waiting when suddenly the guy just spat out blood. Because the great demon King Diamond will invade this world once more and spread death everywhere. Min-chan was genuinely furious. Oh, so these guys are minions of the demon King Damon. He grabbed the guy's necklace. More nonsense, don't lie to me. Now Min-chan realized his fate. The guy had triggered a self-destruct energy blast. Hey, how could you just kick the bucket after saying something like that? How dare you impersonate me, a bunch of trash? In a locked room, Jumi received a phone call. Someone asked, hello. The person on the other end introduced themselves. This is Min-chan. We met before at the hunter examination, remember? Jumi laughed. Of course, but it's been a while since you last reached out to me. I gave you my name card a long time ago, Minchin said nervously. I'm sorry I've been so busy lately. Oh right, I want to ask you something. Jumi toyed with her hair. I hope it's not a private matter. Minchin mentioned the words, dark goblins. They are on Earth. Well, if you want to know. We still have that dinner date, right? 30 minutes earlier, Minchin thought, these idiots. To think they dare use my name. What's their intention? I amplified a specific sound wave, but according to the info, just this magic formation alone isn't very useful, and it seems like there are quite a lot of them. Alone, I'm not able to investigate everything myself. I need more information and manpower. Of course, no need to worry much. I've taken on a very useful apprentice. When facing cases like this... Oh, right. He said he was going into a dungeon. When I need him, I can't find him, and just when the time is right, he's in a dungeon. Who knows when he'll crawl out, even if I ran to the Hunter Association or the Alliance? He's of stars. Asking for help wouldn't be much use either. If I go to the Hunter Association, what if they act recklessly? The Alliance of Stars has no connection to any branch other than that annoying Yosan. How am I supposed to deal with those dark goblins now? Wait, goblins? Oh, right. There are goblins, and then there are dark goblins, even though they were originally the same species after. With those radical ideas, the elves teaming up with Hell has caused a split between the two long-standing rivals. Thank God I still remembered Shizumi in a situation like this. She'll definitely have something to say about this mess. See, she's a half-elf. Her mother is from the elf embassy and her father is Korean. I've only given her a rough rundown of the current situation, and Jumi mentioned she'd send reinforcements, so they should be here any minute. Nam walks over with a look of enthusiasm. You're the Hunter Minchin, right? You asked for people from Shizumi, didn't you? Nam introduces himself without stumbling over a single word. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've been sent by the elf embassy. Minchin picks up on something. The scent of fruit and the spiritual energy radiating from them. Yep, these are standard elves. Are you guys from the guard unit? Elves rank themselves by the number of leaves on their chest brooches, with 6 being the max. 5 leaves means they're elite warriors, yet as they move forward. Nam looks a bit curious. So you wiped out that whole group of cursed ones by yourself? Minchin replies, yeah. Nam adds, I heard you passed the test just like her. Minchin's face hardens. What's that supposed to mean? Nam's request is a bit bizarre. Would you mind sparring with me? Minchin stares into those blazing eyes. Nam seems pretty serious about this. I didn't think he'd be the type to get competitive in a situation like this. Calling him a demon warrior would be easier to believe than calling him an elf. I force a smile and rub my face. Didn't you come here to help me finish the job? Nam looks startled. Ah, right. I reacted that way because you seem so strong, I'm sorry. Minchin just thinks it's simple. Elves are usually pretty quiet. I haven't met anyone this lively before. The elves begin the ritual. Oh, spirits, please restore this place to its original state. A small request, O covenant maker, we shall grant it. Minchin stands to the side, observing. Elves are so convenient like that. They use natural mana combined with spirit magic to quickly cleanse dark mana. If I had to do it myself, it would surely take me much longer. Nam points to the person next to him. This guy will be your guide, Hunter Minchin. It seems Our Lady has invited you to a banquet. That's exactly what Minchin wanted. Oh, does she want to discuss business while we eat? Perfect. I'll gather as much info as I can on the Dark Elves and the elves themselves. If I have to use them to do it, so be it. To defeat those using my name to do evil. The Elf Embassy. Minchin has finally arrived. It's strange. In my past life, every time I met elves, it was always just fighting. Because in my Dimensions Empire, the elves of Vanahem were one of the allies of the Elysium Kingdoms. It was standard for them to be at war with Hell. But the relationship between elves and humans is actually quite good. I just feel a bit uncertain. After the second cataclysm, the elves took the initiative to befriend humanity. Thanks to that, humanity has a good view of elves. In my past life, they were just as beautiful and frail back then too. But now I don't have such a negative view of them anymore. Is it because of their faces? Must be because I'm looking at beauties. Jumi comes out to greet him. It's been a while, Hunter Minchin. As if expecting the other to remember, Minchin says, This is our second time meeting, right? Jumi hasn't forgotten. I was waiting for you to contact me, but you were nowhere to be found. Minchin needs to know why she was waiting. Jumi speaks her mind. I'm a fair person. I don't like to be in anyone's debt. Today isn't just about the issue between us two. Minchin wonders, What do you mean? Jumi doesn't beat around the bush. My father is the one who invited you to the banquet. I just said that so you wouldn't feel uncomfortable entering the hall. Minchin hadn't even given it much thought. Experiencing rare things is pretty cool. Jumi says, "You're so particular. Next time I'll invite you myself since this time it was my father." Minchin thinks it's all the same. Fine, let's go with that. Jumi doesn't seem like the type to be brief. "You're still the same." Minchin is confused. "What does that mean?" Jumi isn't clear if she's admiring him or something else. "You don't look worried at all, just like when you fought the blue curse." Minchin is surprisingly serious. "In some ways, elves are human too, you know. Why should I be anxious?" Jumi giggles. "That personality of yours is truly attractive." "Father, I've brought him." The man greets him. "You are the hunter Minchin, the one who discovered the traces of the dark elves, correct? We are Varys, an ambassador of Vanaheim." Minchin notes their lineage. That means they're distant relatives of the Vanaheim royalty. Varys smiles. "Are you interested in us elves?" Minchin replies indifferently, "Just common knowledge." But in Minchin's mind, he's calculating. "It seems the elves think Earth is a fairly important place, just like Raun. I really want to use Truth Eye to read his info. That would mean he is one of the strongest elves in the Vanaheim Empire. I want to fight him." And Varys suddenly speaks his thoughts. "You have so much hunger in your eyes. But what a shame I'm already married. I'm just kidding. Come here and take a seat, and my little princess can sit right next to me." "Jumi, don't be like that. I told you not to call me that, father. In front of others, Paris." "You're changing the subject again. We're all hungry, so let's just talk while we eat, shall we?" Minchin surveyed everything on the table. "Oh, I only thought there would be enough food, but it seems they really went all out. I actually thought they'd just serve vegetables since they're elves. And Paris, I have a request." "Ah, right. Little princess, I have some private matters to discuss with him. Could you go upstairs first?" Jumi is very well-mannered. "Yes, father." Only then did Paris speak. "Tell me about the process of how you discovered the dark elves and battled them." Minchin replied without any restraint. "I just got lucky." He seemed to be mocking him. "You have quite a bit of luck, don't you?" "From what I see, it's a bit too much." Minchin saw right through this attitude. He changed his demeanor the moment he got Shizumi out of the way. Is he planning to cut straight to the point? He's hardly going to believe me? I should have seen this coming. Varys added, "You helped us, and you knew the Dark Elves had set foot on Earth, but we haven't been able to find a single trace of them." Minchin started to get annoyed. "To me, this looks more like an interrogation." Yet Paris wasn't intimidated. "The Dark Elves are near an A rank level, so they'd be tough opponents, especially since you're only an E rank." That made his blood boil. "I understand you've looked into me, but why bring up this embarrassing fact?" "You're really stalling for time, father." Varys changed the subject. "The informant knows my daughter. Did you plan this out since the hunter exam? Is there something so funny?" Minchin snapped back. "Do you think the elves are the center of the universe?" "Don't be ridiculous. I don't have enough free time to pull something like that." "How arrogant." Varys sighed. "I can't help but be suspicious of you." Minchin stated the reason directly. "It's just, is it that with my level, I shouldn't be able to take down dark elves by myself?" Varys prepared to cast magic. "Exactly. Soul Wall. This is a barrier that can block all external currents. Even an A-rank hunter wouldn't easily break it." Minchin saw this as the elves' age-old problem. "Is this how the elves show their gratitude? I can't believe they think I'd resort to such petty tricks. Are they really capturing dark elves in such a pathetic way? If they see me as an enemy, then just go ahead and attack." And Paris kept acting dissatisfied with him. "Once the investigation team returns, we will decide how to deal with you." "Just wait a second. I don't like doing things like this either. To someone who helped us." Minchin's eyes darted around. "Oh, are you talking about the elves left up on the mountain? If they use spirit magic, they might see the technique I'm using, and my suspicions would be revealed. But this really pisses me off." Varys sat back, crossing his legs. "It's useless. You can't break that wall with your own strength." Minchin growled, "Shut your mouth." 7. Spirit Sword. Art First Style Sunset. Minchin's power shattered the wall. Paris didn't say another word after that because the tip of Minchin's sword was pressed against his neck. "Shall we continue our discussion? You damn elf. That sword?" Minchin held the sword in his hand, pressing it closer to Varys's neck. "My apologies. It seems I underestimated you." Minchin understood why Varys thought he was weak, since Varys could create a sword using only spirit energy. Varys smiled, thinking about how he had hidden his true power. Minchin didn't want to hear anything else from Varys, so he cut him off. "You should get straight to the point. I wasn't hiding anything. You guys just didn't believe me. Damn it, this bastard elf. They said they only wanted to ask a few questions, but it ended up like this. I'm busy hunting down an impersonator. I can't believe I'm wasting my energy in a place like this." Minchin decided to sheath his sword. Varys was surprised. "You're putting it away, so I'll stop too." You're not going to keep fighting, Minchin replied. If I wanted to kill you, I would have swung my sword long ago. In other words, if I continued, both of us would end up seriously injured. Pointing a sword at an ambassador is a serious crime, you know. It could cause diplomatic issues. Let's have a real match. I won't ask you to take any responsibility for it. Varys immediately refused. Come on, can't you take a joke? I just wanted to blow off some steam, that's all. Minchin couldn't believe Varys was treating his words like a joke. Didn't this crazy elf know now wasn't the time for games? Then Nom appeared and stepped in asking, Can I present the report now? In the reception room, Varys replied sure. Since he was tangled up in this mess too, he had the right to know. All right, I'll begin. First off, the goal of the Dark Elves is to awaken someone imprisoned in the ancient world. Varys was bewildered. The ancient world? Minchin wondered to himself if they had really figured that out just from a magic circle. Looks like they aren't completely useless after all. But those Dark Elves are planning something terrifying, a multiverse containing hundreds of worlds. Among them are newly formed worlds, as well as worlds that have been evolving for millions of years. It would be wonderful if they could all coexist and thrive. But there are also worlds that have reached their end. The world of is considered a collapsed world. Varys was curious about the prisoner. Do you know who the prisoner is? Nom immediately spoke up. It appears to be the god from the Dark Elves' faith, the god of war Daemot. But Minchin knew that wasn't it. That demon had been dead for 7 lifetimes. Minchin feigned ignorance and asked, Daemot, the god who destroyed the earth back in the day. Nom replied, Yes, to be precise, we suspect the Dark Elves are finding a way to make that god manifest once again. Minchin sighed. No way. They were heading in the completely wrong direction. Daemot was already dead, and had even reincarnated right in front of them. Hey, trying to find a way to make this fallen god manifest on Earth again. The Dark Elves are already wicked enough as it is. I bet they're hiding something else. I need to report this to Heaven and the nation, but I can't just blurt it out. And we haven't been able to track the location of the Dark Elves. My apologies, Ambassador. Furthermore, it will take about 1 to 2 more days for the ritual to be completed. Varys sat there deep in thought, wondering why they couldn't track those guys down when the ritual was almost complete. He turned to Minchon and asked, You said you could detect dark mana, didn't you? I was wondering if we could borrow your power. The god of war. I mean, the person everyone calls the Demon King might appear again, and our Earth really needs your help. Hearing that, Minchon shot Varys a look. You damn elf. Finally, they realized their situation. The only one who could track those Dark Elves down quickly was him, and he needed to finish off those imposters anyway. So this works out for me too. But if you want my help, why did you act that way earlier? Minchon asked, leaving Varys flustered. That is, Minchon continued, the way you elves repay favors really opened my eyes. I can use this to my advantage. Minchon turned to leave. Varys scrambled to stop him. Please, I beg you, forgive my rude behavior. Minchon replied, but I'm a bit petty, you know. I'm not sure if I can just forget about it that easily. Varys grabbed Minchon's sleeve. Come on, don't be like that. This affects the safety of everyone you know. Yeah, but someone wasted a whole bunch of my time while I was really busy. Varys swallowed his pride. I'm begging you, please, can you forgive me? To let this slide, I think I need to be properly compensated. Whatever you want, just name it. Can you do it? Of course. I swear it on the honor of Varys and my honor as an ambassador. You'd better remember that vow, Varys answered firmly. Of course. When you're naming your price, you might as well take as much as you can. The sky was starting to darken as Varys handed Minchon a paper with the amount written on it. Minchon took it and left the guest room. Outside the room, Minchon stared at the paper. All right then, how much should I write down to make it reasonable? Extorting that damn elf. Feels pretty good, actually. What was I thinking? I don't have much time. The first time they detected the Dark Elves' energy was about a month ago, and they wasted so much time before finally asking for help. I love tracking, but the ritual is nearly finished. Both sides were wasting time, but he couldn't let these Dark Elves get away with it. He had to find the Dark Mana first. If he had enough time, he could hunt them down one by one, but things were urgent right now. There was no other choice but to use the new mana control method he learned in the Abyss. The absolute requirement was to assimilate it. You are my eyes. The dark mana would react to his energy. Even if he had to search all of Seoul, he would find every single one of them. The next morning, the sky began to brighten, and Minchon lay there as the morning light streamed through the window. Minchon was drenched in sweat. That was a close one. Tracking those Dark Elves, he had actually converted chaos energy to expand his search range. It felt like his brain was about to explode. Luckily, his senses were slow, otherwise it really would have blown up. But Seoul was huge. There were about 10 suspicious locations because the amount of mana in those areas was identical. He couldn't pinpoint which one was the center of the magic circle. Minchon sent a blank letter to the embassy, and surprisingly, the embassy replied immediately. Minchon sat up abruptly. They must have been waiting for my message. I'm handing these stupid dark elves over to you. He wanted to catch them himself and beat them to a pulp, but he had exhausted too much power using energy assimilation. He was down to 20%. He had to recover his full strength first. Nothing was more refreshing than circulating energy to soothe his mind. He used the ancient essence art to split the energy of the creation stone. The creation stone spun continuously. 2 streams of energy were extracted from the creation stone, one light, one dark, increasing his chaos energy by 0.1. The mastery level of his ancient essence art also increased by 0.1%. Minchon felt his body feeling much better. What's this? Why am I sensing chaos energy from somewhere else? Was I so focused on finding the dark mana that I missed it? This feeling. I feel like I've encountered it before. This aura. There's the portal in this neighborhood. The chaos energy radiating from it felt very familiar. The soul inside the portal possessed chaos energy. Is that chaos energy connected to the ritual the Dark Elves are performing? There was no evidence that they were related, but it didn't matter. He couldn't let the chaos energy that the dark monster leaked out go to waste. That energy will come in handy. Minchon was excited. This portal is mine. Inside, the dark monster and the elves were sitting in a circle. The great ritual will be completed soon. Everything is playing out just as you said. It seems it's not time for Minchon to rest just yet. Minchon steps out of the darkness. This is the other side of the dark gate. There's barely any mana here, and Minchon can't sense a shred of life energy anywhere. It feels like I'm looking at a world that's already been destroyed. Minchon looks ahead, gasping in shock. No way! A world in the twilight of its existence. Almost all entities were wiped out in a war of the gods long ago. Minchon wonders to himself, should I spill the beans now? All those rituals the Dark Elf clan was preparing scattered all over Seoul, they were all just to open this dark gate. Suddenly, a ferocious wolf appears and approaches Minchon. What a friendly welcome, he quips. Elixirs and impersonators all gathering in one place like this. Beside the wolves are the nasty goblins. Are you really here all by yourself? You've got guts, at least compared to those low-life species. I've been getting bored just guarding the gate anyway. This guy will be the perfect toy to pass the time, Minchon smirks. A toy, keep dreaming. Congratulations, today will be your funeral, and this time next year will be your memorial. Minchon unleashes his ultimate technique, the Lightning Emperor's Fist, shattering the wolves' skulls. These wretched things were the same rank as the kobolds. They're C rank, but they have the stats of a B rank. They're too easy to kill. Using high-level martial arts infused with chaos energy would be a waste. The goblins are stunned that Minchon is this strong. That low-life human just... The wolves, terrified, quietly slink away. The goblins scream in unison, "Where are you going, you cowards?" Holy fire completely engulfs Minchon's body. I won't let a single one of you escape. Seeing this, the goblin mutters a prayer, "O Lord Dermot, bring death to our enemies for the resurrection of the prince." Minchon, tired of these bastards babbling the same old nonsense, sighs. Minchon has successfully absorbed the chaos energy. His chaos power has increased by 0.3. Both his chaos power and energy are up. Minchon lifts a wolf by its throat. Thanks to you guys, I've managed to absorb quite a bit of extra chaos energy. You guys are really packed with energy, aren't you? Even though we just fought. Why does all my fatigue feel like it's just vanished? Gone just like that. I even tried using martial arts while covered in holy fire. Turns out the result isn't half bad. It's actually quite useful. I'm grateful for all of this. Now, how should I return the favor? An old goblin stares intensely at Minchon. Minchon drops the wolf. Why is no one answering me? And stop whatever you're doing if you don't want to die. Minchon points his sword at the goblin. Do you not understand the current situation? Is there something funny about the death of your underlings? The goblin retorts, all my comrades followed the will of the great Lord Dermot. They don't regret it even if they had to sacrifice themselves. Thanks to them, the ritual has been completed. Too bad you wasted your time coming here. Minchon thinks to himself, this damn dark elf. He needs a beating until he's half dead before he'll stop talking nonsense. You're talking like you really know something. What was your intent in serving and following him? When he's already dead, I don't like to talk down to myself, but... The goblin curses at Minchon. You don't know a damn thing. We are not apostles of the dead god of war. Minchon frowns and asks, Then who are you serving? That is just as he speaks. The goblin falls silent. Suddenly there's a strange sound. Minchon wonders, What is that sound? Strange beams of light shine down. Welcome, my lord. Please awaken from your deep slumber and bring chaos to this land. Tremble in fear. Once he descends, a mortal like you will be nothing but a slab of meat. When Minchon hears this, he says, Weird, isn't it? The goblin asks, What do you mean? Why hasn't this great entity appeared yet? Seeing the light gradually change color, the goblin panics, what, and screams in agony. Minchon punches the goblin in the face and says, This is impossible. We definitely followed the instructions of the ritual exactly as he commanded. Minchon laughs. Are you talking about the magic wave amplifiers? I already destroyed those in the other locations? The goblin can't believe Minchon is that capable. Minchon thought to himself, The original goblins seem to be doing a pretty good job with the tasks I gave them. They were a bit troublesome, but I guess it's worth it now, isn't it? Minchon looked at the goblin. Now then, let's get back to our unfinished business. Who gave you the order to do these things? The goblin trembled. Demon Lord, this is... Minchon warned the goblin. Every time you talk nonsense, I'm going to cut off one of your fingers, got it? What a pathetic piece of trash. These dark goblins don't have a shred of dignity like the normal ones, do they? I want to just chop his head off, but I still need to get to the bottom of this. Who is behind all of this? Wait, don't tell me I'm in even bigger trouble now. Everything shifted in a way that was hard to describe. The atmosphere grew incredibly hot. It's just like what he said, the intense heat is creating sparks of fire that are crashing down. My life energy is dropping. The goblin cried out in fear. What the hell is going on? What kind of monster is locked up in this place? These wretched dark goblins actually managed to summon something incredible. A giant deformed wolf's leg appeared. Minchon tried to keep his composure. You bunch of idiots. The mythical beast Fenris. Because the ritual was incomplete, most of its power is sealed away. Losing its rationality was a side effect of suffering such a massive shock. The beast from the myths, the god-eater Fenris. It has a body covered in black fur and crazed blue eyes. A monster from the Roman Gainer Brotherhood's myths, a god-slayer that wiped out an entire race of Asian gods who were repenting for their sins in the past. And a monster of destruction, a space shredder. The goblin scrambled over to it. I am the one who awakened you. The goblin looked at it and continued, God-slayer, you have finally brought chaos to this world. Fenris growled and stomped its foot. The stomp nearly sent Minchon flying. The force was that immense. Just a swipe from one of its legs. It's incredibly strong, but something isn't right. It has no rationality and is weaker than I thought. Maybe its power was dampened. Because it was forced into another dimension despite the wavelength neutralizing amplification circle if it hadn't been this weak from the start. Then I wouldn't have been able to see its stats through my truth eyes. Fenris's eyes turned blue and glanced at Minchon. Is it trying to attack me even now? Since it's still a long way from here to the gate, I guess I have no choice but to fight. A powerful enemy encountered in an unexpected place. My opponent is nothing more than a slave to its own instincts, overflowing with bloodlust. Hungry, huh? What an interesting turn of events. If that's the case, I can win this. Because I am both Minchon and the god of war demoed today, I'll show you a truly interesting fight, you stupid mutt. I am the best fighter in this entire universe. That holds true for both the past and the present. Minchon flew around Fenris. You have so many blind spots for someone with such a huge body, don't you? Waiting for the right moment, Minchon unleashed an ultimate attack. It's hard as rock. The gap between my strength and its defense is so massive that my attacks aren't doing much, even though this is a signature skill from the Third Palace. Damn it, the next move is the 5-tiger-slash technique. Minchon grunted. Too bad. My sword isn't cut in deep enough because there's just too much fur. Sensing danger, Minchon reflexively dodged to the side. Damn it, it's fast. If that hit landed, I'd be dead instantly. I'll ignore the small attacks and avoid the full-force hits, then I'll strike back. I can heal wounds of that magnitude with holy fire anyway. Despite being wounded, Fenris remained fierce. You damn furball! Did you think I was just running around for nothing? Hellfire. Even with most of its power sealed, it's still a mythical monster. Even Hellfire isn't doing much damage to it. Its body began emitting a kind of energy. If you're going to openly prepare a massive attack like that, do you really think I'm just going to stand there and take it? If a single slash doesn't work, this is going to hurt. And then I'll just have to slash it 1,000 times. I know that countless slashes will eventually pierce through that fur. Like water eroding stone, I just need to keep slashing. Wait, I actually thought of that. Minchon slashed off its head and used a speed slash plan to drive his blade into it. You damn mutt, you can't catch me with such slow speed. He used the lightning fist of the destroyed nation, causing the beast to wince in pain. Min-chan tried to rip its body apart, but it was incredibly strong. Min-chan thought to himself, I'm down to about 50% of my internal energy. A fight where I could be critically wounded if I slip up even once. Yeah, that's what a real battle should be. Min-chan looked up at the crumbling sky. Damn it, did we really fight that hard? Fenris tried to chew on Min-chan with its sharp teeth. Min-chan quickly cast a spell to freeze its jaws. The world is already collapsing. Is this the impact from our battle? It's damn persistent, as if trying to make everything even worse. It's gradually being wounded, but it's not fatal enough yet. My chaotic energy will run out soon. Benji is smashing this ground like a maniac. That jerk is actually breaking the ground apart. Is it trying to limit my movements now? The more enraged it gets, the less time we have, and it's starting to move strategically. Look at that mocking grin. Is it starting to regain its sanity? Is that really it? If you think that's enough to stop me, you're dead wrong. I'm someone who can move freely, even in the abyss. From now on, it's a race against time. Minchin uses the Rainbow Blessing, recovering the user's original power. In a flash, Minchin is cleansed of all wounds and curses thanks to the blessing's effect. Even the gods who rule space have at least one weakness. A fatal one. I'm certain Fenrir has a weakness too. Stop going crazy, you damn beast. If you keep doing this, this place is going to be destroyed. I'll find the weak point to stop it from moving. Minchin jumps decisively. Now it's time for round 2. You bastard, the sky is collapsing. This place is just a fragment of a destroyed world. As for the time left until the dimension collapses, Minchin feels sorry for that creature, Benji, a being that swallowed gods and destroyed worlds. The way it's flailing around now is completely beneath its former dignity. With eyes full of madness, it has lost all its past pride. For some reason, Minchin sees himself in it. After trying to use a clone to descend to Earth and being wiped out by human heroes, Minchin lost his chance to return to his true body. And now he's reincarnated as a human. This world will be destroyed soon, and Benji, it will probably stare into the space within the dimensional rift forever. It is immortal after all, so Minchin will kill it with his own hands. Minchin tried attacking all potential weak points, but except for its neck, it didn't react much. This has to be its greatest weakness. Minchin looks closely and sees something stuck in its wound. 7-star Demon Sword, First Style, Sun and Mountain. Minchin was right. There's something stuck in Benji's wound that's its weak point. 7-star. Demon Sword. Second Style, Shooting Star. Minchin strikes its weak point decisively. Benji roars in agony louder than anything. The reaction is stronger than Minchin expected. This is definitely its weak point. All right, let's end this. I'll cut this monster's head off with a single strike. Benji is writhing in pain. My neck hurts. Wait, it's regaining its senses. Where is this? Who am I? Minchin hesitates. You're Benji. I'm Benji Jack Nadok. I'm fighting the gods. No, it feels like I was released to fight Minchin Wonders. What are you rambling about? I think you're mistaken. You swallowed the strongest gods and destroyed worlds. Benji continues. That's ridiculous. I'm definitely in the middle of a battle against the gods. Minchin asks, do I look like a god to you? Benji replies, no. A lowly, small, weak human with a finite life. Listen carefully. Your family destroyed the gods, and your younger brother, Jormungandr, took one of the 72 thrones of hell. Jormungandr joined the demon's den. That's strange. I have no memory of that. Looks like you don't believe me. Look at this. My senior. Jormungandr gave me this. That's Jormungandr's energy. No, it can't be. Jormungandr is preparing for war with me right now. I guess so. I don't remember clearly either. Minchin realizes something is definitely wrong with its memory. Could it be because of the stone I just destroyed? Minchin tests its memory with a question, what is the last thing you can remember? But unfortunately, it doesn't remember. The last thing I can remember. My head hurts. It's all a mess. I can't just leave it here like this. Rather than letting it wander aimlessly stuck in a dimensional rift forever, while its consciousness is still somewhat intact, I'll show it some mercy. Finally seeing Minchin walking away, Benji stops him. Hey, human, you won't get angry just because I said your life was finite, right? Can we talk after you put your sword down? You look terrifying like that. Minchin grumbles, I could turn to dust with just one swipe of your claw. You're pointing your sword at me, brother. How could you do that? I don't have a brother like you. I just want to live. I'm sorry, but you're too strong and I need to settle this while I still can. Those gods said the exact same thing to you. That's the very reason they tied me up and tortured me when I hadn't even done anything yet. I don't want to die. I only fight because I want to live. If I don't trust you, how can I expect you to trust me? I will serve you as my master, just as my master served me, one of the ancient creatures capable of going head-to-head with the angels in heaven. If you wish, we shall form a master-servant contract. No need to speak of it, isn't your memory in chaos? How can you still recall the contracts those deities kept forcing upon me? They forced me to talk, but you never did that before. I didn't want to because they kept stabbing their swords into my chin. It hurt so much. I'm a monster of the mythological era. Those of the ancient divine lineage usually possess immense pride. They would rather die than bow their heads and beg for mercy from others. I know this because in my past life I fought a few of them. Ancient monsters. I can't believe a being like that would say it wants to be my subordinate. I accept you as my servant. Thank you. You won't regret this. It looks so happy, it's even wagging its tail. I, Benji, son of Loki, swear upon my soul that I will serve Jeon Minchon as my master. Thank you, master. It changes faces so fast. A few minutes ago you were calling me brother, and now it's master. But my old master, it's been hurting for a while. It feels like it's about to snap. Just a moment, I'll use the holy blessing of fire to heal you. It's entered your body. Feels so warm. My pain is fading. Don't speak. Your wounds could get infected. It's acting more and more like a puppy. It reminds me of Barbie back home. Minchin noticed something strange approaching and asked Benji, "Can you run?" Benji panted, "No, sir. It's quite difficult. My neck and legs are both in pain. I think if I could just rest a little longer, I'd be fine. If we keep resting here, we might end up catching the express train to the afterlife. Time remaining until collapse 5 minutes and 33 seconds. Benji panicked. What master wouldn't staying here be extremely dangerous? But I can't run right now. Master, you have to think of something. Actually, Minchin wasn't planning on leaving. The plan was just to defeat it. Minchin asked Benji, "Can you shrink down a bit?" "I can. Give me a second." Minchin gasped, "You can actually do that." First the legs shrunk, then the body followed. How is this master? Looking closely. Minchin thought it looked just like a puppy. I just fought a dog. It's not even knee-high, and I almost died. So pathetic. Benji asked again, "How is it, master?" Minchin said, "We don't have time to stand here in danger." Minchin picked it up to run. "Hey, I don't like being held by men," Minchin replied. "Alternatively, you could just die here," hearing that Benji was terrified. "I'm so sorry." Minchin ran into the darkness. "I used too much energy in the fight with Benji. This is getting dangerous." How violent. Isn't this what the end of the world looks like? Damn it, I can't see what's happening because the mana is in total chaos. This is impossible. I can't believe it. What is it? My lord, you promised the ritual would be a success. But look at the situation. What is going on? If you had given us more time and resources. Do you know the penalty for making excuses? I will not allow anyone to disappoint me. That will not happen again. Of course. I didn't let the mage come here for nothing. Yes, my lord. Assist the mage. That's your next mission. I look forward to the results, but if you fail to meet my expectations, you don't need to worry. If your results satisfy me, I will reward you handsomely. Jahe, this time you must follow my orders. I can't believe that I have to support a mere human like you. If you object, take it up with the Lord. Thanks to the darkness, you brought Benji back. Everyone was waiting for Minchin here. Minchin was surprised. What's this? Did you guys come here to welcome me back to the party? Are you being serious? When we arrived, the gate was already collapsing. We suddenly couldn't contact you. We couldn't find you. I know that's why I rushed out. Is everything okay inside? As you can see, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? It would be difficult for us if something happened to you since you went inside alone. Were you actually worried about me just now? It was like hell in there. I'm saying that my father and the ambassador would have a hard time. I saw a ritual to summon a legendary creature. They were trying to resurrect a demon lord through the ceremony. Wait, that's not right. So who were they trying to summon? Who knows? The ritual failed when the plane collapsed. It's a shame we don't have any information. It's going to get complicated if I tell them about Benji. If not for your help, we would have been in big trouble. I'll thank you with a reward and I'll tell my father about this. Now that I notice, isn't that a puppy? Don't tell me she doesn't realize that's Benji. You brought a dog into the gate. I picked it up on the way here. Even so, why would you bring such a cute dog into a dangerous place like that gate? It looked like it had been abandoned, so I couldn't just leave it all alone. Right, master, I wasn't abandoned. Benji, why are you acting like this? I'm so exhausted. What the hell were you thinking bringing a puppy into the gate? You shouldn't have done that. Look, I know you're confident in your abilities, but please stop barking like a dog. After the gate collapsed, the ambassador of the elf tribe tried to track down the dark elves. But it didn't go very well. Even though we caught a few dark elves near the dimension when they were destroyed, the other dark elves on the battlefield managed to escape, and they wiped away their tracks as if they had never existed in the first place. That's why Paris personally asked me for help. Minchin, could you help us once again? I absorbed the chaotic energy inside the dark gate, and I also found proof that they weren't following me. I couldn't really achieve anything else after I found Benji. I think I've done enough. I'm going to turn down your request. Is that so? I guess we shouldn't have relied on you. Just give me a proper reward for all the work I've done up until now. You wouldn't try to replace it with a blank check, would you? Of course not. Just wait for the reward. Do I look like that kind of person? I belong to a noble family. I'm not that poor. Let me know if you find out who is behind those dark elves. I will contact you as soon as we find anything. Ever since I confirmed that, the dark elves weren't following me. I've been certain there's some creature behind them. Seriously, if I find out which monster that is, I won't let them get away. Master, I'm hungry. I'm going to rip their horns off and spin them like a fan. Finally, I can get some rest. Why are you being such a picky eater? You said you were hungry. I can't eat this. Didn't you say you weren't picky about anything when I asked you earlier? It's strange because these things taste sour, spicy, and salty. That's Master's fault. For giving me things that are inedible. What on earth have you been eating up until now? I have no idea. Back then I was always full even though I didn't eat anything. It must still be Benji. Even though he looks like a fluffy dog, his taste buds are way different than I imagined. Well, should I feed him the things that elves eat? An elf. Who could I ask about this? She's the most suitable person, Ellie exclaimed. Oh my god, so cute. Does Ellie have a side like that? What bloodline are you from? I can't really tell anymore. I have amnesia, that's why I can't transform. Is that so? I think he has an ancient bloodline. It has a very strong scent, even stronger than well-known noble bloodlines. I'm truly surprised I can't believe it. Suddenly you call me and ask what a spirit dog likes? I thought you were asking because you figured I had some knowledge about spirits. Do you know about spirits? What a stunning coincidence. What's your name? I am Benji. I think he has a habit of lying because of his memory loss. He keeps saying he's Benji. Oh no, that's so pitiful. Look, he wants to protest what she said, but is wagging his tail because she's hugging him. It's completely different from Yoon Mungainer. Lily, don't be fooled. He might look cute right now. But before this, he was a monster that lived for over 1,000 years and was absolutely terrifying. But why? Why do I feel like I just lost a dog? The scene quickly shifts to the Star Alliance. People are walking back and forth in front of a restaurant. Benji is happily devouring the food on his plate. Eli smiles and pets his head. Eat up now. Eat. This is great. I came here hoping to find something Benji would like, Minchin thought to himself. Who would have thought he'd choose a meat dish that costs 200,000 won? Just one person. An ancient monster with such an expensive appetite. It wouldn't be right to let him eat instant noodles or field rations. She looks up and asks him, so when are we going to have a proper date? Minchin looks suspicious. Aren't we doing that right now? Ellie asks curiously. Didn't you say you were going to treat me to a meal? I meant not just for talking about work like today. That, he was immediately stunned. Damn, I forgot all about that. Ellie smiles and asks, you didn't forget, did you? Minchin dodges the question. Of course I haven't. I've been observing you for a while now. You've been watching me. She chuckles, teasing him. When you blush, it's like there are words written on your forehead just like right now. He curses to himself. Damn it, she caught me red-handed. Lily throws a tantrum. So when should we go out to eat next time? Suddenly, Martin speaks up. Oh my, you're here too. Martin, oh thank goodness I'm saved. He asked cheerfully, would you mind if I sat at your table? He quickly replied, oh, it's fine. And the two of them started chatting. He is a branch manager after all. Why on earth are you drinking beer at noon? Don't you know that beer is like soul food for us dwarves? Ah, I see, that makes sense. You're making me crave one just by holding it right next to me. The scene shifts to Mathan's office. Minchon crosses his arms with a serious look. I need your help with a few things. Matan doesn't hesitate and agrees. Please go ahead and tell me. Is there anything I can help you with? He searches for something. Wait a second. Can you engrave this for me? He is terrified. This seems like an incredibly amazing item. Where on earth did you find this? He replies, at the Mathan Tower. Researching that tower on our own would be tough. Let me try to appraise this. Suddenly his face turns to shock. Mathan says to him, I'm hitting a wall at the evaluation stage. Is that so? If it's this hard, it'll be difficult for me to engrave anything on it. What in the world is this? A cloak made from the hide of a world serpent. A world serpent. Are you telling the truth? This is the first time I've ever touched something this precious. What good is it if all you do is touch it? Minchon smiles. He couldn't even carve an inscription on it. That wasn't wrong. He sighs. So you can't do anything with it. Right. Mathan looks dejected. Yeah, I think only my master would be able to do something with that. Having something so overly special is quite a hassle. I can only use it once it's been inscribed, so I guess I can't use it right now. I guess this gift is even more incredible than I thought. He asks curiously, so, can you help me find someone who can engrave this? He replies with a sob, I think I know a few artisans who might be interested in this. You can trust me. I'll find someone to help you. Minchon hands Matan a knife. I have one more order to place. What is it? I want you to make 10 just like this. Mathan picks it up to inspect it. The center of gravity and the shape of this knife. This is quite interesting. Is it made for throwing? He praises him. That's a sharp observation. You hit the nail on the head. It's a throwing weapon. Do you intend to use it as a consumable item? Minchon replies, I intend to attach a string to the end of the handle for easy retrieval. He nods in agreement. Attaching an Arash string would be the best fit, wouldn't it? Deep down, he feels moved. The threefold hidden blade technique uses 10 knives in total, so it's best if I have a few spares. Suddenly, Mathan's phone rings and he quickly asks to be excused. This is the person I asked to help build the training facility. Would it be a bother if I took this call? I assume it's related to the construction process. Matan walks to the corner to talk, leaving Minchon and Ellie behind. Suddenly, he calls out loudly, Hunter Minchon! He looks over, suspicious. What's the matter? Matan approaches to discuss the magic circle. Okay. Regarding the magic circle for the training facility, what about it? He adds, the builder saw that magic circle and got so excited saying she wants to meet you right this second. He doesn't seem to care much. She's quite perceptive, that one. But why does she want to meet me all of a sudden? Mathan answers honestly. She said she wants to buy the formula for that magic circle. Minchon is surprised to hear that. What she wants to buy the formula, the scene shifts. Just then a girl cheerfully walks into the magic circle. You. The one who breathes thin air up there. My name is Hajin, CEO of the Lee School Construction Division. He is slightly surprised by her hyperactive demeanor. I'm Minchon. If you're the CEO, then I guess you must be a high-ranking individual. Is she a divine dwarf? Mathan grumbles. She started an entire company just because she hated working under the people at the Interstellar Alliance, huh? She gets annoyed. You don't need to explain something so unnecessary. He recalls the scene. Divine dwarves are a race particularly gifted in craftsmanship, just like dwarves. Each race has slight differences in their fields of expertise. If you consider dwarves to be technicians, divine dwarves are more like scientists. Hajin looks at him with sparkling eyes. Did you really draw this magic circle? A circle like this couldn't possibly be created using the knowledge currently available on Earth. There are 8 ancient characters on the surface of the magic circle, but if you look closer between them, you can see the ancient language used by celestial beings. Minchon noticed it. She's curious as to how a mere mortal like her managed to discover a celestial language known only to angels and demons, so he cuts right to the chase. Let me ask you this. What do you think this magic circle is for? Hajin hurriedly explains that the characters are arranged toward one side of the circle, which is a pattern commonly used to concentrate mana. Exactly, so the purpose of this circle is to draw mana from the surrounding area. Minchon crosses his arms and smiles. Not bad. I heard you're friends with Martin. You've got talent. She puffs out her chest proudly. I've got 10 times the talent of that short little tree stump. Let me be blunt. I want to learn the ancient celestial language. He flatly replies, I refuse to teach you. You won't be able to use it just because I teach it to you. You need a certain level of soul power to control those ancient characters. She seems incredibly determined, but he points out, But you're a human, aren't you? Isn't it the same for you? Minchon observes silently. The ancient celestial language is a power that can only be wielded by high-level spirits. Even if he were to teach, she still wouldn't be able to control that kind of power. But I really do like talented people. He asks, Do you really think so? The ability to even find it. The ancient celestial language was hidden within the 18 characters, and it was that passion for magical engineering that brought her running here. After discovering those things about the characters, she screams in fear, but he just calmly walks past the two of them. Minchon thinks to himself, That's enough points to pass. Hajin, channel your mana into this. She quickly replies, Yes, sir. As someone who is always helpless, she does exactly what she's told. While she's channeling her mana, a cloud of white smoke blasts right into Hajin's face. He evaluates the 6-point array, a formation passed down through the generations of the Jug family in the martial arts continent. It possesses the power to disrupt a person's 5 senses. For now, only your vision is disrupted, but gradually all 5 senses will be paralyzed. After a moment, the smoke clears. Hajin is amazed. Wait, I can see again. Min-chan asks Hajin, can you explain the operating principle of the technique you just used? I have no idea. He smiles to himself. Seeing her reminds him of his past self. This is called a formation, he says. She looks serious. A magic formation. A monologue runs through his head himself, a person who did everything just to become stronger. Hajin asks suspiciously, why are you showing me this? Min-chan smirks. He knows how to handle people like her. He will satisfy that ambition of hers. He directly states his proposal, help me with this. If she can't use the ancient celestial language, he just needs to teach her something else instead. The scene shifts. Dwarves, a race that uses high-level magic to live peacefully and comfortably. They are friendly and approachable, but they lack great ambitions or dreams. Hajin, however, is different. She is determined to leave. I don't want to live such a boring life. She was called a weirdo. Because she was always curious and greedy for material possessions, she had happily explored new things in the past. I will leave this dull place to try new things. Her curiosity and desire to be a magic engineer were never satisfied in her homeland. So Hajin used her brilliant talent to work for the Galactic Alliance, where she met Martin, and together they succeeded with a major project. She received countless rewards. She became incredibly successful. Even then, she kept trying, thinking, I will achieve even greater things and miracles than this. But for Hajin, that wasn't enough. One day, a distant dimension, and suddenly became the center of a storm amidst the conflict between Illidium and Bendernonium. The area around the Tower of Agony was a neutral zone formed by an agreement between the two, the factions. She was very excited. This was the land of opportunity. Hajin decided to choose Earth. At that time, Martin shouted, Hey, why are you quitting? You're doing very well here. My little dwarf, you have to leave to pursue your burning desire and passion. Hajin believed in her decision and resigned immediately. Realizing that Earth hadn't yet developed, the field of magic engineering, she poured every penny she had into starting a business there. By combining magic with construction skills, Hajin significantly shortened the completion time for projects and created added value by arranging many magic arrays around the towers. She started to see her limits, especially when competing with multinational corporations on Earth and the Galactic Alliance. My technical level is still limited. It was then, during a project for Martin, that she discovered an extraordinary magic array. She had only intended to meet the client to learn the language of the Junit world. Min-chan had suggested, let's do a joint project, but in the end, it turned into an unexpected opportunity. Ritual magic is a new skill that even Hajin, who is well-versed in magic engineering, couldn't understand the first time she saw it. There was no reason to refuse, so she couldn't decline his offer. If I can learn this, I can give the company a massive competitive advantage. The scene shifts. At this moment, Min-chan is satisfied looking at the contract. Perhaps I won't have to worry about money anymore. He had negotiated the first term with Hajin royalties. I will teach you how to use ritual magic. In return, you must pay a fee every time you apply it in construction. Because the MU continent is extremely isolated, I am probably the only person who knows how to use this type of magic. This group is great at controlling energy, but they can't advance any further, so they rarely interact with other dimensions. I was lucky enough to build a connection with them through a stroke of fate. He thought to himself that she would make a fortune once she started using ritual magic, since its effectiveness is just as powerful as regular magic, plus the requirements to cast it are practically the same. The second condition is absolute confidentiality. She must never reveal that I am a celestial. Now, the growth of Lingwood construction is directly tied to my own wealth. It would be a massive loss if her company went bankrupt. Min-chan looked at her and remarked, I've seen eyes like yours in a past life. Those are the eyes of someone passionate enough to chase their goals and someone who can stand back up after every stumble to reach their dreams. In other words, those are the eyes of someone who is destined to succeed. All I did was give Hajin a pair of wings. Now, regarding our contract? Hajin looked at him with expectant eyes. Lord Min-chan, you must teach me ritual magic as soon as possible. I want to learn it right now. He immediately agreed. Give me some time. We will start after the auction concludes. She asked suspiciously, why is that? He calmly explained, I have some other matters to resolve first. Goodbye. See you then. Right. There is one extremely important thing I have to do. I need to practice the Heaven-Earth martial arts technique. I spent a huge sum of money to build a training center, but I haven't even had the chance to train there properly yet. It's not that I didn't gain anything important during that time, though, but I have only absorbed a small fraction of the energy. I don't know how long it will take to absorb the rest of the world stone. If I don't focus, there are only 10 days left until the auction. So if I can take the remaining aura from the world stone, convert it into the Heaven-Earth martial arts technique and absorb it, the small universe I've built in my mind will become perfect. The scene quickly transitions. The sky has brightened. 10 days have passed. Min-chan wakes up after a long period of training. He checks his status window, satisfied with his stats. All of my stats have at least doubled since last month. With my current level of ability, I can rival an A-rank hunter. Now that I have the Heaven-Earth martial arts technique and the ability to use sacred fire and primordial energy, I could easily defeat 2 or 3 A-rank hunters at the same time. The only regret is that my leveling speed is still slow. Maybe it's time I paid attention to my level as well. Suddenly, Benji approaches and says, "Master's aura is stronger now." He is surprised. "You can sense that," it says proudly. "Of course, Master probably doesn't realize it, but you don't understand how sharp my sense of smell is." "I believe you." Min-chan leans down to pet its head. I notice Benji's stats are still sealed. I had hoped the seal would break on its own over time. "Master, you smell. It's best if we find another way. He is already strong as it is. But since he is now my subordinate, I will restore his former reputation, the reputation of an assassin who made even the gods tremble." It grumbles, "Hey, go take a bath before you try to pet me." He lets go of its furry head. All right. I'm heading out. Regardless, I have to prepare for the upcoming auction. The scene shifts. A luxury car pulls up on the side of the road. Min-chan is standing there dressed up. "I was wondering why you sent a car to pick me up today instead of coming yourself." "But aren't you busy?" "What are you doing here?" Ellie winks playfully. "What am I doing here, you ask? I'm here to bring our freelance hunter to the auction. You look so handsome." He thinks like a dense block of wood. Huh. Why is she dressed so formally? Seeing her like this feels so different. Suddenly, Ellie gets close. "Wait, you aren't planning on wearing that to the auction, are you?" He is confused. "Is there something wrong with it? Doesn't it look neat and proper?" She sighs and grabs Min-chan's hand. "Oh my God, follow me. How could you possibly go there looking like that?" "The wealthiest people in the entire world will be there." Ellie rushes to pull him away. "I will not allow someone associated with our branch to be humiliated." Benji praises her. She really is a go-getter. "Where did you learn that?" After bringing him inside, many people are already standing there. Ellie looks at him. "Hurry, please. Do a makeover on this man." "Wait a minute." The professional stylists say, "If it's an order from Director Ellie, we will do it very quickly." He looks at their hands, moving with fear. "This is my first time doing something like this." A while later, she is satisfied. "Let's go." Wearing nice clothes always makes a difference. He is a bit suspicious. "When did you have this suit tailored?" "It feels very comfortable." Ellie says proudly, "I prepared it in advance just in case." Min-chan is extremely puzzled. How could she have done all this? Before I could even tell her my measurements, she quickly turned away. "Anyway, I'll head out first." "Seriously, why don't we go together?" "I'm swamped, and it was tough enough just to clear my schedule to get here." Watching Ellie's back as she walked away, he thought it made sense since the Dongsan branch was the one organizing this auction. Ellie must be incredibly busy working directly for Martin. He suddenly called out to her, "That dress looks really good on you." And she immediately felt shy. "Are you kidding me? I look good in anything." "Fine, whatever. I hope to see you later." He felt flustered, thinking, dressing up really does make a huge difference, huh? The scene shifted to the auction hall. They called it an auction, but it felt more like a party. Benji was excited, saying, "Wow, there are so many people here." "Master," he reminded him, "don't go wandering off and causing trouble." All right, Master, who do you take me for?" As he walked, he noticed celebrities and political figures. There were so many high-profile people here today. It grumbled in annoyance. "Stop calling me by that silly name. I'm Benji, don't you ever use that name again." Suddenly a voice spoke up from behind him. "Oh my, you've brought such an adorable puppy along." Min-chan looked back suspiciously, wondering who this was. She shook his hand. "Hello, I'm Chian." He replied politely, "I'm Min-chan." She made quite a strong impression. Suddenly his expression turned serious. "Wait, Chian, that's right. She was a member of the Holy Guild, one of the top 3 guilds in Korea, and a subsidiary of Korea's largest conglomerate, the Holy Group. She was the youngest daughter of Chairman Cheon Yo-sung. She was the one who founded the Holy Guild and served as their leader, so it was actually her. He gave a stiff, awkward smile and scratched his head. "Oh boy, I almost didn't recognize a celebrity." She laughed. "You say that, but you seem pretty calm." "No, I'm not," he thought to himself. "Besides, the Holy Guild is only top tier in Korea. Compared to the rest of the world, they aren't that strong. I should just play it polite and social. I'm just going through the motions of standard etiquette." She changed the subject. "Actually, we've been wanting to recruit you, but we only meet today. We called a few times, but you never picked up." "Really? Even after the hunter exam?" He turned sullen, thinking. "Back then, I didn't even bother checking my phone because it was ringing constantly, so I left early." "I'm sorry," he said, turning away awkwardly. "So in that case, I'm going." Cheon smiled. "It's better if you don't go." "What do you mean?" She told him to look around. "Look at what?" Minchon asked suspiciously, only to see people surrounding his area. "What the hell? When did it get so crowded?" It seemed everyone was looking in his direction. "From now on, things are going to get really annoying." Cheon smiled as she explained, "You look a bit flustered, don't you, Mr. Minchon? You're like a bombshell that shocked everyone. A rookie hunter who appeared out of thin air and upended all expectations by defeating all the up-and-coming domestic stars. And you took first place in the exam. Basically, you're someone who can turn the hunter world upside down." Minchon responded slowly, "I have no intention of joining a guild." She laughed. "I didn't even bother suggesting it because I already guessed that. But I don't think others feel the same way." Curious, he asked, "Then why waste your time talking to me?" Cheon raised her wine glass. "As for Minchon, it's because I want to be your friend." He was skeptical. "She was doing all this just because I ranked first in the exam." She confided, "To be honest, I had the chance to watch you fight as Guardian. Watching that match made me believe you will become the best hunter in Korea." Minchon swallowed hard. At that time, I was just a rookie who barely knew how to use martial arts, yet she already saw my potential. Then she gently suggested, "I want to be friends with Korea's future best hunter. Is that reason good enough?" He raised his guard. This woman was no pushover. Minchon flatly refused. "You're mistaken. I'm sorry you haven't met the best hunter in Korea yet. You've just met the best hunter in the world a little earlier than everyone else. She certainly has a good eye for people. I have to admit that." Cheon fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. He crossed his arms and asked, "Are you laughing at me?" She replied, "Of course not." Minchon observed that her eyes were full of confidence and pride, yet there was no trace of deception or malice in her expression. Suddenly, the speakers blared, "The auction is about to begin. Please, guests, kindly move inside." A man appeared, reminding everyone that the auction was starting. "Ma'am, I heard you. I'll take you to the VIP room." Cheon looked at him happily. "I hope we have a chance to talk again when we have more time. See you later." Minchon stood silently, watching her figure walk away. Benji couldn't help but marvel at how she was just as beautiful as Ellie. He sighed, though telling himself that didn't matter. It criticized him, noting that his words and actions were completely out of sync. "Huh. What do you mean? You've always got beautiful women surrounding you. You're definitely a player just like my old man," it said, annoyed. "You're cut off from eating ruby meat for 2 weeks." It immediately regretted it. "I was wrong. I'm sorry. I apologize. Please forgive me." Just then he reached the entrance, and the guard said, "Please present your invitation." "Thank you. We will now proceed with the security scan. It's very strict here." After a moment, the guard added, "Your identity has been verified. Please select a mask." Wearing a mask was mandatory at the auction. He thought to himself, "I can see just how much effort the Galactic Alliance has put into this. They really went all out." Suddenly, Minchon noticed something. Isn't this the bald lion? I'll pick this one." Immediately, a notification popped up showing the mask's effects. "Illusion and lion's illusion activated." He thought, "I get it now." Benji grumbled, "Why do I have to wear a mask too?" He explained, "If only I were wearing one, it wouldn't make any sense. I can guarantee total anonymity if I use magic to hide my identity as well. This mask reminds me of the organizer from the tower tutorial." Upon stepping inside, Benji exclaimed in surprise, "So many people." He pondered, "I trust that the key they gave me will grant me access to a hidden treasure on the 3rd floor."